This is Amateur Logic, episode 135 for October 15th, 2019. This episode of Amateur Logic is brought to you by MFJ, the world leaders in ham radio accessories at mfjenterprises.com, and by ICOM. Make the most out of contest season with the new ICOM transceiver that's best suited for your lifestyle. Welcome to Amateur Logic. I don't know what the episode number is, but apparently it's real funny.
It's the 14th anniversary episode.
Episode 135.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I'm George.
I'm Tommy.
That's Peter.
I'm Peter.
Who's that?
And Emil.
Yeah, Emil.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, good to see you again, Peter.
Thank you kindly, gentlemen. It's nice to be invited back. How you all been?
We've been good. We've been good. Same old stuff here. What's been going on with you?
Well, I've been playing in the astronomy field a bit, and at the moment, I basically wrote a Python program to find comets in archived images, and I ran that through 24 years worth of archival images for the SOHO telescope and also for the SETI telescopes, which are satellites in orbit. And I found, as you might know, 6 years ago I found one comet, and so far this year I found a further 15.
Wow.
And at the moment, I'm expecting probably to get another 10 confirmed by the finish. So I'm just waiting on the results of the remaining comets that I've reported. So, it's been a pretty successful endeavour.
Wow, Peter, is that a record? Who's got the most?
Well, I would, in terms of what they call sungrazer comets, I would hold the national record now for Australia. So I would have found the most sungrazer comets. The record, there's a chap called Warachat who I don't know what his number is, but he would have literally found hundreds. He's up in Thailand, and he's just continually finding virtually one every day. He's very, very good at it. So
there would have been that many that were visibly, that around.
So can we be expecting episodes of the Comet Hunter coming soon?
No. This is just a little one-off project that I did because I knew that there would be a few unfound comets in these archival images. So, as I say, it's been a quite successful endeavour, and the feedback I've gotten back from NASA, who actually run the program, is that a lot of the comets I've found are what they call non-group comets. And in contrast to most sungrazer comets that skim close to the sun and actually burn up, about 12 of the ones I've found are further out and are unlikely to burn up. And so they're going to whiz around to the solar system until they hit something like the Earth and wipe us all out. So that's the bad news.
Wow.
Always some good news and some bad news.
I do want to mention something I forgot to mention a moment ago. That's anytime we're doing a show live, we're doing what at the same time?
We've got the chat room going here. So if you're watching the live stream and you're not in the chat room, you're missing half the fun. So join us over at AmateurLogic.TV/chat.
Okay. And the question is, Emil?
Go ahead, Emil.
Yeah, which half?
Yeah.
That's up to you. You have to log in to find out.
Okay. So, has that been your major? I guess, maybe we call it hobbies. Your interest, has that been the major one
Oh, yes, yes, that is. It sounds very quick and easy, but I can assure you that, notwithstanding that I'd written a program to run that, it's literally been hundreds, if not thousands, of hours of effort to actually get that done. So, but yeah, it's all done now. The next thing I'll be doing is retiring as of March next year. So I've got to make plans for what I'm going to be doing after that.
Wow. Retiring.
What's that?
Yeah. What is that? That's something they do in Australia, I guess.
Apparently. But we should get that
Yeah,
up
and
here.
I was fortunate to be in a generous retirement plan that allows me to retire at 55, and it's at the point where it would be ridiculous for me to keep working because I'd be working for nothing. So.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's,
Yeah.
you probably made the right choice then, I would say.
Absolutely. So I've got to work out what I'm going to do after that.
And when did you say that comes up?
March the 11th.
March? Oh, wow. Well, congratulations, man. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I only wish
Yeah,
it were
exactly.
me.
Yeah.
Well,
It's a mirage somewhere on the horizon.
yeah.
Yeah, a bit like that.
What have you been up to, Mill?
Oh man, well we're enjoying the weather down here. It's been great lately.
Yeah.
Very fair. And glad to kind of get past the summer noise of HF on the low bands. So that's kind of what I'll be talking about in my segment this month.
Cool. Yeah, it's, I think probably the coolest it's been all season will be in the morning. It's supposed to be around 50 here,
Oh, wow.
which will be quite different from the way it's been.
Yeah.
For a good
It's a
while.
welcome change. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. Tommy, what have you been up to?
Nothing really grand to report. I've been playing around a little bit with my toy that I've shown in my segment coming up, and made a little trip out of town with my wife and son. He was in a competition and stuff, so we went and did that. Didn't kind of pan out like we'd hoped.
Oh boy.
He got hurt while we were gone,
Yeah.
so we've been kind of dealing with that.
Yeah.
But other than that, not too much to report.
Yeah. Cool. Well, it's been 14 years here, and boy, we never would have guessed that at the beginning, but we say that every time we talk about how
But we
long.
mean it every time.
We do. We just mean it 14 times as much
Yeah,
this time.
that's true.
And we'll be giving away the prize package here tonight shortly. Somebody is going to be real happy. And yes, it's going to be the real radio.
Or this one.
This one. You can take your pick. Peter, which one would you rather have? Can you tell
I
it?
think I would rather have the one on your desk.
Yeah.
But the shipping will be so reasonable on this one.
Yeah. Yeah. What?
It certainly is a bit lighter.
Yeah. I don't know if you knew what happened. They were out. They had sold out of 7300s, and we started the contest, and they didn't have any in the warehouse, so we had to revert to a box and put a picture on the front of it and showed that. The rig came in this week, so I'm glad that whoever's going to win, they'll enjoy that radio a lot more than they were going to enjoy this
Unless they
box.
got a lot of loose things laying around the shack. They need
Well, true. There's a lot of
tidy-
storage area.
Need to tidy up.
Yeah.
No, somebody's gonna get a nice package tonight.
Yeah. Really nice.
Very nice.
Well, let's get on into the show here. We've got a good bit of stuff to cover tonight. This came from James Gilmore, and I don't have his call sign here, but I'm pretty sure he's got one. He said, here's what my dad taught me about getting rid of the noise. Emil, this is not the same kind of noise you're going to be talking about later.
Okay.
He's talking about re-radiated EMI from the alternator in your mobile coming through the hood. He said hoods are not RF grounded. They're most likely floating. And his dad told him to take 2 pieces of coax, maybe strip back about 8 to 12 inches of the braid, take it off, and use metal screws to hook it into the body of the car and up to the hood, one on either side. And then the hood will be at the same ground plane as the rest of the vehicle. And that will help keep the noise from your alternator getting back in to your antenna, into your rig. And it'll help with ignition noise as well. And I do this. Actually, if you went and looked at my mobile right now, you'd see that I had done that, put a ground strap across there to the hood. Sometimes it works. Sometimes the noise is coming from some other direction. So it's always a good trip or trick to do there, so you won't have noise when you take your trip. You see how I did that?
Yeah, I see what you did there.
Yeah, you hardly noticed it, did you?
That was pretty smooth.
Yeah, well, thanks for that, James. Tommy, bail us out of this.
Okay, I ended up getting a new toy, and I'm pretty excited about that.
Yeah, nice toy.
Yeah, so anyway, I put that together, so let me show you what I got. Today I'm going to try to set up my Rig Pi station server, or RSS. I've got this MFJ part number 1234. Kind of looking forward to this. I'm going to hook it up to my IC7100, and hopefully I'll be able to remote into this when I travel now, going forward. The only thing I've done to mine so far is it's pretty much out of the box. I plugged in the HDMI and a keyboard. I hooked it up and I got it on Wi-Fi. It's not convenient to run network cable over here where I am at the moment, so I'm just going to set it up on Wi-Fi. And I'm remoted in using VNC. Incidentally, VNC and SSH come turned on by default with the default image that you get from MFJ. So let's go ahead and try to get it set up. As you can see, it started up. Mumble came up running, which is the voice server. I'm going to go into the Rig Pi application and let's take a look and see if we can figure out how to set this thing up. By default, the username is admin, the password is blank. I haven't reset mine yet, but I would suggest changing that. Here's some express setup stuff. So my call is N5ZNO. I'm going to leave that right now. My first name, Tommy, Mississippi. I'm going to have to look that up. And I'll enter my password. There you go. Got my grid square from QRZ. When I put the username and password for QRZ in and hit fill below from the call book, it put all my information in. Except I'd rather this go by Tommy. And I'm going to pick my ICOM 7100 right there. And I'll leave it called that. My port is USB 0. My key port, everything is USB 0 because I've only got the one USB device hooked up to my, so that should be correct. Let's try connect to the radio. See if it works. Congratulations, and that's the frequency that I'm on. So that was very easy. Click OK. See what else we need to set up. Advanced radio. Everything's good. So let's go into the next page. I don't have a rotor and I don't use a keyer. Log designer. So we can go back into this stuff later. This is for your logbook. You can set up macros in here if you want to. System. My IP address. That was way too easy. Tuner. And there is my radio. Now I'm going to reach over here and tune something a little different. Let's see what happens. It does work, so it's communicating, as you can see. Let's try the push to talk and see if it works. It does. It tuned my tuner, and I'm good to go. So that was really very, very easy. Now there's a lot of functions in here. These are our bands. These are the macros that we saw before. We're on 40 meters. Let's go to 20 meters. and you can see it changed to 14,295, and I hear somebody talking over there. I went into Mumble and I needed to configure it. So I went in and checked the configuration. This is all okay. I went and found that there's a default password set up of 7388, and you can change that. I would suggest you do, but for this demonstration, I'm going to leave it alone. I went into my audio configuration. My IC7100 has built-in audio devices, which makes this really easy. So I went into audio in, and I picked USB codec, which is what's in my device, and I picked the hardware device without any conversion, so it's just raw audio from the rig. For the audio out, I did the same thing. Clicked apply down here to save my settings, and then I go back in here. I went ahead and downloaded Plumble for my Android phone, and there's a Mumble client for my iPhone, and I'm gonna go ahead and show that one because I think probably more of you have iPhones than Android phones. If I run the Mumble application that I installed and I go into LAN servers, I can see my local one show up. Just hit that, hit connect, and I put my call sign in here for mine, and I'll put in the password of 7388, which is the default one. Again, change that. When I talk, you can see the lips change color, so it's detecting the audio, and that would go out over the air when I hit the push to talk. So let's go ahead and bring up our browser. There's our rig. If I hit the push to talk, N5Z&O, and that keys up my rig. I realized I did not have any audio coming into my rig. I had to make a few changes on my radio, so I went into the settings, I went into connections. I have the squelch set to off. You can see here I have my output set to AF audio. My AF level for my USB, I went ahead and turned that up to 100. My USB modulation level, when I first set up and I hit the push to talk, I got very little bit of audio going in, very low modulation, so I bumped that up to 100, and now I get basically the same effects that I had with the microphone. So you can see the settings that I've used here. Now that that's fixed, let's go ahead and try a real test. Okay, I went into LAN servers. You see my rig Pi shows up. If I touch it, it brings up the connect dialog. So I hit connect. I put in my call sign. It's going to ask me for the password. It says it's rejected, so I'm going to put 7388. If this is your first time to use it, you need to go down below and click connect to radio. And I hear the audio coming from my rig. So let's find somebody talking on here. Oops, let's just do this way. So it's working. To open this up to the outside, you're going to have to open some ports. You're going to have to open 80 for the web browser. You're also going to have to open port 64738 for your Mumble client. I hope you enjoyed this. I hope you check out the rig Pi. It's pretty nice. If you have a different kind of rig, you may have to run some audio cables into the audio jacks on the side of the rig Pi and choose a different audio device, but it looks pretty straightforward to set up. The Icon one makes it super easy, but I don't suspect the other one should be a whole lot of trouble either. You are going to need a little bit of networking knowledge to set up your network and things like that. But there are a lot of resources out there available for you to look things like that up. Check your router manual about opening your ports and things like that. What I would do personally is I have an app for my router, and I can open and close ports with my phone, so I don't like to leave them open. So I'll go on my phone, open up the ones I want to use, and then I'll use my rig when I'm away. And when I finish, I'll close them back just for security's sake. Speaking of security, don't use the default passwords. Go in there where you saw me doing the setup and put your own passwords in there so you won't be open to the world. It's always best to be on the safe side when it comes to security. And I hope you enjoy your Rig Pi. It's a great little device. I'm really looking forward to playing around with mine when I'm traveling, and I'll probably show you some video of that in the future. 73.
So you got a new call sign, AD.
MIN.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you weren't supposed to catch that. I did a click save up there. So anyway, when I was making the video, I didn't save it. But anyway, the steps are all there.
You know, that's pretty neat, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really awesome. And using the ICOM radio with the audio devices built in, it was so easy. Like, if I'd had this video to watch, I could have watched it and then went and set it up in maybe 10 minutes probably.
Yeah.
It was really so easy.
And it works really good too.
Yeah,
doesn't
it's
it?
nice.
Yeah.
And I had my audio on my rig turned up to 100. Obviously you're going to need to adjust your audio levels for what you want. You know, don't just jack it all the way up. I only did it because I realized I had no audio the first time I tested it, so I just turned it all the way up just to see if I had some, and then I went back and adjusted the levels after that.
Are you familiar with this device, Peter? Had you seen it yet?
No. First time, but it looks impressive. I must say though about the Raspberry Pi, which model are you using? It looks very, very responsive.
I believe that's a 3 in there. It's the one that came with it.
3B
I'm sure it's a 3.
Yeah.
It was very snappy.
Yeah. I don't know if they're doing them on the 4s yet. It comes, well, of course, you can buy it pieces and put it together, but it comes as a single unit there. MFJ's packaged it up. Howard Nurse wrote the software for it, and I got to say, it's a great looking user interface. And
wow. Yeah, right.
There's a Pi in there, and then this one has I believe it's 2 boards in addition to the Pi.
Yeah, they're 3 stacked on here.
Yeah.
Including the Pi.
Yeah, and you don't have to get all 3 boards if you don't want them. This one's got, of course, the Pi, and then it's got the audio board and a keyer board.
Keyer. Yeah, everything's all labeled nice and neat. It's pretty sweet. I really like it a lot.
Yeah, you just plug that in.
Quite innovative.
Yeah, and you don't have to have your computer on either. You just hook that to your rig and crank it up, and wow, it works well.
Yeah, software's nice. But just do like I said, and be sure to set your passwords to something else before you leave it open to the world, please.
Yep. Tom, as a matter of fact, I like that so much, and you like it so much too, don't you?
Yeah, I do. I really like it a lot.
What do you say we give away one next month to someone?
Yours?
Not mine. No, we'll get them. We'll get MFJ to send one direct to the winner.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody'd like to have that. I'm sure a lot of people would like to have it.
Well, I'm sure there are too. And since we're about to give this stuff away here a little later in the show, it'd be nice to have something to give away next month too.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Just in time for Thanksgiving.
Perfect. There's something to be thankful for.
So, if you wanted to win that,
well,
how do you think you'd go about doing that?
Well, I just so happen to have the instructions right here.
No, that's at AmateurLogic.TV/contest.
It is.
And it's basically the same rules of the contest that we've been running here. You got to be a licensed U.S. or Canadian amateur radio operator with a U.S. or Canadian shipping address.
Only 1 entry per contestant. Sending more than 1 entry will disqualify the applicant.
and the winner's responsible if there are any taxes incurred.
The winner agrees to use his or her call sign and name in promotional and news items related to the contest.
And the contestants can't be an employee or affiliate of AmateurLogic or MFJ. All you got to do is send us an email to rigpiecontest@AmateurLogic.TV. That's rigpiecontest@AmateurLogic.TV, and include in there just your call sign only on the subject line. Just your call sign. Then down in the bottom of the message in the body, give us your name, call sign, class of license, and an address. Just so we know who the winner is and where to send it. And you can enter any time between now, which is, we're shooting this on October the 11th, and Thursday, November the 14th of 2019. And we'll just do a random drawing, just like we're doing with the contest.
The usual way we do it.
The usual way we do it. Go get all the details at AmateurLogic.TV/contest.
It's a great little device. So anyway, get your entry in as soon as possible.
Yep.
How long will it take HR to process my resignation so that I can enter?
Oh, this is like the mafia. You can't quit.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Once you're in the family.
We've got an offer you can't refuse.
Oh, no.
Well, we're going to be back in just a moment because there's a lot more to go yet. Some really interesting things here, and Peter's going to tell us about his recent Hamfest visit.
Yeah, looking forward to that.
Yeah, me too. After months of extensive development and testing, it's finally here and ready to take remote operation to another level. The new RigPie station server from MFJ and Howard Nurse W6HN is going to change the way you think about getting on the air. Why be bound by the four walls of your ham shack when you can take it with you wherever you go? The MFJ 1234 RigPie lets you operate from anywhere you have an internet connection on your Apple or Android mobile device, iPad, tablet, Kindle, laptop, or desktop computer without additional hardware. Just fire up any web browser and get on the air. RigPie connects to most any transceiver with cat control. Operate single sideband, CW, AM, FM, digital, or any mode your radio supports. Operate your rotor, CW keying, digital modes, logging, spot monitoring, call book lookups, and more. 32 user-programmable macros let you control the features you want. 2 or more hams from different locations can operate different radios at the same time using a single RigPie. The MFJ 1234 Raspberry Pi's Raspbian operating system comes with many free programs installed, like FT8, RIDI, WSJTX, FLDigi, a word processor, email, and spreadsheet. Plus, thousands of Linux-based programs, including many for ham radio, are available. The RigPie station server is available as separate modules, allowing you to customize it a piece at a time, or get the complete unit with RigPie base, OS firmware, audio board, and CW keyer board. The RigPie audio board connects to your radio and serves send and receive audio to your mobile device, or use it to operate digital modes like FT8 and FLDigi. It includes IQ inputs for use in pen adapters and has built-in isolation transformers for RF and hum-free audio. The keyer board generates perfect Morse code using the popular K1EL WinKeyer chip. Just connect your favorite paddle. Software modules for RigPie will be available on GitHub as a free open-source download, so you can add your own features in the future. Get your MFJ 1234 RigPie today and take your remote operation to the next level. MFJ, the world leaders in ham radio accessories at mfjenterprises.com. Peter, you've been out for a few months since we've really talked with you here, and I know that you had a trip planned to Germany over the summer for us.
Indeed, that's right. And I did a 4-week trip around Europe. Had lunch at the Eiffel Tower, which was great, and went to the Czech Republic, Netherlands, France. Had a great time. But the main reason for going was to go to Friedrichshafen to see what their Hamfest was like. And there was a bit of an eye opener. One of the things that really surprised me was that people talk about Friedrichshafen as being the biggest hamfest in Europe, and whilst there's a lot of representation from other countries, it's still very much a German hamfest. And the other thing is that the people there, the Germans, surprisingly enough, don't speak as much English as people often say they do. So you may find a little difficulties with from a language perspective when you go. But having said that, there's representation from the UK and elsewhere, and it's quite a nice meet. Friedrichshafen's a beautiful city, and now we're just looking at a bit of footage now from which I took whilst I was over there. You've got they've got a big hall which is just outside the airport that you can go to. That's where it's held, and it's very, in a sense, it's very much like most of the larger hamfests with, lots of modern stalls, lots of clubs in particular, a little bit like the ham fair in Japan as well, but also a lot of European exhibitors, a lot of radios that perhaps don't get exhibited so much in the United States or elsewhere, and so. Quite good. And as usual, of course, there's a few sort of like sellers selling second-hand equipment as well as quite a number of modern radios. Of course, you'll need to do some currency conversions as you go along. Convert from your euros into American dollars. But yeah, lots of antennas. And
so you mentioned that they don't speak that much English. How did you handle that?
Well, I'm fortunate that I speak a bit of French and Dutch, although I didn't use it that much there. I didn't. Put it this way, the people that you need to speak to, by that I mean people, let's say at the cafe, for example, or, one good example is actually I was on the train going down to get here, okay, and the chap I was speaking with didn't speak English, okay, but we conversed in French for about half an hour, so that was that's where it's handy to have those extra languages. But no, I didn't really. You won't, unless you want to buy something or you want to inquire about something. It's most of the time there'll be several people at each booth, and somebody will speak a bit of English, so you get by one way or another. But just as I say, there is this. I call a bit of a myth, saying, all the Germans speak perfect English. It's not quite the truth. There's certainly plenty of people that do, but there's also quite a few people that don't. So you've got to keep that in mind. But having said that, the range of equipment is second to none. You'll certainly see a lot of different equipment, particularly European manufacturers. The other thing, by the way, if you are going to Friedrichshafen, which is by, I forget which lake it is, it might be Lake Constance, but it's if you're going there, first of all, I recommend you fly in via Zurich. It's about a 2-hour train trip from Zurich to get around to Friedrichshafen, around the edge of the lake. And you should do what I did, which was to stay in a town called Ravensburg, which is about 10 miles away from Friedrichshafen. And it's quite easily accessible by rail with frequent trains. Ravensburg is a lovely old city, very traditional, not bombed out in the war or anything like that. Beautiful town square. And the particular hotel I stayed at had a picture of Angela Merkel, the president of Germany, in the foyer, and she had apparently actually stayed there at one point in time. So, so that was I found that just a nice little place to visit in its own right. But if you like fishing, I think you would enjoy the fishing from the lake. There's also a Zeppelin museum, which I didn't get to see, but that would be also worth checking out when you're there. There's also they also set up a free bus to take you from the main train station out to the back of the airport where this particular exhibit hall is, which is huge, by the way. It's not just a hall; it's really a complex. And there's a few dishes there on the left, and so I think on the left there, what you just passed was actually a lot of kids trying out a lot of. There's the Swiss, a lot of kids trying out little experiments and things like that. And I've seen that at other ham fairs that I've actually gone to as well.
So how would you compare this to, say, Tokyo Ham Fair?
It's very similar at a certain level, but with more European exhibits and more. What springs to mind immediately, apart from the very, very hot weather in Tokyo, is that they had quite a number of clubs. There was a huge representation from Southeast Asian and Japanese clubs in Tokyo, and plenty of particularly Asian exhibitors. Okay, here you've got more European clubs and more European exhibitors, but you also have the main Japanese Icon, Yaesu, etc. As well. So you're in a different part of the world. You're going to get different countries being represented. Okay, but I think this is the closest thing you'll get to a pan-European shall we say, ham fest. If you are concerned about the language side of things, you might be better off going to the National Ham Fest, I forget what its name is, in England, and then you won't have any language problems whatsoever. So I'm told that ham fest is pretty big. But this was Japanese Amateur Radio League there, which is great. But it was fun. It was fun meeting a whole lot of people and wandering around, and also taking full advantage of the fact that I'm in southern Germany, which is a beautiful part of the world, and a lot of history. Some positive, some negative, obviously, but just remember as the people in my part of the world say, and also the British, don't mention the war. But otherwise, look, people are very, very friendly, helpful. Sometimes because of the language barriers, people can be, the Germans can be a little bit removed. They're nice enough people. It's just the language barrier, which is the difficulty. But those that speak English well tend to be very, very friendly and outgoing, which is good.
Oh, yeah. Looks like a big ham fest there. Did you buy anything?
No, I didn't buy anything, but they certainly had one of the things you'll notice is that they'll often, and it seems to be a European tradition, when you go to the hotels there or to these exhibits, they'll often have little sweets, little lollies for you free of charge. So you go around and you pick up sweets or wherever you go, which is a lot of fun. Quite tasty.
One of your, well, let's say, no, that was email. He wants to know if this is where germanium comes from.
Germanium? I suspect not. No, it probably has there's probably another reason why. It's probably named after somebody with the surname German, I suspect. But you probably would find some crystals, some diodes there with germanium, or is it germane? I always never say that right. But anyway, some little crystals for your crystal set with that in them. So
as far as the kits and the projects and things, would you say that they had that familiar German build quality to them, like top-notch, very, very detailed?
Yeah. Anything German is good quality in my books. I can't think of ever having seen a kit or a anything produced that was second-rate. So, yeah, if you're buying anything German, you're buying good quality in my books. I will say this, though, there probably isn't the range of kits that you would find or that come out of America. America, it seems to have a lot of different but certainly lots of equipment, some ex-war stuff as well in amongst all that. If you know your war equipment, you probably could get some interesting equipment that you probably wouldn't be able to get in America.
Oh, I bet. Yeah, there's some interesting looking devices there. Some of the stuff looks familiar. Some is, well, I hate to use the term, but totally foreign to me.
Well, I think we joked at one point in time that when I did episode 13, that some of the stuff that you were looking at the Hamfest I covered here in Melbourne, you'd actually seen at a previous Hamfest, where you were saying it's the same stuff.
Yeah.
It's just shipped around the world looking for a buyer. But yeah, so look, I hope this little video at least gives you a flavour. Because I didn't have a cameraman, I couldn't do any interviews, unfortunately. But the particular a phone that I filmed this on actually has optical. I'm trying to think what the name of it is, but it smooths out the video, takes out the bumps, which is good. So it actually gave quite a good video of the Hamfest.
Stabilization.
Yeah, optical image stabilization. It's it's quite good. The only unfortunate thing was, as I explained to you, gentlemen, I actually had the footage stored on my phone, and a couple of days later, Xiaomi, which is the phone manufacturer, sent an over-the-air update and bricked my phone, which I was not happy about. Fortunately, I'd uploaded the footage, which you just showed, to Facebook, and so I had a copy there, which I was able to show you today. So it wasn't a total loss. But yeah, look, if you're considering a trip to Europe, see if you can work in a trip to Friedrichshafen. It's a great part of the world to visit. It's it's a great place to spend a couple of days, and there's plenty of history to look at as well.
Oh, yeah.
It looks like a really nice venue. Was it air conditioned?
I believe so, yeah. I can't say I noticed it, but I didn't feel particularly hot in there, so I presume it was. By the way, I just want to give a shout out to Nigel, GM0MEJ, who I actually corresponded with via Echolink when I was there as well. So hi there, Nigel. Yeah, I believe it's air conditioned, and as I said, there are modern buses free that will take you from the train station to the actual venue, which is a state-of-the-art, just same as in Japan, state-of-the-art modern exhibition hall with this catering. We can go get a meal and a drink and whatnot. And just a different experience. You probably won't do it every year, but I recommend you do it at least once.
Yeah, I think that's definitely one of those top Hamfests of the world.
Yeah, it's on my bucket list to do one day.
Yeah, well, I've ticked off Japan, I've ticked off Friedrichshafen, so at some point Dayton will be covered.
That means something different.
Yeah,
here
it's an
in the
interesting
US.
choice of words.
Yeah, you checked off. We would say you checked off, but ticked off.
Okay, no.
Means
ticked off, yeah, whatever. To go see Dayton, people always talk about it being the biggest Hamfest. Sorry to tell you the truth, guys, but Japan is actually the biggest Hamfest in terms of attendance by a big margin. But I think in other respects, it's one of the biggest, if not the biggest in the world, out at Dayton. So it'd be good to actually see what that's like.
All right, George. Now I'm ticked off.
Yep, I could see it, Emil. I saw it coming.
Sorry, America is number 2.
Oh.
I don't know.
From here on in, it's going to be Japan first.
And square footage alone, though. Now, I don't know about the new venue, but the old one, when they were at Hara Arena, just the square footage alone of that Hamfest is off the chart.
The new one's pretty big, too.
Well, it is. It is. Yeah. Anyway, boy, we appreciate you at least capturing that video before the Chinese bricked your phone. Oh man.
It's all part of the Chinese plot.
Wow. That was, I had no idea what the Hamfest looked like, and that gives me a pretty good idea of what to expect if I went over there.
Yeah, it looks pretty nice.
Yeah, but to be honest, any excuse to get away for a holiday is always good.
Yeah.
Yep.
Can't
Yep.
argue with that.
So if you're retiring next year, you won't have holidays anymore, will you? It'll just be all one continuous holiday?
No. I probably will do at least some part-time work, but I'm just not sure of the extent or, So I'm still working out how. But I certainly won't be sitting at home doing nothing. I'll might do some study or.
Yeah.
It can go do something a bit different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that was certainly interesting. What do you think, Emil? That's a little bigger than say the Hamfest at Rain.
Yeah, definitely. And it's like a lot of interesting booths. I did notice, and I think somebody in the chat room noticed that seems to be a lot more younger involvement. Maybe.
Yeah, that's interesting. I did not notice that. But that
Did you find that to be true, Peter?
No. I think most of the major hamfests these days generally have an area set aside for youth, okay, to encourage youth to experiment with a few different things, a bit of soldering and whatnot. And so that was pretty typical from my perspective. I will say this, though, in terms of hamfest, my personal favourite is Japan. And the reason it's my favourite is because they work in a little bit of the anime culture. So some of the people actually dress up when they go to as characters. I don't know whether you've seen a little photo that I got of myself with one of the maids in Japan.
the Sheila.
That was hilarious. And
I think we call it cosplay here.
Cosplay, yeah. And there's a couple of people that do that. And so there's a little bit of that sort of modern Japanese culture in there, which is a lot of fun. And the Japanese are always very, very friendly, although they don't speak much English at all. But it is what it is.
Yeah. Cool. Well, Emil.
The Rain Hamfest is small, but it's fun. It's fun.
Oh, it is. It is. It's
seriously fun.
I bet the crawfish are much better at Rain than they would be in Germany.
Yep.
I have to say, just quickly, probably the friendliest one I've struck so far is Huntsville.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's their claim to fame, friendliest Hamfest in the world.
Yep. Yeah. So, all well worth visiting.
Oh, yeah. Well, Emil, I didn't know. Well, I kind of knew you were into audio with the music and all this kind of stuff, but I did not know that our tastes were aligned when it came to adjusting the audio on your rig.
Yeah, so I got to tell you, this month I wanted to take somewhat of a step back. Been doing a lot of pie work, and we're just getting past the summer, and it sure is noisy on those lower bands. So I took a step back to my earlier days when I first got my general ticket and just got an HF rig, all excited. And I had some Elmers that taught me how to deal with some of that noise, especially, there's a lot of people close in within a 300-mile range that we kind of rag chew with on the coast down here. And, a few of those guys taught me some tips and tricks on how to beat that noise using the rigs features with sensitivity and the audio, as you are well aware. So it can be used by some new HFers, somebody just getting on HF, or maybe even the winner of the grand prize tonight, who might be a new ham getting into HF. And so here's a tip and trick that I learned from one of my Elmers. you ever heard the noise on HF to the point where it just aggravates you? You got to do something about it. And did you know you could use the RF gain and the AF gain to find a sweet spot to help you out with that? Check this out.
It's sort of shaped like a C, a block C, and it's probably 225 feet. Yeah, if you would talking about doing that over here, if I don't miss too much on 160 with a couple guys in the club views. It seems like a couple, 4 or 5 months ago, in either CQ or QFT, they showed a fellow that I believe was New Zealand, and he had a full-wave unit, and it was running all over the place. He definitely had a lot of land to put it on. Well, I'm on a third of an acre, and I was happy when I finally figured out how to do this. I got coax going out to 9-to-1 balun, and one side of the balun is...
One of the tricks is to find the sweet spot from your RF gain and your AF gain and your AGC's speed control if you have it. So adjust those three until you find that sweet spot. I like to think of it as the AGC stops pulsing from listening to the signal versus the noise floor, and where I can smooth it out, where the noise basically just disappears, especially with strong signals, which is why I like the HF part of this. Check it out again.
How's the size of that mountain doing down there? Hurricane flattened it out. If you call a sand dune a mountain, actually there is a mountain there. Had all the debris that they bulldozed over there from the big wreckage from the hurricane over. Oh, the debris mountain, yeah, it's gone. That mountain's all gone. They're still tearing stuff down here right and left, but it all gets hauled off one load at a time and goes wherever it goes, but they're not keeping it here anymore. All right, good deal. Well, I wish you guys at least a 20-minute delay going across the ferry. That means the money's coming in. WB-20. Roger. That must have played havoc with the oyster reefs down there. I've been waiting for the months to have ours in them so I can start having local oysters again, and we're already there. Seems like all that fresh water would kill them off pretty good. Is that you, George? That is. Hello. Yeah, hello, Rob. Hello, George. Hello there, Jack. They had a real good crop last year, George.
Why not just use noise reduction? Well, I found that it introduces some pixelization or digital artifacts into the audio, which makes it a little bit harder to understand for me. Also found it reduced the fidelity of what I was listening to, pretty much probably filtering some of the highs and other frequencies. So in general, this is pretty much for strong signals. It's really to reduce the fatigue of listening to all that noise. There's no need to, especially when you're reg chewing, let's say on the lower bands, and you just want to knock out some of that noise, the most of the noise, and enjoy talking and listening. So 7.3 KE5 QUKR.
We got 2-3 in Beaumont. Let's start with KE5RTI, Benny. WB5RGH, Sam. KA5IQX, Bill. In Bridge City, KB50
That is the way to do it. Why sit there and listen to all that noise when you can just turn the RF gain reduce its sensitivity, and it's going to reduce the level coming out of the rig. Crank up your volume a little bit to compensate for that, and you don't have to listen to that constant static.
Just one thing I'll say is that whole segment was shot with the noise reduction, because the rig I have has noise reduction, and the noise blanker even, to get rid of some ignition noise or other things. All that was off.
Yeah.
So there was one of those segments where the noise floor just disappeared, and all I heard was the peaks.
Oh yeah.
And so it's good stuff to know. And that's, since if anybody's just getting into HF, you might not think of that. You might think that, just slam that sensitivity gain all the way open, otherwise you're not going to hear anybody. Well, that's just not the case, especially on the lower bands.
Yeah, you may drop the really weak signals, and you might have to adjust it back when somebody really weak is on. But don't use any more RF gain than you need, and you're not amplifying the noise. It's best if you can kill the noise at the source, which is right there, than to use some kind of filtering or DSP to take it out. Now, I use DSP. I use it judiciously, though, because I found out if you do use too much of it, you call it pixelating, I call it artifacts. You hear it adding its own unfortunate sound to the audio.
Imperfections.
Right.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And somebody in the chat room, mentioned it as well. The use of headphones, obviously, like we're doing here, and other things can all help and contribute to that. But man, get that RF gain where it needs. Find that sweet spot.
Yeah, and it also helps, particularly if you're going to be listening for a long time, because otherwise you're going to get fatigued sitting there listening to all that noise when you didn't have to.
Yeah, it really wears on your ears and give you a headache. It does me anyway.
Oh,
I
me
listen
too.
to it for a while.
Yeah.
So anyway, if you get that noise level down, it sure makes it a lot more pleasurable listening.
Yeah. Well, Emil, you had something you were going to mention tonight.
One of our buddies over at ICOM, Mr. Ray Novak,
Rockin' Ray.
Rockin' Ray posted an article about something he found, and it kind of resonates with my cheapness. He writes, George, I found a flea market LED lighting system for the at-home ham studios. Well, there you go. See, here I am. He found a quiet 12-volt DC power supply, a rig runner, five strands of LEDs, a few power pole connectors to arrange them around his room, and all for under $50. And that's the part that really struck me. Gotta hand it to him.
Yeah, I guess Ray has learned a thing or two from you about budgetary compliance. Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
Good job, Ray.
Yeah, good job, Ray. There's still more to go, and we haven't even talked about giving away that rig.
But you have to tell me what it was while we're on break.
Okay.
Heard it, worked it, logged it. It's time to get the transceiver that's best suited for your lifestyle. ICOM offers a variety of high-performance and innovative products. Make the most out of contest season with one of these ICOMs today. IC7610, the SDR every ham wants. This high-performance SDR has the ability to pick out the faintest of signals, even in the presence of stronger adjacent signals. The ICOM IC7610 is a direct sampling, software-defined radio that will change the world's definition of a SDR transceiver. RF direct sampling, 110 RMDR, independent dual receivers, and dual digicell. Or get the IC7300. Changing the way entry-level HF is designed, this high-performance, innovative HF transceiver with a compact design will far exceed your expectations. RF direct sampling, 15 discrete bandpass filters, large 4.3-inch color touchscreen, real-time spectrum scope, and SD memory card slot. Keep your competitive edge with faster processors, higher input gain, higher display resolution, and a cleaner signal. ICOM's IC7851 is the pinnacle of HF perfection. Dual receivers, digital IF filters, memory keyer, digital voice recorder, high-resolution Spectrum waterfall display, enhanced PC connectivity, and SD memory card slot. Visit ICOMAmerica.com/amateur for more information on all the great ICOM radios.
Thanks, ICOM, for sponsoring Amateur Logic. And supplying the grand prize will be given away here shortly.
Yeah, I really appreciate that.
It's been one of our most excellent sponsors.
Most excellent.
So we
One of them.
appreciate everything they do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, while we took that break, I was able to find what I was looking for here. And I think you've got a little bit of explaining to do. I did not realize that you had been perhaps moonlighting.
Uh-oh. Let's see. For me, money is not everything. I was more interested in doing good and helping people. I sure do look like Colonel Sanders there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you feel about fried chicken? Is it?
Yeah, I have no problems with fried chicken.
I'm personally all for it.
It tastes like chicken.
Right. And then, well, then I can understand that. If you really like the chicken, that's okay. But you made an appearance in a movie here, and it's been a good while. This is probably before we knew you. But, you know, the subject of music came up, and I guess maybe this is before you learned to tune it properly and what it was really for. Tell us what this is about. That wardrobe, man.
Wow, that's quite the nylon string guitar there. I'm not sure that's how you're supposed to play it.
Yeah.
It might be upside down, but yeah, I guess this was one of my gigs that got maybe a little out of control.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it works for you.
It's when you were in college, right?
That's you try certain things out when you're in college,
Yeah. Toga.
Toga.
Do we have a person to thank for these?
Oh
by any
yeah.
chance?
I think we can thank Mike the E3MIC for bringing these to the light of day.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
I'm sure he had to scour the internet to find those.
Oh yeah. But they were out there, so be careful of what you post on your social media. Even if it was 30 years before the internet. Okay.
Great.
For my segment tonight, you may remember back at Field Day, I had my IC7000 rig.
I remember
And
it like I was right there.
You were right there.
Yeah.
And I had the SDR play, and I had this little magic box right here, this MFJ SDR transceiver interface that helped me hook all that together and make it work. And so basically I had an SDR there at Field Day, but I had my non-SDR radio. And so I had all the functions. I could point and click on the screen and it tuned my rig there. And, well, let's just take a look at this. I promised that I was going to show you how I did it and the things you'd need to know to set yours up to be able to use those all in conjunction like that. Because I got to tell you, it really made Field Day a breeze. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
It was nice.
Back in episode 132 of Amateur Logic, Field Day from the South, I showed you what I was using for my ham station there, using an SDR Play Duo and an MFJ 1708B SDR switch. It worked out great. If you have not watched that video yet, I suggest you go back and watch it. Here's a link here. It will show you how I was using this setup. It's kind of necessary to know why you'd want to do the following steps. There are several other pieces that we're going to need besides what you actually saw demonstrated there. Just a couple of software pieces mainly, and one little piece of hardware. My laptop does not have a serial port on it, so I used a serial port adapter that you saw there in the video, and I built my own ICV interface to connect that serial port to my IC7000 rig. I searched around and found a circuit published by G3VGR, and it's a modified version of one that he found from OK2WY. This is a CIV interface for ICOM rigs. You know, normally today you would use a MAX 232 IC to do this, but you can use this little circuit here with just a couple of transistors and do the same thing. While it doesn't exactly meet the RS-232 specifications, it'll work just fine. And I didn't have a MAX 232 in my junk box, but I did have a couple of 2N2222As, and that's what I used. Here it is right here on the breadboard. I just stuck it on there to test out things. It took me a DB9 connector, and I actually soldered some little female headers across the rear there so that I could plug in some test leads and jump it down to the board. Now, the interface I'm going to use is this one. I don't even know what brand this is. I've had it for years. It's a USB to RS-232 adapter. It works well with my laptop, so I know that works. I need to know if this interface is going to work, though, to connect to the ICOM rig. So I'll just plug in the RS-232 adapter here to the laptop and to this interface and test it out. On the other end of the cable here, I've got an adapter right here because this is all a temporary thing for testing. This is just a female mini plug. That's what it takes on the IC7000. It's not a stereo, it's a mono plug. And I've just got an adapter to connect this up. You can see there's not much to it here. It's kind of spread out on the board, but it's just a couple of transistors and about 3 resistors, a couple of diodes, and a capacitor. If all this works out correctly, like I hope it will, then I'm going to try to mount it compact-like into the hood for a DB9 connector. I've got one here, and I've cut a little piece of strip board out that'll just fit inside of there when the connector's installed. And I hope there's enough room on this that I can mount those transistors and the assorted components. I think maybe there'll just be enough for it. And then I'll have the whole thing right here in a DB9 shell, and I can just plug that into the RS-232 interface, and I'm off to the races. And here's the finished product. It is a bit cramped, but I did get it to fit inside the DB9 connector. Now I've just got to hook it up and see if it still works. First thing we should do is go to the search panel on Windows and search for Device Manager. When we find it, we'll look down till we find Ports and drop that down with a little arrow to the left of it and look at what COM ports we have. You'll probably only see one COM port if you've got a single serial port on your computer. In my case, of course, it was the external dongle I plugged in, and that is the A10 USB to serial bridge, and it's chosen COM3. Now, these other ports down here, don't worry about them at the moment. They came from something else. So we just want to find our serial device on the computer and determine what COM port it is. In this case, it is COM3. Now we'll connect our interface to our rig, in my case an IC7000, and we'll use Ham Radio Deluxe or FL Digi or whatever we want, set it up for COM3, and make sure that we've got communications working between our rig and the computer. And I highly recommend that you pull up the documentation for your SDR Uno software and search for the chapter on cat commands. Here we'll give you all the details you need to know to set it up. Once you have that working, you'll want to grab a couple of software packages. The first one is OmniRig. It's at dxatlas.com/OmniRig. This allows you to send cat commands to different radios regardless of the actual commands of the radio. This kind of standardizes it into a library that will allow you to talk with almost any program to any rig. You'll also need a virtual serial port driver because there's no real serial port in our SDR Play RSP Duo. This driver will allow us to communicate with the SDR Play using a virtual COM port. This part can be a little confusing, so just try to hang in here and I'll try to make sense out of what's happening. We know there's really only one serial port in this computer, and that is COM3. And we've got it connected to our IC7000 or whatever ham rig we're using. So on OmniRig, I'm going to set up rig 1. I'm going to choose the type of rig I've got, and there's a lot of different choices here, but I am choosing my rig, the IC7000 V2. And we choose the serial port, which is COM3. That's the actual serial port in this computer. And we'll set baud rate, data bits, parity, stop bits, all of these other settings as I've got them set here, or to match the settings that are in your rig. If you have trouble communicating, you might drop the baud rate down to something a little bit slower. 19,200 seemed to work fine for me. That's got our HF rig connected to a real serial port. Now we'll need to set up a pair of virtual serial ports that we can use with the SDR Play's SDR Uno software. So I'm creating 2 virtual ports here, or one pair. I'm going to create one on COM6, and the other will be COM4. For rig 2 of OmniRig, I've selected COM4, and I've set the rig type to TS480. The SDR Uno software uses the same cat commands as Kenwood rigs, and they suggest a TS480 as a good place to start. And I've set up baud rates and such. And that's one of my virtual pair. The other is COM6. COM6 is going to be used with SDR Uno. On the SDR Play RX control window, we choose the Set button, and then we choose the Cat tab. Right here is where we set it to COM6, and we choose a baud rate that matches what we had specified in OmniRig. And we choose Enable and Connect. Now, the rig and SDR Play should track each other. When we change frequency on one, the frequency should change on the other, as well as a few other settings. And that's how it's done. Now, it's going to take you a little experimenting to get this right with your setup, but this is basically what you're going to be doing. Play with the different COM port settings. You'll eventually find the ones that work right for you. Be sure to use your MFJ 1708B SDR transmit receive switch or one of their other TR switches so that you can safely combine both receivers and your transmitter at the same time.
That's how I did it.
That's all you have to say about that, huh?
Pretty much. I could go on, but but why?
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That, as far as for field day operations, it was very awesome.
It worked out great. Much smoother than I would have expected. Once I got it going, I didn't have any problems. It just worked.
Yeah, it's cool. I really should set that up on mine.
You should.
Yeah, same here.
You had something to discuss tonight that looked a little dangerous to me.
Yeah, it was a Facebook post. I didn't do an email this time, and it's actually not really 100% amateur radio, but I thought it was kind of fascinating.
Well, it does have radio in it.
It does. This is from this Facebook post from Joe Campbell. He said, "My dad worked at the Oak Ridge National Labs X10 plant for 42 years. If it was radioactive, he worked with it. It found a small bottle with a small shielded bottle inside with a radioactive label on it. Closed it up, moved it to the far corner of the house. I can't blame him for that. He ordered a Geiger counter. The container was safe. An isotope for medical use whose half-life made it dead now. I did find a hot source in the house. The Geiger counter started clicking. It was a small glass vase. It says uranium glass. And he posted this little video here I looked up those little Geiger counters. That's fascinating to me. You can get that for about $35. It's a little kit. They had them on Amazon.
Wow.
But anyway, that's pretty cool. I thought it was fascinating. We have detectors at work. I work at a steel plant, and sometimes people will bring pipe in to recycle it from oil fields, and they'll drop a piece of radioactive material down there to do some testing. And if they bring that stuff in, those things go off, and it's like a big deal. They can't accept it.
Oh,
And they're so sensitive that one lady had, I think it's a thyroid test where they make you take that pill. And when they drove in, the guy brought her in with him to work one day to do something, to pick something up, and it set the machines off over there. That's how sensitive they are. But anyway, I thought that was pretty fascinating. Almost makes me want to get one of those little kits and put it together and see if there's anything in my house like that.
So what if there wasn't? Would you have to go find something then? So
I could test it?
Yeah.
Or take it out and leave it at work?
oh yeah, I guess you can do that.
Luckily, that doesn't happen very often.
Yeah.
But I thought it was kind of neat, though.
It was. That was kind of neat. Well, I think we have probably put it off as long as we can. Although we've only had this radio, the real radio, sitting here for a few days.
Well, since I'm not eligible to win this one, I can't take it home. Can I take the other one?
You can have this one right here. Oops. Sorry. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Maybe we can pack that one in this one and ship it.
I don't know. I think we want a little more packing.
That's what we call the light version of the radio.
Exactly.
Very.
Yeah.
That's if you're into flat ham radio.
Yeah. That's a cardboard defined radio.
And
That's
it's 100% recyclable. Made from recycled material.
And green too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't use much energy at all.
No, that's
Or at
true.
all.
And it's rock solid frequency wise. I mean, I think we had it
It's
here
only got one frequency.
for a month or so. It never drifted whatsoever.
None.
And the screensaver never shut off.
Yeah.
I don't know if you should classify that as rock solid.
Does it generate any heat?
It's box hollow.
Yeah. Well,
Never needs repair.
no, not so far.
Just some tape will take care of it.
Yeah. And if you scratch the display on it, you can just print out another one. Glue it right on there. Well, I guess it's time we get serious. No, that doesn't never happen.
Yeah, we'll do the best we can, though.
We really appreciate you joining us tonight.
Oh, yeah. It's great.
Yeah, it's a pleasure.
Yeah.
It's nice to have also something to bring in and to show you a little bit, which is good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. How many mystery guest appearances have we had in 14 years?
That,
I don't know.
I don't know. He may be the first.
But yeah, look, as I say, it's nice to be invited. Thank you.
Oh, well, you're welcome. And, anytime you're welcome to drop in, and whether you got something to show or not.
Yeah, it's always good to hear
Oh,
from
that's
you.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Well, what are we giving away?
Well, it's funny you should ask. We're giving away this radio right here, which happens to be an ICOM IC7300 transceiver, courtesy of ICOM America.
And of course, it's a software-defined radio. The first one released by one of the Japanese amateur radio manufacturers. This thing really set the bar way up there for an entry-level rig.
Oh, yeah.
Less than $1,000 now on the street. This is probably the most popular radio out there at the moment. I think.
Say that's probably very accurate.
Yeah, that's why we had the cardboard model over here, is because they're just flying off the shelves.
Not the cardboard ones, the real ones.
The real ones. you know, it's got RF direct sampling system in it, great RMDR and phase noise characteristics, built-in spectrum scope, audio scope as well, touchscreen display. Look at the display, you find a signal you want to listen to, just tap it and you're right there, right, Tommy?
Absolutely.
Boy, what built-in?
George,
Yeah.
George, I didn't catch the model number though. What was the? Because there's several different models that Icon make.
Oh, yeah.
Which particular one is this one?
It's IC 7300.
Yep.
7300. Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Yep. I mean, seriously, it is a great performer in this price category. I don't know of anything else that really comes close. And it's a real-time spectrum scope, too. I mean, you know, the signals you're seeing are in sync. It's not like it samples and then displays something. No, it's full time.
Yeah. When you get used to using that spectrum scope on there, man, you just want to punch the screen on the other ones that don't.
Well, you saw after using one, all the trouble I had to go through for field day since I didn't have an IC 7300. Yet, you know, once you've used something like that, hard to go back. Built-in and automatic antenna tuner, SD memory card slot for voice and data storage. Does all the traditional modes you'd look for in HF radio. Of course, covers 6 meters as well. And it's got the USB port on the back, so you can interface it just like you did
To your rig Pi.
to your Rig Pi or whatever you want to get audio in and out of it, control.
Yeah, you can do your digital modes without having to have another interface box.
Yep. So.
And I presume you can use Ham Radio Deluxe with it.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Probably most any of the software packages support it. And being that it's software-defined radio, they release firmware updates for it occasionally to add new features or, you know, improve performance. So, like I say, it's really been a game changer when it comes to software-defined radio.
It really hurt my feelings to have to give mine back.
Well, it did too, and it wasn't really yours, but
No.
it wasn't really mine either. We got to use some the first year that they were out for field day and made believers out of us.
Yep.
Also, we're going to need an antenna to go with that. And what would you recommend?
Well, based off of my field day experience over the last few years, I would recommend the MFJ 1836H cobweb antenna. That's a great performer, and it takes up a fairly small amount of space considering.
And this is the 6-band model, covers 20, 17, 15, 12, 10, and 6 meters. There's also a model that adds 40 meters to it. It's a full half-wave cobweb antenna, great for restricted spaces and portable operation. Really, this thing had outstanding performance.
It did. It really surprised me how well it worked. I made actually every contact I made at field day the last couple of years were on it.
Yeah, needs no radials, and it even works great at low heights. Low in cost, big on performance. This is another one of those things that's hard to beat. If you've got a small area or you need an antenna that's fairly portable, easy to put up, this is the one right here, the MFJ 1835 cobweb, 1836H cobweb.
Yeah, that's better.
That's better. That's the actual number for it. The number has changed since I made this video. This is the first one. The one we're giving away is actually the high power model of this.
Oh, okay.
So it's a great antenna.
Yeah.
Of course, you're going to need a power supply to go with that too, Tommy. And is there anything you could recommend?
Well, you know, this is a pretty nice one I got sitting here in front of me on the table.
Well, that's mine. I'm keeping it.
Well, how about one like it?
Okay.
An MFJ 4230 DMP, 12 volt and 30 amp power supply. Another one courtesy of MFJ Enterprises.
Yeah, and it's mighty light too.
It is.
And compact portable. We've used those at field day for the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, I've got the analog version of it.
Yeah.
Very nice little supply, and it literally is mighty light.
Yeah, it's hard to believe it packs 30 amps too. That's all you need for a 100 watt HF rig.
Yep.
Also, you might, the rig comes with a hand mic, naturally, but you might want to, say, an upgrade. You might want to use this on your desk and want a desk mic, Emil. Wouldn't that be maybe a good thing?
I mean, especially one from Heil,
Yeah.
If something
like that one.
If somebody had one they wanted to give away with it.
How about a Heil ICM microphone, the new BK version? This is, or BG, maybe that's what it is. Let me see. Yeah, I don't have it written down. I think it's
this one right here.
It's the brand new model. It's instead of gray, this one is black with a gold windscreen on it. It's got the built-in push-to-talk button, so you can key it right here. Or it's got the connector already installed, so it fits ICOM rigs. There's also a connector right here where you can plug in a foot switch or a hand trigger or whatever you want to use for push-to-talk with it. And this is a special electric microphone Heil's designed just for use with ICOM rigs. It's got a little more output than a standard microphone, so it matches up good with ICOM
Yeah,
radios.
it's a good looking mic too.
It is. Boy, classic. And what else? We still
Well,
hadn't hooked this thing
Well,
up.
we got a radio, we've got a power supply, we've got an antenna sitting out in the yard. We really need to connect it to.
That's
So
a good
what
idea.
about 100 feet of coax?
Like
RG8X, courtesy of MFJ Enterprises as well. Oops, sorry, that
Okay.
was kind of loud, wasn't it?
now that sounds like a good deal to me. 100 feet ought to reach.
And this is not the actual coax. So
No, and that's not nearly 100 feet
and
either.
it's not nearly RG8X either.
No,
But you'll get the real deal.
you will. And you might, I don't know, you might want to know what time it is.
Yeah, or you may want to
Yeah.
get reminded of the ID every 10 minutes.
If you act now, we're going to
wait.
throw in, this MFJ 148RC radio controlled clock. It shows,
But wait, there's more.
two
Steak
displays.
knives?
Huh?
Steak knives?
No steak knives.
Oh.
But we'll talk to Martin and see. Maybe. There, two simultaneous displays on it. I set one for my local time, Central Time here, and you can display 12 or 24 hours on it. As a matter of fact, there's a switch right there.
Yep. Got a switch for
Yep.
daylight savings time.
Switch to cover daylight savings time. And on the other side, I put UTC because that's the two times I'm interested in being a ham.
That's how I have mine set.
It's got the WWV receiver built into it, so it automatically adjusts the time itself. Built-in backlight so you can see it in the dark. And there's a 10-minute ID timer on it, so it'll send you a little beep every 10 minutes to let you know it's time to identify.
And it's right on the money too, every 10 minutes.
It is right on the money. So,
Yeah, it's great. I like mine too. It's big enough I don't have to put my glasses on to see what time it is.
yep. And to enter the contest, we were just asking that you were, you're licensed. We didn't say what class. Well, if you win this rig, you're going to want at least a general class license.
Definitely.
If you got a general already, you might want to upgrade to extra.
Yeah. What if I'm already an extra?
Well, you might just want to, say, give a technician book to someone to help them get started. And there's no better books to study for your ham exam. You see how I did that, wasn't that?
That was a really smooth transition
Yeah.
right there.
Our friend Gordo, WB6NOA, writes the best ham radio study guides here for the United States. He's got general class, technician class, extra class, whatever license you're studying for. Gordo covers it in detail here. All the questions in the pool, and these are up to date. As a matter of fact, this one is pretty much brand new right here.
Yeah.
They've just released a new general pool.
And they're not just the questions and the answers. There's
No.
a good explanation for each one of them in there.
Yep. And Gordo, color pictures, drawings, good details and extra tips so that you won't only know the answer, you'll know why that's the answer.
That's very important.
Yeah.
Yep.
Without a doubt, the best amateur radio study material that's out there. We highly recommend Gordon West Amateur Radio Study Guides from our friends at w5yi.org.
Yep. Thanks to those guys for providing those.
Oh yeah, they have a number of other books though that I did not realize they were the publishers.
Oh, yeah.
We'll talk about some of those in the future because I think you'll like some of them.
Awesome.
And one final deal to sweeten the pot here, Tommy.
Wait, Emil, but wait, there's more.
Yep. You know, Tommy, I have the issue that my PL259s on that coax don't match the windscreen on my microphone.
But we've got some color coordinated ones here.
Boy, we do,
If
don't
we could get them out from behind the guests there.
That's just like a perfect match, isn't it?
Perfect. We'll throw in a pair of those too.
That's the AmateurLogic commemorative
Faux
faux
gold.
Yep.
Really not recommended to run RF through those though.
No, but they're nice to look
And
at.
they're stylish.
They are very stylish. You might want to make a nose ring out of one.
Possibly. I hear people do that.
I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. I'm still
Well,
waiting.
it seems like a good idea.
At least it did at the time anyway.
Yeah, at the time. Could be
All right.
painful.
So what more could you want? You know, the whole rig there, from plugging it in the wall to hooking it to the antenna and grabbing the mic and talking. Everything.
That's the
you
full
need.
package.
That is the full deal. I guess we're going to have to give it away. And right before the show tonight, we drew a random number.
Wait, I can pull the name out of the hat.
You can?
Yeah, that's it.
You got the hat's right there. Okay. Yep. Oh. Well, that's a random entry right there.
Yeah, I just so happen to have a random entry.
So who is going to be this year's lucky winner?
The lucky winner, as soon as I put my spectacles on, Earl Griffith, WA4 KBT. He's an amateur extra, and he's from the great state of Tennessee. So
Okay.
congratulations, Earl.
Well,
Congratulations.
WA4 KBT.
We'll be getting in touch with you right away and be shipping this out to you. I know you're going to enjoy it. And hey, email, he's probably close enough. Once he puts up that antenna, we can talk to him.
yep. Sounds like it.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's exciting. He's going to have fun time Thanksgiving. I don't know if he's retired or works or whatever, but
Yeah.
he's off for Thanksgiving and have a lot of fun
Yep.
during the break.
Yeah, you're going to like that, Earl. And thanks to everyone who entered the contest.
And thanks to the great sponsors, MFJ,
Heil Sound.
ICOM America, and
And,
W5YI,
Yep. And
Gordon
Gordo.
West.
Yep. And the Chinese for the connectors. Well, I don't know if they're really sponsors, but we.
Yeah, I'm not sure you really consider those real connectors. They're almost like faux connectors too.
Well, yeah. So anyway, wow. Well, that was a lot of fun, and for the last several years, these sponsors have contributed to this prize for our anniversary special,
Yep.
and we really appreciate them and all they do.
But if you didn't win this contest, we
You
just
could win
moved right
another.
into another contest. So don't forget about the Rig Pod contest that's going on at the same time.
Yep. If you go to AmateurLogic.TV/contest, you could win an MFJ 1234 Rig Pie.
Rig Pie.
Rig Pie.
Yeah.
This is gonna be a short contest here. There's only a month to enter. You've got to have your entry in by, when did I say,
November the
14th?
14th.
So get them in right away. You only enter once, and we'll be awarding this to someone next month.
Yep.
If Earl's lucky, he could win this too and operate his rig remotely.
That would be pretty cool. It would
Yeah.
be quite the coincidence.
It would be.
But he's certainly qualified.
Well, he is. Yeah. We read the qualifications earlier, so, AmateurLogic.TV/contest. Get the details right there. Well, let's see. A couple of more things we want to talk about here. I know, Email, you were wanting to do a contest yourself. We were talking about that. Seems like I noticed you
He looked
raised
kind of
eyebrows
surprised.
there.
We did?
Yeah. Thanks to Email, I don't know if we can do this, Email, but it would make a nice cheap old contest. It is.
Nice.
Yeah.
The big league bait casting line.
Big league bait casting line to get your antenna wire up, and of course your antenna clothesline.
A good set of rabbit ears.
Good set of rabbit ear antennas. A pair of 600 ohm headphones, which will match good to that surplus rig there that I can't even identify. And hopefully it'll run off 12 volts, because we've got a genuine used computer power supply right there to power it with. And there's also a handy flight case for packing it
Yeah.
and taking it to your next
and
event.
for putting your extra shoes in.
And if you'd like to win that, well, you probably need to get in contact with Email, or maybe VE3MIC.
Yeah.
He might know something about this.
He may know a little bit about it. That's pretty awesome.
Part of that contest is that you're going to be stranded on that island.
Yeah,
Iota, whether you want it or not.
yeah.
Actually, it doesn't look like a bad place.
No, unfortunately, there's no microphone or key, so you won't be able to communicate with anyone, but you can listen.
Well, that's half the battle.
It's probably in the case.
Oh, okay. All right.
Nice.
Yeah.
What was nice was the look on your face when you said you were doing a contest.
I am?
Yeah. No, really, that is a faux contest.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Yeah, nobody took that serious.
Tommy, we don't have any photos here this month from viewers, but we have a swag store,
We do have a swag store.
and you can get all your great Amateur Logic swag right there. It's not just T-shirts and hats anymore.
No?
We've also now got the mugs,
But-
AmateurLogic.TV,
Yeah.
coffee mug, or Ham College,
Or both.
or both. It's either left-handed or right-handed. So there's that.
Yeah. We've got caps, ball caps, backpacks, jackets. I don't even remember all the stuff I put on there. We've got some Ham College swag on there as well. So a lot of the viewers that watch Amateur Logic watch Ham College as well. So we've got Ham College VE shirts on there. So that was by request.
Mm-hmm.
We've got the Anode Rules ball caps
Yep.
on there.
Oh, that's right. I forgot all about those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You need to get you one of those.
Probably so. Probably so.
So anyway, some of the stuff that you guys have given us ideas for or submitted requests, we've finally got around to putting those on the store. So a lot of
Did
new
you get my
stuff.
request for the pre-dog chewed ones?
Yeah,
No, we were going to run those through you, though, so that you
Yeah.
could.
Just send them over.
Yeah.
yeah,
I got
for an
some
extra
hardware
fee,
over
if
here.
you want something like that, just have it drop shipped to Emil.
Yeah.
But anyway, AmateurLogic.spreadshirt.com and check that out. There's a lot of cool new stuff on there.
And you mentioned the different products that we have. This is one that was introduced last month right here, and it's already hit the magazines. They jumped right on it.
I'm not surprised. It's bleeding edge stuff.
Yeah. High Tech Times called it Best New Product of the Year. It's the AmateurLogic Cranial Cooler. You might remember last month. This is the hat that Mike designed for us. It has the little fan on the front of it and the solar cell mounted on the back. And it really helps out at field day just to keep a cool breeze, to blow that sweat right in your eyes. So
It's awesome. It actually was a functional cap. It was very cool.
it actually works. Yeah, it does work. So, Mike, I don't know where you come up with this stuff from, but I think you hit a winner there. Even, a comment I made about it during last month's show kind of caught the attention of Popular Science.
Oh, that's you can backfeed into the sun.
Right, recharging the sun. I reckon that if you held that thing up in a wind, it could recharge the sun using reverse osmosis on that photocell.
What? Oh
So,
my!
Right away, 2 magazines picked up on the story there. So
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the early bird gets the worm on stuff like that. So the first one with the news.
And I noticed Peter's wondering, what the heck. There is really such a thing. Mike made one.
If you hadn't watched last show, watch
Yeah.
it. There's a commercial on there for it.
Yeah.
I've got some big news here from here in Australia. The amateur radio license condition, which is a thing called the LCD, has been changed by an omnibus amendment, Instrument 2019 number 1, with immediate effect. And these are big changes here in Australia. To briefly summarise, number 1, all restrictions on emission modes have been removed for all licensees. So you can use any emission mode you like, right? Restrictions on permitted transmission bandwidths have been removed for all licensees, with the exception of the 2200 metre and 630 metre bands, which only advanced licensees can use. There's been we've lost, I think, about 25 megahertz on the 3 gigahertz band, but that's not huge. And all licensee classes now have the same spectral power density limits of 1 watt per 100 kilohertz for wide bandwidth transmissions. Now, I should stress there that there are no band changes or changes to power limits. Now, to cut a long story short, what this means is, fundamentally, is that foundation licensees, the lowest class in Australia, can now use digital modes, and that's huge because they'll now be able to go and play with things like FT8, SSTV, and so on and so forth. And so, I encourage the everybody to go out and check the Wireless Institute's website, have a look at the new rules, and take advantage of what is, shall we say, a relaxation of the rules around amateur radio here in Australia.
Yeah, you guys have been ahead of us several years with your foundation licenses. We're discussing a similar class here in the U.S. these days now.
Yeah. I would, my personal view on, shall we say, the digital, being able to use the digital modes is that, I think it's a great thing. I think it's what young licensees want to do with amateur radio. So I would encourage the American authorities and when they're considering introducing this license to actually, from day one, give the licensees the ability to use digital modes, because I think that'll be a great encouragement for young people to get involved in the hobby.
If you want to catch up with us during the month, where can you do that?
Well, we're on. You caught me off guard because I was looking to see if the guy that won the stuff was in the chat room. Facebook.com/group/AmateurLogic.TV.
You can follow us on Twitter at AmateurLogic.
And we also have a new group.
Groups.io group.
Yeah. AmateurLogic. It's groups.io/G/AmateurLogic. That was by popular request.
Yeah. And we post before each episode on there and a little in advance so that you know, hey, if you want to watch live, you can catch it at this time. Before we get out of here, let's just go around the horn. Tommy, any final thoughts for our audience tonight?
No, it's been a fun show. It's been a fun 14 years, and I appreciate all you guys that I don't want to say worked, but had a good time with for the last 14 years in some part, and looking forward to a lot more. And congrats to Earl, the winner of the contest this time.
And his call sign again?
Whiskey Alpha 4 Kilo Bravo Tango.
Well, I'll ditto everything Tommy said. Emil, any final thoughts from you tonight?
Well, great to see Peter, and keep up the great work on the comments, buddy. I think you might save the planet one day.
Yeah.
Well, you never know. One of those comets could well, if you when they work out its orbit, could well come very close to Australia, to the world, and it could be useful actually knowing of its existence. You might be able to do something about it in advance. So you never know.
Yeah.
Yeah. And congrats to the winner, and thanks to all the sponsors and you guys. Where would we be without you guys and Jimmy and kickstarting this thing? So thanks, guys.
Peter, thanks for joining us to celebrate tonight. 14 years, wow! And you were here for a lot of them.
A lot, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, look, it was I've moved on to other things, okay, and but I'm always happy to drop by occasionally and say hello.
Thanks for being here, man, and do join in again sometime. Anytime you want to, you got an open invitation, and we'll make a point to reach out to you every now and then to find out what's been going on down there, because who knows, we might need that common information really, really seriously here.
Yeah, if you get any inside scoop on that, be sure to let us know first.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to fill you in very quickly on that, I'm waiting on some confirmation of some further comments. But after that, that's basically it. That'll be. I don't see myself as having a continuing role in astronomy. It was just a little area that I was dabbling in for a little while. So, but I might move on to getting back into ham radio a bit more and concentrating on some sort of ham radio related projects. We'll see what we can come up with.
Well, it's all fun, isn't it?
Yes.
Speaking of fun, George, not to be selfish or anything, but at least if we had some more, 1 or 2 or 3 people doing some segments and providing some things, then maybe Mike VV3MIC could have some other footage of other people.
Even if you don't know how to play the guitar or hold it,
Sure.
No, and Mike's going to be with us again soon here. I can tell you he's working on something. Who knows?
He's always working on something.
Yeah.
Which I always look forward to seeing what he comes up with.
Yep. Thanks for being here, everyone. We really appreciate you sticking with us 14 years. And who knows, maybe another 14.
I hope so.
I hope so. By then, as well, I won't go into the whole ZZ Top thing. We've already been over that before.
We've done that.
All right. 7-3, everyone.
Yep.
And just again.
Yep, 73s.
73, everybody. Good night.
7-3.
Good night.
See, Don liked that one.
I'm watching live feed. We're on the previously recorded black screen.
Okay, here's what's going on. We are trying to get rolling here, but run into a couple of little technical issues, which has never happened before. But
Tonight.
it could happen tonight.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
The
All right, we're live, guys.
I think we
So-
started something.
Oh, hey.
Check. 1 2 1 2. Hello, 1 2 3 1 2 3. We'll be rolling shortly. We've got 3 hours and 45 minutes to go. So
Is my audio still working?
yeah. Do y'all hear Tommy?
Okay.
I hear him twice.
Yeah.
Do you hear me?
Tommy sounds twice as good.
I hear you guys twice also.
Well, it could happen that way.
Good.
Oh, I've got to go. Yeah, I think I know where some of that twice is coming from.
Okay.
Anyway, go back to telling the knock jokes, Mike.
No.
They quit answering.
No, I'm watching. Okay, one more, since you insist.
1 second echo. One.
You've been watching too many Muppet episodes.
Hey, you can't watch too many of those.
Especially.
Do you remember the count on those Wendy's commercials?
No.
Mm-mm.
When Wendy's used to have hot dogs at one time.
I don't remember that.
Me.
That's right, Spike. Dave's not here, man.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Well, anyway, we will be having a show here shortly. And
This is the part most people like.
yeah, well, that's a really good thing.
I hope Arnie's in there.
Oh yeah, Arnie's in there for sure.
Okay. Well, y'all don't all talk at once now, because I'm not. I don't think I can.
1 2 3 1. Oh, holy moly.
Having to gaffer tape my microphone cord to the table.
I'm gonna have to figure out how to figure out who. I'm getting twice the laugh, but twice the fright.
I just had a honeymooner's flashback. You know, when that
they do that stick. I know that you know that you know that I know.
Say
Yes.
what? You're hurting Tommy's head.
Yeah, I think we're all hearing each other. Twice in a second delay.
Well, yeah,
I didn't do it.
you know, with all the testing we did before the show tonight,
I turned my mic off to make sure it wasn't coming from here.
Nigel says, George, I can only see email half of his head.
which half do you want to see, Nigel?
Which half?
Yeah.
The good half or the bad half?
Okay, I'm trying to get in the chat room too here.
I told him flat out it's probably best.
I can see. Is this
1, 2,
even
1, 2,
from tonight? Did Tom just post something? Was he the last person? There's Glenn. Email is good now. Well, I didn't.
Define good.
Yeah. I didn't change anything. How did that happen?
What happened?
I know what the problem is. I've only got 3 mice here, and last year I had 4.
Oh, and they're not color.
Well, I do have a touchpad
That's
over
because
here.
Tommy has your 4th one.
Present and accounted for.
Okay. I need to step away just a moment before we get started. Yeah, we're only 20 minutes late, so in AmateurLogic
time.
hours,
If
you
you
know.
if you add that hour that I told everybody that it was on at 8 Central Time.
Yeah. Well, they got to watch the pre-show, I guess. All right, let's get a quick level check. Tommy, let me look at my levels first. I look a little bit low. Check. That's close enough for me. Tommy, let me hear you.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Check 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, email, let me hear you.
Alrighty then. It is 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check.
And you kind of cut out on me there. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, I'm hearing the cut. Well, I stop talking actually when I hear myself talk.
And Mike, let me hear you.
Mill. Read my lips. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay. Are y'all going to be able to work like that? If you're not, it's just too bad, but I thought I'd at least ask.
How did this work? Mike, you called me?
No, I called everybody.
Oh, okay.
Are you sure? You didn't sound sure.
Well, I remember it said, when it was said Mike, when it, yeah, and it's cutting out because I keep talking.
You're not by chance feeding some of the audio back into your mixer. The only thing that's feeding Skype is your microphone, right?
And Jordan, I'm seeing your audio out of sync with the video.
My audio was out of sync with the video.
Yeah, it looks like a bad dubbed movie.
You're not going Milli
I know what you
Vanilli on
mean.
us over there, are you?
Huh?
Trying to do the lip sync thing.
Well, Tommy, clap your hands, and y'all watch him on the feed I'm sending you, not him. Says the same, about the same delay.
I would say so, except for the echo.
Yeah, I did.
Right. It's like a 1 second. After that, 1 second.
Email you. I don't know what it is, but they are okay, but you are keep cutting out.
Oh.
Well, I say they're okay. That's a relative phrase, but
I'm glad we clarified that.
sync is good in Illinois, Kevin says.
And
Mike's out of sync.
George, you're the only one that doesn't repeat on my end.
Hold, please.
Okay. Yeah, the issue is there is actually a delay before I'm sending it back to you, and you are hearing them direct as well as hearing the audio I'm sending you. So let me think. How can I?
Yeah, you have no echo here.
I don't have any here either. But I know why. It's because I'm sending the Skype audio back down the line. And if I can decide how to stop that, I will, but I don't.
Bless you, bless you.
Hey,
All right. Y'all start talking.
I'll be back.
And when and keep doing it till I get back.
And whoever makes the first mistake loses. It's kind of hard to talk when you're hearing yourself coming back.
Yeah, that's why I stopped talking.
It reminds me of the old long distance calls when they used the microwave trunks instead of the fiber.
You have to talk real fast.
Sometimes the echo suppressors would get messed up.
Wait, we can probably sync this. Hold on, let's see. Boop, boop, B, E, boop,
Oh, we got Marty in the chat room now. Okay, what's the problem, Marty? Yeah, I know my video is choppy. I don't know what that is.
One, two, three.
I'm gonna try one thing.
One thing.
Yeah, for those that are out there waiting, the Spreadshirt stuff's been messed up if you've been on the store. They changed servers and lost a bunch of our designs in the process. I've been trying to put them back, so if you go out there and you're looking for something, one guy was looking for the cups. I'm trying to get all that stuff restored where they lost it, so it's taking me a little time.
I didn't get any of that.
Which time? I said it twice. My audio's broken and distorted. Is it really? It sounds fine here.
Hey, with that echo, I can do my own knock-knock jokes.
No.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, what happened? Oh, we lost Mike.
Yeah, I hung up a minute ago and just redialed in, but bum.
Okay, I know what the
Sorry
problem
about that.
is, and I'm going to have to pull up another cable here, but rather than make everybody sit by that or sit through that, if we can get started, and when you guys go to talk, just stick your fingers in your ear so you don't hear yourself. No. Yeah. Well, or turn the volume down real low, and maybe it won't distract you as bad. And we've got a video coming up here pretty quick, and when we do that, I'll make the changes I need to make. Will that work?
Yeah, we'll make it work.
Both
Okay.
times.
Huh? Say again, Tommy?
He said, we'll make it work. We'll make it work. Yeah, that's fine.
All right. So, a couple of settings here. Maybe we're ready to go. We don't have an intro tonight. We're just going to jump in sort of with both feet all at once. And we want to welcome everyone for being with us tonight. We don't do a New Year's show, but I don't know, maybe once a year. So, we've lost Mike. When did we lose him?
Before you sat back down.
Okay. Well, let me see if I can get him back.
Did you say we don't do a New Year's show?
Yeah. No, we don't do a New Year's show but once a year, so I'm a little out of practice.
Okay.
All right. And we're doing it completely different this year than we normally do it. And that's because we got, so many extra people, and we've got some extra gear here that we've never used before that just showed up like, I don't know, a couple of days before the show, or maybe it's just one day. So it hasn't completely been.
I got mine in yesterday.
Yeah. If you look at your contact list, do you see if Mike is on there, Tommy, or is he not?
Yeah.
Will Skype allow you to add him to the call?
I'll try. Actually, it shows he's in here.
Yeah, Nigel, we will be calling you to be shortly. And we'll have a word with you and see what's going on over there in the UK. My audio is full fidelity. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not. If they can stand it. Do you see how to do it, Tommy?
Here.
Yeah, it says calling him, but he's not answering.
Oh,
Let me check with him here.
Yeah, it may not be calling from the. I may have to do it since I initiated the call, is what I'm trying to say that won't come out. Oh, and how can I even do that like this? Yeah, that's the problem with this new one not having a preview in it, is you got to do everything on the air. All right, I'm calling him again.
Hello, radio.
Where'd you go?
Network issue, I think.
Okay.
There he is.
Okay.
Oh, no. The echo's still there.
Oh, yeah, it won't be gone yet. It'll be gone after I get to a good quitting place here, but rather than make everyone endure with us troubleshooting, let's just get on into it. And if y'all will turn your volume down in your ears, we're going to play a video here in just a minute. So anytime we're doing a show live, we've got a chat room going on at the same time. And I don't know, you might like to check it out and see what everyone's talking about in there. Tonight, I haven't been able to watch it very close. Have you guys been checking it out, see what they're talking about?
Yeah, I've got it up here. That's a pretty nice little crowd in there already.
Yeah. It's AmateurLogic.TV/chat. If you're watching live, you can go there and check out the chat room, see what's going on in there. It's always some kind of hijinks, one way or another. Yes, everyone should have their sedatives handy by now, because you may really need them before the night's out.
I may need some.
Yeah. Well, I guess I should, we've got different sponsors for the show tonight. And apparently I do not have them queued up as I thought I did. So let me get them real quick. Let's just go around the horn and see what everybody's been up to. Tommy, how was your Christmas?
Oh, it was great. We had a good time. It was kind of quiet here. Just my immediate family, my wife and son. But we traveled a little bit this last week. Went to visit some of Sabrina's family. We had a great Christmas, like usual.
Yeah. I just crashed the switch.
How about yours?
How about mine? How was my Christmas? It was good.
Yeah.
It was very good. My son and his boys didn't get here till last night, so I was visiting with them a little earlier today, and they'll be here some this week. The rest of the family was here all this past week, so we're still kind of still having Christmas here. How about you, Emil?
We had a great time. We went over
and had a time playing some games and outside. The weather was great here, so we just had a great. It's always good to get together with everybody.
Yeah, we didn't get much of that, but Tommy, will you
But
translate?
it sounded good though.
Yeah. Mike, what about Christmas up there a little nearer to the North Pole than us?
It was good, George. Went and got my sister and his girlfriend on Christmas Day. We had a little bit of snow left on the ground, about 4 inches or so, whereas everybody lost theirs. It was pretty mild the last couple of weeks, so if it wasn't for all the accumulation we had, we wouldn't have had a white Christmas either.
Yeah, we haven't seen any snow here this year, but that's most years we don't by Christmas. It'll be January or maybe later if we have
If
any
we
at
get
all.
in at all.
Yep. Well, just as a side note here, the only recording of tonight's show is going to be via our friends at YouTube. So this won't be edited. And that wasn't the intention when we started tonight, but it's kind of the way it's working out here.
Oh, and do we have the family show disclaimer?
No, we don't. You know, that might not. That's one of those things we didn't think about, and I'm kind of scrambling over here. So anytime you guys want to say something, go ahead. Please go ahead.
Well, you know, I got something.
Oh,
The other Christmas happening, and we happened to go to theater to a play, a musical version of the story movie.
yeah, we're not getting much of that.
Oops.
It's pretty bad.
That's tough. The
Yeah.
built-in echo filter's not working that well.
No,
Wait, maybe we need a couple drinks in us so we'll get a better understanding of Emil talking.
yeah, I need something to go in this mug here. All right. So let me tell you who's sponsoring tonight's show. It's some different sponsors. We have not had these before. So let me just say that the button's not working. That's not really gonna help me here. I swear. Another minute. All right. This episode of Amateur Logic is brought to you by Radio Scrap, a division of Dandy Corporation. Junk box getting low? Or maybe you just need to sharpen your part scavenging skills? Radio Scrap has you covered. And by Acme Communications. You asked for it, an improved version of our famous Acme Anvil transceiver. Don't let those weak signal contacts get away. Land them with the Acme Anchor. Acme Anchor. Okay. And by Grief Kit. Faster than you can say good grief. With Grief Kit, you're guaranteed to be left frustrated. Your failure is our success. Grief Kit. And you guys can probably never guess where that came from. That guy right down there. But we appreciate that.
I've got a grief kit.
Yeah, and it's Acme, not acne. But, you know, whatever you got ointment for, just insert that word. Well, this is getting worse as it goes, isn't it? All right. So much for that piece of paper. I've got more, though.
Got more paper where that came from.
I got a lot more paper where that came from. Mike, you had... Yeah. Something got out of order here.
You did?
Yeah, probably more than once. And wow.
This month I decided to do a little bit.
Watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat.
Yeah, please, by all means. Yeah, I don't know what happened here, but some of the stills have disappeared. So, I think
Sounds like the ointment has worked.
no, the ointment's not working at all. I tell you what, why don't we look back a little bit at 2019, some of our favorite segments that we had in there. This one from Tommy is in episode 128 back in March. It was a neat little project. And I don't know, it seems to me like it's something that you probably ought to watch, like right this very moment.
Well, this month I decided to do a little bit of a project. I bought a whole bunch of these little Arduino Pro Minis when I was in Dallas one time. That Micro Center, they had them on sale for like $3. They're normally only $4, but I bought a handful of them, and I bought the little programmer that just plugs on there. Then that hooks up to your USB Mini, and it makes it really easy to program the thing. I guess putting all this on the separate board keeps the cost way down, but this thing's got a lot of power. I've used it several times, different ones, and they've worked great. What's my project, you ask? Well, I'll tell you. At field day, I think it was the year before last, because we've had bad weather this year, I tried to run off of battery power for a while, and even though my battery was charged up, after a little while, my voltage got down. And while I was trying to make a QSO, I noticed my rig shut off, which is not good for your rig. It's not good to run it below regular voltage or normal voltage that it's rated for. So I wanted a way to monitor it. Well, I did have this little clip-on voltmeter. I bought one of these at Dayton a few years ago, and I put some leads on it to clip onto my batteries. And it works great, and if I would have been watching it, I would have seen that my voltage was getting down and taking care of it. I was busy trying to make QSOs for the contest, and I didn't pay attention to it. I wanted a way to audibly tell that it's down, or my voltage is low, below what I consider a safe threshold. So I looked for a device. I never could find one, so I decided to build one. So I've put it together on this piece of breadboard here, actually on two pieces of breadboard. And let's take a look at it. I used the Pro Mini that I just showed you, and I found this little display, OLED display. I think I got these off of Amazon. I got two of them for like $4, or no, I'm sorry, they're $4 a piece. Two of them for $8. I've got a 10K pot, because that just happens to be what I have here. That's the last one I had, and a resistor and LED, just so I can visibly see when my trigger is while I'm doing my programming. So I'll probably leave the LED on there, but I've also got this little buzzer I bought at Micro Center when I was in Ohio, so I can hear the sound. When my voltage gets below my level, then it's going to buzz the buzzer, so I'll know to take care of my battery and save my rig. The threshold is adjustable using the pot, and I'll show you how I've got that set up. So let's take a look at it. I'm using one of these little switching regulators that I showed you in the past. It's like 99-cent device. I bought several of them when I ordered them. But anyway, I put the voltage in, and I can get whatever I want out, adjustable below what it's going in, obviously. It's
I can't see what's going on in the air from here. But
There's nothing much going on
yeah,
there, but
trust me,
start tap dancing.
it is not what it's supposed to be.
The echo's gone.
It is gone.
Really, it's back now, isn't it?
You've been watching too
Uh-oh.
much
No.
of that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Watch too many of those. Oh man.
Hey, do you remember the count on those Wendy's commercials?
It was gone.
When Wendy's used to have hot dogs at one time.
Mill's gonna run out of snacks before we finish this episode.
No, this is not the big bag. Oh.
That's right, Spike. Dave's not here, man.
Okay, we're going to fall back to another device.
Well, anyway,
I think that's the right video now.
we'll be having a show here shortly. And
I don't know.
This is the part most people like.
yeah, well, that's a really good thing.
I hope I'm in there.
Don't leaving George unsupervised time.
Yep, we already got the word for pray.
Yep.
I'm standing here beside myself.
Okay, I hope what people are seeing on the air now is a meter. Are you guys seeing
Yes,
Tommy's
sir.
workbench? I know y'all are, but I mean on YouTube. Because
Yes.
okay. All right.
2 times yes.
Then we're going to resume. Just pretend that you've been watching this video up till now. This is where we left off.
Pretty efficient. There's no heat, and you can adjust the voltage right here. So I've got this one adjusted to give me 5 volts out. So as long as I've got like 5 up to 16, I think this one works too. It'll give me 5 volts constant out, and that'll allow me to power my rig. So let's take a look. I've got my adjustable power supply hooked up. I've got it set to 12 volts. The other thing that's a little bit of a hurdle is while the Arduino has the capability to read voltage, it can only read up to 5 volts. This is the 5 volt Arduino Pro Mini. There is a 3.3 volt, which will only read up to 3.3. But anyway, this is a 5. So I've got to use a voltage divider and drop my 12 volts down to an acceptable range below the 16 or below the 5 volts that the Arduino Pro Mini will use. So what I found my resistor values. There's a formula that you can use: the voltage times the second resistor divided by the value of the sum of the 2 resistors, and that'll give you the voltage out. So I wanted mine to work up to 16 volts. So I figured out which resistors I needed, the ones that I actually had. So I used a 1 mega ohm and a 330 k ohm resistor, and I've got them tied together right here. The 1 mega ohm here, this tied to the 330, and then the ground. And if I check my voltage, I should have less than 5 volts. And I do, 2.87. So that's safe voltage for me. And I figured up if I stay below 16 volts going in, which is way more than I'll put into it ever, that I'm still going to be within the acceptable value for my Arduino and I won't blow anything. So we'll step that voltage back up when we read it in the Arduino with a little bit of code, and we'll find the factor and then do a little multiplication and get the right voltage back out of it. So let's take a look at it working. So I'll go ahead and hook up my sensor to there and hook up my common or my ground. All right, if we take a look here, we can see that my I put my voltage divider on this other board, and I've got my voltage divider going into, I've got it powered here, the negative here, sampling where they're tied together, and then I've got it run over here to my Arduino where I can read it. I've got 12 volts going in, and it shows 12 volts right here. If I turn my voltage down, 11 point, let's just go to 11. Oh, see what happened? My light started flashing. I've got a threshold set. So if you look just above where I'm reading the voltage, there's a trigger volts, 11.2 volts, 11.15 volts actually. If I want to change it, we can adjust the pot and it'll change that value. Now it's down to 10 volts, which is below that, the 10.9, and the light's not going on. So let's drop it down to below 10.37, which is, and the light comes back on. So if my voltage goes back up, the light goes off. So this should help me save my rig. I haven't damaged it, but I don't want that to happen. I got a piece of board here that I bought. This is my last one from Radio Shack. I just opened it up. It was still sealed up in the pack. Lord knows how long I've had it. And I put some female header pins on here that'll fit the Arduino. And I'll build it around that. We'll put it in a nice box after I get it finished. I'll probably 3D print one to fit it. Let's go ahead and transfer this stuff off of here and put it onto the board and see what happens. Incidentally, I do have a little bit of a schematic that I'll post that shows how to wire all this stuff up. My display hooks up to the SDA and SCL lines, goes to the likewise ones on the display here, and then the ground and the voltage go to, just like it says, to the ground and the voltage. My voltage divider right here. I've got the positive coming from the battery into the voltage because that's what I want to check the voltage on, and then the ground or the negative going to the other side, and then the tap in the middle that goes in to read it on A0 on my Arduino Pro Mini. It's really simple design. It's not any nothing really bad. The worst part was just figuring out which values of these were, and there are some cheat resources that you can use on the website, which I'll put the link to a website that's here. You can use that if you want to take the easy way and not do the math, although I do suggest doing the math the hard way so you'll understand what you're actually doing. Another tip is use higher value resistors, because if you'll look at the schematic, it goes out of the 330K, it goes up here and goes straight to ground. So you're going to have some voltage bleed off here, drain. So I did calculate that out using Ohm's law right here, and you can see that the current draw is almost nothing using these high value resistors. So I don't have to worry about that really affecting the life of my battery or generating heat. So they're just as cool to the touch as they can be. So let's go ahead and power all this down and start moving it. Well, it wasn't too bad. It took me a few hours because I had to go find a few things. I needed some more hookup wire and everything like that. So anyway, it's all on the board. As you can see, it's working. The trigger is set for 13 volts. We can adjust that by turning our pot. It takes a few seconds for it to refresh. I'll make it like 11 volts. 10.92, that's close enough. And if I go over here, change my voltage. I've still got the light on here. Now the light should start flashing. I go back above 10.9. 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10.92, 10 stops flashing. One thing I did was I had an extra piece of this header, female header strip here, and just enough to fit along this side of the Arduino. So I just put that on the board, and what I plan on doing is just pulling that out, and I can hook up my buzzer. I'll put some proper connectors on it, obviously. Now let's drop it down. Now this is my 3D printed box I made. I've got everything all assembled now. I've got an LED light in the display on it. When I've got a normal voltage going in, everything's normal. When the voltage gets below the threshold of 11 volts, you can see the alarm goes off. When I raise it back up to a normal level, it's quiet again. I'm pretty sure that'll get my attention at field day this year if my battery starts getting kind of low. Anyway, it's a pretty easy project. I'll post the schematic, although this is pretty ugly. I may put together a little nicer one, but it's very easy to follow. I'll publish that and the code that I uploaded into the Arduino that does this to the show notes, and hopefully maybe you guys will get some use out of it. 73. I enjoyed putting that one together. I got to learn a lot out of it.
Oh yeah, it did look like a fun project, and you've got something from another project here to talk about, don't you?
Yeah, actually, well, you know, I actually committed ham radio blasphemy, I think, when I said that I wasn't a huge fan of the Anderson power poles. I know they're really popular and everything, but I actually had a little bad luck out of mine. The other day I was trying to run the FT8 back here on my Raspberry Pi. I get my computer wake back up, and all of a sudden my rig went off. My 7100 back here turned off, and I smelled something. I looked down there and I found out that my Anderson power pole had burned up. And I don't know if you can see my video I'm feeding, but that's what they look like. The one on the right I ended up cutting off with a pair of side cutters to get it off, but you can see they melted down pretty good.
It's not switched in, George.
What's not switched in, Mike?
I don't think the video showed up on the screen. Oh, there it is. Yep, it's there now.
Okay.
Tommy, what was the cause? Was it current, or was it something touched, or?
Well, they're the 45 amp connectors, but I don't know if it somehow was loose, whatever. It must have been a loose connector. But I put those on. The strength of it's good. Actually, one side of it was already stripped when I got it, and then I put the matching set on it, matching pair on it, and the rest of them good. They were locked in there. I'm really not sure. Have you guys ever had any of them come down like that? Well, that's not a good answer. Yeah,
Looks like one of them is unscathed. One of the positive ones.
that's kind of weird, isn't it?
Well,
The positive one, the one end of it was, it got hot, but the other, it didn't go all the way to the other side of the connector.
yeah, you know, I've always kind of been concerned about that with power poles, you know, since there's only metal on one side. If that plastic melts, all bets are off.
Yeah, well, this is what happens.
Yep. Well, we've got another guest in here to speak with tonight. I'm going to bring him in right now, and then I'm going to have to do a little resizing to crop him in because Well, that's just how we're doing it tonight. But it is good to have Nigel back with us again this year. Nigel?
Good morning. Happy New Year's Day.
Happy New Year's. And if I can figure out which button to hit here to put you on here, everybody else will be able to see you too besides just me. Oh, there you are. Part of you.
Happy New Year, Tommy. Happy New Year, me and Mike.
Yeah, Happy New Year, Nigel.
Happy New Year. Yeah. Well, my good lady and I have not had a good Christmas because we've had the. Is my head in the right position, or am I going to adjust the camera?
Yeah, I've got to do some resizing because I didn't have a preview tonight where I could resize this stuff in advance. So you're the guinea pig.
Yeah, I took myself to when you Black Friday sale, we had the C928 camera on offer. That's better. Hey, you need that. You just need it. The other way. And so our good lady now has got this human gut virus, and it was we've both been rather ill with it, and it's only we went out for a meal. We didn't stay out too late, and it was the first time we had an alcoholic beverage.
Oh, wow.
I'm going to say slam your bar to you. To your good health. Amateur radio front, I've got some wallpaper which I've sent you some slides for, George.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, you want to talk about that?
Yeah, if you can give me a second here to.
You want to give him my slot, George, for a few minutes and then come back?
No,
Get the video sorted.
I can't do that, Tommy, but I'll get him here. Oops. No. What is Nigel saying?
35.
They would.
They can't hear anybody but you, George.
Nobody but me. That was probably pretty boring, wasn't it?
They were wondering what you were doing.
Yeah. We've got our friend Nigel here from over in the UK with us tonight. And Nigel, I'm sorry that we didn't have everything all set up here, but you know, we like to make the New Year's Eve show kind of interesting. And no, not really, but it's the way it worked out tonight. Can you move over to the middle of your camera a little bit, do you think? The other way, the other middle. There you go.
Is
Right
that better?
That
Yeah.
is much better.
That's okay. I'm getting a delayed picture from you, so there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, as I said, I've been earning some wallpaper awards. It's took me 30 years in the making.
Yeah, well, tell
lost-
them the story that you were just telling us that nobody heard.
Oh, right. I was
except
just
up me.
now you can see me now. Right. Okay. I was just saying that I've just received some awards from QRZ, and it's in 30 years in the making. And a nice bit of wallpaper. And I think you've got some slides, George, where I know you're having some problems.
Yes. I don't know how you picked up on the fact that maybe I was having some problems here, but
I think Murphy's Law strike with you tonight or this morning.
man. I hope it's not a sign for the year to come.
Oh, well, if you haven't got them, I can show them. I don't know if they'll come up on the camera.
Actually, I do have them.
Okay.
It's just
All right.
I don't have them loaded in because we had a switcher crash a little while ago.
Okay.
And
Oh,
I'm
well.
still recovering from it, but let's see. I think I can get them up now. Let's
Okay.
see what I've got. Oh, yeah, here's the first one right here. Tell us about this one, Nigel.
The first one is the European Award region for the Master of Radio Communications under my UK call, G0MEJ. And it says accumulated credits for therefore demonstrated the mastery of communications arising from successful two-way contacts with the stations unique within the European Union. And the other one is the Grid Square Award. So we're working 100 Maidenhead squares. So that's what I've done there.
Oh, well, that is a mighty nice looking paper.
Yeah, well, they don't come cheap though, George.
No, they don't, do they?
And I don't know if the viewers are aware that I regularly have a chat with a former. That's the European one we were just talking about before, and I've also got the Friendship Award. It's in the post, so that'll be coming next year, and. I've got some bare wallpaper in the Radio Shack, so they're going to be put up and hide some of the ugly wallpaper. Yeah, and I do talk to Peter on a regular basis. Peter, that's VK3 Papa Bravo, and we were talking to him last Friday, and he said he was very busy, so he won't be. He said he wasn't coming on. And for Peter, it's already New Year's Day afternoon for him in the afternoon for him. So when it's morning for me, there's a time lags there. So that's the story. And I've also sent you pictures of my RF choke, George,
yes.
Which I made out of the clip-on RF chokes that you get some time ago.
I do not have those available.
But we'll
back
talk
here
about them. I'll
tonight.
talk them another time then.
Okay.
And so I'm going to have been spending Father Christmas has been sending me some aerial brackets or antenna brackets. So new aerials are going to come up for the spring.
Cool.
Yeah. So
what type of antenna do you have up right now?
Well, my main HF antenna is a slinky dipole. Two coils either side of the 4-to-1 balun, and I was getting RF feedback. So this is where the idea came up with. I got about 12 inches of coax with a Westflex 100, and I put it on the RF ferrite clamp-on filters. I've lost the audio from you, George.
You've lost audio from me?
I've got you now.
Okay, I wasn't saying anything.
Yeah, I've seen that one, George. Nigel's slinky dipole, and I think how many of those clamp-on ferrite chokes do you have put together there, Nigel?
I put 12 on, and when I thought I put the choke on, where the ATU set up, that was fine. When I put the choke on, the settings on the ATU was totally altered.
Yeah, I could see that.
I don't have an analyzer, so it's something that you could do as an experiment, maybe, George. And I'm looking forward to be a student for your extra exam.
Oh yeah, you are. You have a U.S. general license right now, don't you?
Advanced.
Advanced. Oh, that's right. You're one of those guys that still has the advanced class.
Yes.
Yeah, our friend Wayne had his advanced for years, and he finally upgraded to extra. It was it 2 or 3 years ago? I don't remember, but we'll certainly.
Many years ago, I did pass my extra class code exam.
Oh yeah, well, you're ahead on that then. Of course, you don't need it now, so.
No, but it's my electrical theory. I could do with a one-to-one tuition from you, George.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to those classes too. I'll be sitting there learning from you guys, no doubt.
Yeah. But I probably won't stay up this time in the morning. I'll probably watch the recorded version, and I'll probably write down my when you take the questions and write it down and then see what comes with the answers up and learn. I'm more of a visual person for learning than trying to read in a book.
Well, that's good. You know, we missed some, and we didn't miss a whole lot on the general. You know, our combined score Tommy's and mine, we would have passed the general exam. But the extra, I've got to tell you, that's a whole nother ball game. It's going to be tough. So, you know, anybody who hasn't already upgraded to an extra, if you're general or an advanced and you haven't upgraded, join us on Ham College near the end of every month, and we're going to be starting the extra exams in, well, the end of January, and it's a whole nother ball game.
Well, for us, for end of January, I'm not being political, we leave the EU.
Oh, you do? Okay. Well, it'll be there, the recording. We're going to save it just for you, Nigel.
Well, email me and let me know, and then I'll sit away and play and stop and play and learn. And if anybody has got a spare up-to-date study guidebook, I would be appreciated, because they're so expensive to get over here.
Yeah, I guess, you know, I hadn't thought about that, but yeah, I guess they may be.
Maybe Gordo, if we could do some.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be changing in June.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's the thing. Anyway, you've got lots of people to come, and I wish you all for the best of 2020. And I'm going to raise the glass for you. And Slanjivar, and the Lady Julia, she's her call, by the way. She's also a radio amateur or ham radio operator. 2 Echo 0 Juliet Bravo Papa, or acronym is Julia's Baked Potatoes. She's already asleep in ZZ's land, not ZZ land, ZZ land. Keeping the bed warm.
Happy New Year to you. We're glad that you were able to join us for a few minutes tonight and just say hello from the UK.
Yeah, and we enjoy it. And hopefully, thanks for meal. I like the tash, the mustache, and hopefully we might come up with some still. I don't have a video camera. Maybe I need some advice of using the C28, and the computer I'm using, I've just upgraded to Mint Linux 19.3.
Nice.
Yeah. Cool. So there we go. But what I like about this camera, though, is you can actually mount it on a tripod.
Oh yeah, you can. You can.
And Emil, I am your lordship is my official title.
Your lordship. I am so sorry if I've used that. Your lordship, Nigel.
And the Lady Julia is our ladyship.
All right. Wish your ladyship and your lordship a happy new year for 2020,
yeah,
sir.
Well, I will do. Well, incidentally, I will say something in British English and local dialect. I'm gone up to the Wooden Hill to Bedfordshire, and Lady Julia is from Bedfordshire.
Oh, wow. Cool.
It means I'm going up the Wooden Hill, up the stairs, to bed.
Oh. Yeah, we would never guess that.
No.
I'd like to say hello to Amanda and Jeff. And Happy New Year to them too. And and also some of my friends in North Colorado there, K0J and KC0RBT, AA0RX, and AA0WX, who's coming on shortly.
Cool. All right, Nigel, y'all have a great start. We're glad you got 2020 warmed up for us and sending it this way.
Thank you very much. Good morning from the UK, from Northwest UK. And the temperature now for Mike is 6 degrees. Don't tell me in the old money.
Happy New Year, Nigel.
Happy New Year, Mike. At least we bye now.
7-3.
7-3, Nigel.
7-3. 88's the Lady Julia.
Well, that was fun.
I remember seeing a picture of Nigel's slinky antenna. It was mounted in his attic, and I think that was the reason why I had to go with a shortened dipole like a slinky. so he could fit it in there.
Yeah.
And by the way, thanks, Emil. After seeing that mustache, I want some dry roasted nuts now.
Yeah, and Mike, I've got to ask you. I can see the hat there, but I'm trying to decide: are you a gangster or are you Billy Jack? I mean, I can't tell.
I never thought of Billy Jack. That's going back a ways.
Yeah.
You know, a long ways.
Yeah, I don't see a feather though, so I guess
I don't think I have the moves of Billy Jack though.
no. No, he had some moves. Well, great seeing Nigel tonight. We've got a good bit more to go yet, and I assume everything's going good over in the stream, although I cannot watch it from where I sit right here.
It looks pretty good from here.
It looks
It's
good.
right there.
Good.
Good. Well, let's see what can I line up next here.
Nigel was talking about I think he was talking about the QRZ awards. I think I also got that Master of Europe because of all the digital work I used to do early on when I first got the General. It's a pretty neat thing. I think they just recently added that award.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Well,
By the way, George, Ralph in the chat room said Billy Jack 1971.
oh wow. Yep. Well, I just remembered for some reason the hat. I don't know what it is about it, but and you know how hats are on this show. Anyway, one of our favorite activities last year on the New Year's Eve show was a little concept that Mike and I think Chip was probably partially responsible for this concept as well. What was he in on Half Speed Theater, Mike? Was that part of his brainchild?
He was on 2X Theater, and it kind of led to the Half Speed Theater. So yeah, I definitely have Chip to thank for that one,
Well,
or to blame, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah. Well, let's just take a little clip here. I happen to have one lined up, ready to go.
Oh boy.
We should probably be winding it down. We've been going almost 4 hours.
Wow.
Yeah.
Time flies.
3 hours and 53 minutes. So
I need to drink one ginger beer.
people are still watching, so Glenn was right. They didn't have anything else to do.
They really were starved for something to do.
And could still be.
Still a full house.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's
Still 44 in there.
still getting many people around. This was a fun show tonight.
Yeah, it's been great. It's been a lot
we made
of
Marty's
fun.
night.
There were a few rough spots. We would have liked to had more, but at least we managed to get a
But
few
those are-
in.
Those are to be expected.
Yeah. Pretty. I don't know what to say about it other than we must have really tied one on last year.
I love you guys, man. I love you too, man.
You realize anything you say tonight may show up in 365 days.
Yep, it will be used against us.
That's very true.
Well, let's
Those
see.
are hilarious.
Now I want a ginger beer.
Yeah,
Me too.
Hey,
yeah.
I wonder what this will sound like in half-speed theater, Mike.
You know, oddly enough, it's the same pitch. It's just longer.
Yes.
Well, speaking of other things of little entertainment value that we like to present every chance we get, there's another feature that we're introducing brand new this year for New Year's Eve. And it is, Mike, if you'll say the title for us.
Ham College movie trivia.
That's not it right there, but we have it here somewhere. Where did that come from? The wrong place. Ham College movie trivia. And this is, of course, on
And that's the award for Ham College movie trivia. Looks like Nigel won it again.
He did. He did. I'm sure he'll want to post that on the wall in his ham shack. On the left there, of course, it's the infamous Dean Martin from the show, and then on the right, Professor Thomas. And apparently I use my hands when I'm explaining things much more than I realized. And you'll probably come to the same conclusion before the night is out. But here's the first trivia question here, and you guys over in the chat room, we want an answer from you. Mike, what is the first question there?
I think I better put my glasses on first. Okay, question number 1. Name the Hollywood movie whose character made contact with an index finger. Name the Hollywood movie whose character made contact with an index finger.
Okay.
Is it A, pull my finger?
B,
Spaceballs? C, Catch Me If You Can? Or D, E.T. the Extraterrestrial?
Okay.
Well, I'm just going to say it just because. Pull my finger.
But I was actually pushing the fingers there. Maybe, I'm not sure what I was doing there, but I was pretty intent on it. They didn't arc. So I'm going to agree with you. It is E.T. the Extraterrestrial. That's what they're saying over in the chat room, although we did get an A in there. So, Emil, you're not by yourself. Glenn just says run. So,
I just wanted to hear the buzzer.
well, let's see. E.T. the Extraterrestrial. Okay, well, that's the first Ham College movie trivia of the night. That's because somehow we lost the one earlier tonight, but hey, that's a good place to start anyway. Coming up next, this is a segment that I put together for episode 129 in April of this year. You know, when you're adjusting antennas, sometimes any trick you got kind of helps out. And I figured out a few. I was setting up an octopus antenna and tuning it for us to take to field day, but I wanted to tune it and get as close as I could here before we left. You know, that's a 4-band antenna, and it's got the MFJ ham sticks on it. And, well, you'll see it here. Anyway, I got to thinking about, well, that's 4 bands. How can I successfully tune this thing scientific-like? And, well, here's my best attempt at it.
Scientifically.
This month, we're going to look at the octopus antenna, and I'm going to show you a few tips. It's perfect for portable operation. You know, it's similar to a buddy pole antenna, except the octopus is actually 4 dipole antennas. 2 ham sticks make up each band, and you can choose whatever 4 bands you want. I chose 75, 40, 20, and 10 meters, and I put a little colored heat shrink tubing on each pair to help me identify them a little quicker.
We begin by installing all of the whips as long as possible. This should put us resonant somewhere right below the target band. And we need to adjust them so that they're both the same length on each band. Then install all of the whips into the octopus antenna mount, making sure that whips on close-by frequencies are not next to each other to reduce the chance of interaction. It's going to be easiest to tune this antenna with an antenna analyzer. That'll save you a lot of time. You should install all the ham sticks before tuning, and then you're going to tune each band individually, beginning with the lowest band. As we tune each band, we want to make sure that the elements on that band remain the same length with each other. A couple of notes before we go on. Shortening the antenna will cause a dip in SWR to increase in frequency. So lengthening the antennas will drop the frequency. Height above ground will have some effect. When you raise the antenna, the frequency that the VSWR dip occurs at may shift upward. This has the biggest effects on frequencies 14 megahertz and below. Like half-wave dipole antennas, the hamstick dipoles are somewhat directional. The radiation pattern is broadside, with nulls on either end. So when you install the antenna, you might consider which bands are pointing in which directions. Of course, you can always rotate it to change the pattern. Being shorter antennas, hamstick antennas are somewhat bandwidth limited. This is a bigger effect on 40 and 80 meters. You'll notice that the dips in VSWR are narrow compared to the higher frequency bands, where the hamstick may cover most of the band. Consider that and choose the range in each band that you prefer. A tuner is very handy when using this type of antenna. As I mentioned earlier, you'll probably want to use an antenna analyzer if you've got one to adjust this. My preferred antenna analyzer for this, anyway, is the MFJ 225. Because of that nice graphics display that shows you the VSWR plot there, and it's constantly updating that display. You don't have to push a button to get a new reading each time. That makes it pretty nice to see where your passband is, or, where the dip in VSWR is. Now, that's an important thing to know, particularly when you're tuning for a particular part of the band. Let's look at a couple of dips here on some plots. The plot on the left shows you a good sharp dip. That's what you'd want to see when adjusting these. The one on the right, although it's got a broader bandwidth there, you can see the VSWR doesn't dip nearly as much. So you're looking for the one on the left. Now, if for some reason, and these ham sticks can all be tuned slightly different, if you've got them both adjusted for the same length, you should see the one on the left. If by some chance you don't, then try adjusting one of the ham sticks a little bit and see what happens. See if it improves that pattern or gives you a sharper and deeper null. I raised the antenna up to the height that I plan to operate it, which is around 30 feet. Starting with the 80 meter band here on the analyzer, we see that with the arms extended all the way 3.695, I would really like to have it a little higher than that, up around 3.8 megahertz or 3800. Got a ways to go. That's giving me an SWR of 9.99 to 1 there. So we're going to have to shorten these elements a little, and that will increase the frequency of the dip in the VSWR. Now, here's a tip that may save you a little time. Get your calculator out or a piece of paper and a pencil and do some ciphering. I made my first adjustment by moving both of the whips on the 80 meter elements 1 inch shorter. I ended up at 3719 kilohertz. If I subtract the 3695 we were to start with, that gives me 24. So roughly I get a 24 kilohertz change by moving the antenna elements 1 inch. That'll make it a little bit easier to do some calculations and see where I really need to be. I would like to go to 3800, so I'll subtract. For right now we're at 3695. Tells me 105. If I divide that by the 24, that says I need to go 4.375 inches.
Well, let's just do a check first. Let's move the elements in a total of 3 inches. So I'm going to move them in 2 more inches and see what happens. Now, I thought about it for a few moments, and the best way I could come up with to make sure I did both elements the same amount was to take a ruler and a piece of tape, mark the amount that I wanted to change, and hold it up and leave the piece of tape on the element. Then I'd make my adjustment on this element and then move to the opposite side and do the same thing. When I shortened both elements by 3 inches, it moved the dip up to 3.764. Before I did anything else, lower the antenna back down to about 12 feet off the ground and see if it had any effect. And you can see that it did drop the frequency back down. So height does have an effect here for sure on 80 meters. Going for the full 5 inches I calculated, I subtracted 2 more inches and I'm at 3808. That's right about where I wanted to be. The 40 meter band proved to be a little more of a challenge. With the antennas lowered down to 12 feet off the ground, I measured 6857 with the 40 meter whips all the way extended. I shortened them by 4 inches each, and that moved me up to 7057. I did another adjustment. I shortened them by 2 more inches. That got me to 7159. And a little bit more got me to 7170. About 9/16 of an inch more got me to 7190. And then I raised the antenna back in the air, and it put me right at 7200. And that's where I wanted to be. The dip on 40 meters wasn't as deep as I would like to see, so I'll probably go back and adjust just one of the elements a little bit and see if I can improve that some. I used my same method of calculating to determine how far I should move each time. While I was at it, I thought, maybe I'll go take a look at 80 meters now and see if adjusting the 40 meter band had any effect on it. I did, and no, I can't see that it had any effect on it at all, so that's good. I used my same method on the 20 meter band. I managed to get a good nice dip there at 14,193. The only band left now was 10 meters. Using the same procedure, I managed to get it at 29,030, which is just about where I wanted it. Overall, I would say you can do this. If you use the tips that I showed you there, you will save yourself a lot of time. Start with the antenna down low. Make your adjustments on each band, one at a time, to a little lower frequency than you really want. Then raise your antenna up and see where you are. Now I'm looking forward to getting on the air with the octopus and making a few contacts. On the air again. That was the octopus antenna.
Can't wait to get back on the air again.
Well, speaking of, oops, he dropped out. We've got another guest about to appear here in just a moment. We're working to get him connected and everything working right. I asked a moment ago, was anyone interested in seeing any more half-speed theater? And then I had to get up and do something, and I didn't see their answer. Did anybody want to see any more half-speed theater?
Oh, yeah, I saw some yeses in there.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I have what I think will be another classic, as we go forward here. This may, I don't know if it sets the bar, but certainly it's
certainly makes you want to go there.
Yeah. So let's take a look at Too Chilled.
You set yours up, Mike. How'd you do yours? Wired, or did you go with the Wi-Fi?
I did Wi-Fi, and I was telling George about it, and we both think it's really, really cool the way that I guess I don't know if I'm giving everybody credit. I think it was Andy Taylor that wrote Pi-Star. But basically, when you set it up, it sets its own little Wi-Fi access point up, and you connect to it, and then you do configuration from there, which is really a neat way of doing it.
Oh, Mike.
Oh yeah.
Why is that
Happy
so
New
funny?
Year.
Why?
Happy New Year, George. I'm wondering if
New Year.
my wife and daughter fell asleep up there.
Oh, wow. You'll have to go shoot a firecracker or something.
I'll give them the horn.
Oh my.
I bought this and I put it in the freezer
Just for the record,
for about 3 hours because it was hot and I wanted it chilled.
that's sparkling grape juice now.
I think it's a little,
Oh,
a
3
little
hours.
too
Come on, George. That
chilled.
thing would be solid as a piece of ice. If I
It,
had it in the
yeah.
freezer for 3 hours.
It was pretty much solid as a piece of ice. You saw I couldn't hardly get it poured there.
Okay. Yep.
Yep.
Like Heinz ketchup.
Too chilled. And let's see, I had in mind right here for something that Tommy was going to talk about, an event that comes up every January that we always threaten to do, but have never managed to do it yet. Tommy knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Tell us.
Winter Field Day. A lot of you guys have been on our, virtually with us on our summer field day adventures, if you want to call it that. And it's down here in the South. It's a really hot and it can be pretty miserable time. But they also have a lot of people don't know they have a winter field day. And this coming year, 2020, is actually going to be on January 25th and 26th. And we've threatened to do that one the last couple of years, but it always lands on the same weekend as our local Ham Fest. So the Ham Fest has won out so far. But bunch of guys got together, put this event together. The premise behind it is that you should be able to operate your radio gear in emergency conditions in the winter months as well as summer. So you've got other challenges, that the opposite of what you have in the summer: ice, snow, cold weather, and so forth. But I know from down here, from my perspective, the cold months would be really nice because it's basically like having good air conditioning going. One of these days, I think we should try to do that, George.
Yeah, I think we should. There's a website right there. It is, what is it? I can't read it. Is it? www.winterfieldday.com. Okay. Winterfield Day. Yeah, I want to do that. I think it would be much less painful than the summer field day we have down here.
Oh, no doubt. It maybe not for Mike.
No. It's about the coldest of the season. About usually minus 29, minus 30 Celsius.
Oh,
So,
wow.
yeah, payback for us.
Yeah. But, I mean, the point is that emergency happens when the weather's cold as well. So You know, if you're brave enough to venture it and, you know, try it, then probably a good exercise. But that would be pretty miserable for you guys, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And hey, Tommy, me and Glenn just about got ran off the air last year when we started describing the conditions to them. You know, 65 degrees, green, clear skies. I pretty much think we got shunned after that. Like, no, these guys aren't participating.
Oh.
Well, we've got another guest here who is, well, he is mobile tonight, but he did take the time out to join us to say hello and maybe bring us up to date on what's been going on. It's our old friend Andy Anderson. Hello, Andy.
Hi, how are you fellas doing? Mike, Emil, Tommy, looks good. Tommy, welcome to Florence, South Carolina. I hear you might be moving from the looks of all your travels. And George, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, and I started to put on that Hawaiian shirt tonight. I was trying to think, how did Andy and I kind of first correspond or get to know each other? And I think, is it when you sent me that shirt?
Well, yeah, I think it was, or shortly after Hamvention that year that you got it. I shipped it to one to everybody.
That's right.
And we arranged it then. And then anybody that graduated at Hamvention or got a ham license at Hamvention, they got one.
Well, that was expensive, I bet.
Oh, tell me about it. That's why I'm sitting in a car.
Well, the last time we talked to you, you were in Puerto Rico, and you have moved back to the States now and brought the family with you.
Yep. Working in the North Carolina area. Carmen's down and there. I'm over in Georgia right now, taking care of things there. Going to be fixing up the RV a little bit and slowly moving down to Orlando, getting ready for hamcation. So got a little bit of work to do, some wiring to do, and it should be good to go. Complete, everything's in there, including the mobile repeater.
Cool. Well, we really appreciate all you've done for disaster relief at these past hurricanes. And, you know, that is, people are really hurting when that stuff happens like that. And it's great when amateur radio operators, or really any volunteers, but, you know, your efforts, it was in Houston, I believe, with the animals. And
that's where it started.
That's where it started. So how many events like that have you helped out in?
Whoa, let's see, all the way through Dorian. And now I'm with the Hurricane Watch Net also. So I'll be staying along the coastline there and assisting with them on that. I'm one of the net control people for Hurricane Watch Net. So that, I'm always on the Maritime Mobile Net, you know, helping where I can with that and stuff.
Yeah. Is Bobby Graves still with the Hurricane Watch Net?
He's kicking and cracking the whip and everything else. Yeah, he's in there.
Well, he lives not too terribly far from here. We know Bobby. We've known him for years. Good guy.
Yeah. Well, they just asked me. I've done a lot of relays, and I think that's how I got involved. I can hear stations that they couldn't hear and talk to them and get the information out and relay information like that. So it worked out fairly well for them. And then all of a sudden the invitation come in, you know, here, fill this out, you know, one of those things online. So I did. And here I sit, you know, completely mobile. I rewired had the alternator on the truck repacked. I now have 245 amp alternator.
Nice.
So I can run just about anything inside the truck if I want. I've even got a 1 kW amp in the back end here.
Wow, you sound like our buddy Dan in 9LVS. I think he had 1K or somewhere between there and legal limit. I think he had to have 3 alternators, though, to do it.
Yeah, it could be. I think there's a new contest going. It's Outdo the Ray Novak contest. You know, he's got everything and, you know, big tower on the back. I put one of those things on the back of this thing, and I'm going to go vertical, you know.
Yeah, well,
the front end of the truck's going to go up in the air, and the beam's going to be hitting the ground.
Yeah. Well, you know, Ray's always finding stuff in his trunk that, you know, I didn't even know would fit in a trunk, you know.
I know, and I've lost a lot of stuff in his truck, but he doesn't take the hint.
Yeah. Well, we're going to have him in here a little later tonight, but we've got our resources stretched tonight. I don't know if you've been watching any of the catastrophe so far, but it is.
I have. I caught it all the way from the pre-recorded show, up until the clown act started, and the audio and everything else, and Mike's knock jokes, and then Amanda came online, and then you started the slow-mo, and I almost lost it.
Yeah. You are diligent then if you hung through all of that.
Well, like they said before, I ain't got nothing else to do.
That's it. Yeah.
Neither do we.
That's
pretty rough when the secondary host of the show sits there. Well, I might as well join in. I just don't have anything else to do. So I pulled over alongside the road and got what do we got? 4 bars on the system on the hotspot, and I got the 7100 running. I got the 5100 running, and I had to turn the volume down on that because everybody's calling me. So, wanting to know if I was going to be on. I said, just watch the show, and they might surprise you.
Oh,
and it has been a surprise so far.
For all of us, I'll say that it's been an interesting night, and it's not over yet. So, are there anything particular 2019 that as we look back that you think maybe ought to get a little more attention, or just something you'd like to share with us?
I think it couldn't be more perfect, even with all the mistakes. That's what makes it perfect. All the mistakes, all the bloopers, all the stupid stuff that happens, that shouldn't happen with being semi-professionals. George, I'm picking on you now, okay? I have a first phone also. And I'm thinking that this kind of stuff should not happen. So I'm wondering if part of it's staged or if it's just one of those things where the first of the year come along and you've had too much coffee.
Yeah. Well, usually when you got a first phone, you're on the other side of the camera or the microphone, twisting some wires together or fixing something somebody else broke.
Well, I was doing that up in Alaska with a station up there, an NBC affiliate. And I started talking, and I answered the phone one time, and somebody started talking. He says, "Man, you got a beautiful voice." And the next thing I know, they had me doing the station identification.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. That just, you do that so long and you get tired of it. And so they switched. I was with Civil Air Patrol over there, or up there. And every night when the news came on, I was the infamous guy that was crashing the B-55 Baron into Elmendorf Air Force Base with the nose gear collapsed. So I not only got to hear myself, I got to watch myself.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so I was thinking, why did I get a first phone that got me into all this mess? And George, all I hear about is your tales of the transmitters, and the towers, and the muddy roads you have to travel. And I'm sitting here on pavement, 4-wheel drive, and never had to use 4-wheel drive yet. So I'm sort of lucky, but I think I'm going to put away everything and just stick to ham radio and watch the show.
Okay. Well, if you get bored, come on down here. I've got plenty of muddy roads.
Yeah, that's what I've seen. I've seen your pictures. I've seen some of the videos, and I think you just better sit there and work on that switching system, that switch panel you got there, and find out where you dumped all the pictures and everything else. That might be a good project for the new year.
Well, yeah, probably so. Of course, I've had some days off, so I've been off work I can't say that. I was supposed to be off work all of last week and all of this week, but I got called in twice and had to go to transmitters because stuff goes wrong, and usually on vacation.
Yes, it does. I've been off work for 5 years, retired for 5 years, and there's no such thing yet as a day off. It just doesn't happen. I think it's out there in La La Land somewhere. It's just a fictitious thing that sort of floats around just shortly out of your grasp, and when it's there. You better grab it and run.
I keep hearing that story, Andy, and I think, well, maybe I'd be better off if I didn't retire. Just, it seems like these guys are just busting it too hard.
Yeah, I can see them sitting there. Oh, you weren't talking about those guys that's sitting there with you. All right, I understand now. Tommy just spending up all those airlane miles, going Heather and Yonder and everything else to Florence. And let's see, Tommy, where was it? Charlotte, I think you took off from last time. Are you done with the Carolinas? Or are you going to go to Puerto Rico or anything?
I'm going to Carolinas one more time next week, and then probably quite a few trips back to Dallas after that for a while.
Well, all right. At least you're covered. At least, you almost qualify for the Homestead Act there, as many trips as you made.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, was that one a lot more than I planned on.
I threatened to come down and have lunch with you one time. You said, "Oh, I'm awful busy. You must know how I eat."
It's really kind of hard to get away when you're at those go lives like that, because you don't ever really have a set schedule. So it's kind of hard to swing something like that.
Yeah, you don't have the time. I know what that's like.
Dayton this coming year?
Pardon again?
You gonna be at Dayton this year?
Yeah, I'm going to hit all of them.
Yeah, cool. Well, hopefully we'll run into you there then. Actually, I'm sure we will.
Yeah. Well, don't run into me. I got to make sure the insurance. Oh, you just mean me. Okay. But yeah, that's okay. That's fine. Don't drop the camera or nothing. And I think we'll get along just fine.
All right.
And I think we're going to have the whole Motley crew there this year. Aren't you guys?
Motley crew? Gosh, let's see. I saw Joe Walsh not too long ago in a concert. Oh, Motley Crue. That's that other band. Never mind. Go ahead.
No, it's these guys over here. I think all of these guys are going to go to.
That's the moldy. That's the moldy crew.
The moldy crew. Okay. I like that better. Wow.
The Three Musty Steers.
There you go. From the Great White North. Okay, sounds good to me.
What do you say we challenge Andy here with another Ham College movie trivia question? Do you think it's about time?
Well, I'm fun on this one.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Okay, well, let's see what the next one is here.
Here I am stuck with no. What the heck does that say?
That's a good question. What, Mike? What did you write there, man? I can't read it from here.
I have to wait for the delay.
Oh wow, that long a delay?
Yeah.
Yep.
What movie did not involve catching a ball? Does that sound right?
Yes. What movie did not involve catching a ball?
And apparently my hands there once again tell the story. I didn't know that's what
Is it A, Air Bud, B, Space Jam, C, Field of Dreams, or D, Catch Me If You Can?
I don't know.
Did not involve catching a ball.
Yes.
Wow. Space Jam. I'm going to have to take a poke at that. I'm about as hot on movies as I am on anything else, and if it's a hurricane and there's a ball flying through the air, I could probably catch it, but I'll go with Space Jam.
Okay, did not involve catching a ball. All right.
Yeah, did not involve.
All right, well, let's see. The chat room is saying D, Andy, so I don't know.
What do they know? If they knew anything, they'd be on the show.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, let's see. No. Catch Me If You Can. See, I wouldn't have known that.
Well, what's Catch Me If You Can got to do with a ball? I don't know. I guess they're telling me I should go watch movies.
Well, it's something to do with why I'm sitting there like this. What is
it's better than sitting there with both fingers pointing at each other looking for a spark gap to happen or something.
Well, we're coming
look at me. I'm wondering why you're sitting there like that.
We're about to hit 2020 where you are, I think. Aren't you in the Eastern time zone tonight?
Looks like about 5 minutes to go.
You got my alert sign there, George?
Yes.
It's the 4 minutes to midnight somewhere alarm.
I'm glad you have that handy.
I've got all sorts of texts coming in right now about Happy New Year this and Happy New Year that. The display on the front of the truck's blowing up, and all the side notes on the computer are blowing up. So, yeah, they're all coming in now.
So, Emil, are you going to play Old Lang Syne for us on the keyboard over there?
I don't know if I can manage that one. It's way over there, and I'm way over here.
Yeah, I have it here somewhere, but. Well, we're coming up.
All right,
Emil, you're going to
Sure
hurt
would.
yourself there. Don't put your eye out.
This looks like nerd glasses. This is nerd 2020 glasses. It's got tape in the middle.
Yeah, you ought to see it from our end.
Hey.
I like it. See, that's why we have Andy come back time and again. He's good with the one-liners there. And
You know what?
and
The number one rule I always follow, if I can make one person laugh or smile for that day, then that day is well worth the effort.
and we're about to roll over into a brand new year, and
I got to
maybe
do it again.
maybe you'll start something for everybody for the year.
Ready.
Okay. I'll get something going here right now.
I wonder if I can play Old Lang Syne on this.
I don't know. YouTube ain't going to block it, is it? Copyrighted song? Or is it public domain now?
I'm pretty sure whatever I play on this is not going to get blocked by YouTube.
Well, that's probably true. They let you be on there, so they're not going to block too many of us.
Unrecognizable theater will be the next mic segment for this one.
Well, let's see.
Unless you're a kazoo prodigy.
I'm glad you're here. We need adult leadership.
I should have had WWV cranked up in here, so that
I've got 11:58, 36, 35,
Yeah,
34.
Let's see how good our clocks are synchronized. 46, 47, 48. Is that about right? 50?
I'm right on with you, Emil.
There you go. We only have 7 milliseconds delay between us.
What's the delay in the audio feed or the video feed?
Right, we have to make the stratum adjustments on the fly here for NTP over IP.
I got one of those atomic glow in the dark watches, and I'm waiting for it. It says I got 40 seconds to go, maybe.
Don says 1 minute.
Well, that's a Canadian clock. It don't count. It's the only thing in the world that gets lubricated with Cheese Whiz.
I thought that was the Wisconsin clock.
That's the Wisconsin
I had to put up with you cat skinners up on the north slope of Alaska. So you ain't telling me stories about nothing I haven't heard already. You got to keep them away from the toaster, the bread, and the ketchup.
Oh, here we go.
well, my short.
4, 3, 2.
3, 2, 1.
That's not Old Lang Syne.
Well, Happy New Year to the East Coast.
Yeah,
Yes.
Happy New Year.
It looks the same here. I haven't seen the thing. Well, there goes the state troopers. That's about the only thing I've seen. All right.
I found it. No, I didn't. That's something else. That's something yet to air.
Do it, Emil.
I got one
That's
of them.
what
You think it'll
Funny
work?
Tea does to you, George.
Yeah.
Where do you hold it? Here we go. Here you go, Mike.
Hold on to your hat, Mike.
Happy New Year, Carmen. Happy New Year, Carla Angel. Happy birthday, also.
Okay.
Neil, what you got now?
Pardon me?
It was supposed to be
What's
a popper,
Neil
but
got
it didn't. Oh, there it go. There it went. Oh no! Now I got to clean it up.
Well,
I've got the live feed and the delay feed looking at it, looking at both sides of what's going on here.
about 30 seconds maybe.
Yeah, about 27 and a half or something like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be synchronizing my chronometer to the YouTube feed.
I know it. I just make sure that the lips are in sync with the movement, and Mike was having difficulties there earlier until he bumped off, and then you reconnected, and then everything was good.
Yeah, he had a little too much wine before we got started tonight.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure it was. That that green wine.
It's that box of cardboard in the refrigerator.
Yeah, huh? You been buying stuff from Boulder again?
No, we have it in local supermarkets now.
Yeah, I heard.
They
That's going to
changed
put
the laws
Amanda
up
out of
here,
business.
and even our little store is an outlet, believe it or not. So yeah, we're moving up in the world.
Yeah, the oil is a hot thing. You know, oil will cure everything. I just have trouble putting oil in my car and my truck. You know, so if I can remember that, I won't need the other oil at all.
Well, Andy, thanks for being with us tonight, and
always a pleasure.
Good to talk with you again, and we'll have to have you back soon and catch up on your progress on the motorhome.
Yeah, well, it's not the motorhome. This is the old RV, the trailer. I'm making it into a big pull behind ham shack with a bed and a toilet in it, and a coffee pot. Got to have a coffee pot.
What else do you need?
Yeah, pardon?
I said, if you've got those, what else do you need? You know.
Well, I got to do a Ray Novak and pull a great big generator behind me, you know, to power it all.
Yep. You need that.
Yeah, well, I got a 5.7 that I pull back there and figure out some way to get it loaded and all that good stuff. But yeah, we can do that.
Cool. All right, Andy. Have a happy New Year. Thanks for being here. And
Happy New Year, Andy.
Yeah.
Happy New Year, Mike. Jimmy, Tommy, George. You all take care. We'll see you.
73, Andy.
See you, Andy.
73.
All right, it was good to catch up with him tonight. I wasn't sure. I had not tried to connect to him until just moments before we went live there. And I thought I had him in my address book, but I wasn't positive. We lucked out on that one. So, what should we do here next? I think... wait a minute. Is that Dean Martin I hear?
I am gonna say you guys are killing me. In the plane of the loop.
Okay.
Hey, I'm guessing I don't really. Well, nobody said that in the chat room, but they guessed everything else. Okay, so then I probably just got the buzz. Looks like you've been up there trying out some of those new Canadian herbs, Mike. And what is right? I said broadside to the loop. Just need a bag of chips. I don't think that. I think you said zzz. Yeah, that's what I said. So
that was a half.
That was the last question. What a great way to end our 2019 classes. I got buzzed, the last buzzer of the year. Well, you know, a lot of students get buzzed, but I guess a dean does occasionally too. Well, you've seen those hot tub pictures. Yeah, true.
Oh, man. You know, some of these things just present themselves, I guess, Mike.
Yeah, I'm not responsible for the content.
We aren't either, because, I mean, it doesn't start out like this, but it sure ends up that way.
Only the speed.
I was going to say, email is setting up more props over there. I'm not sure.
I popped one of those poppers during the thing. There's stuff all over the room now. It went everywhere.
You know what? I got to share something with all the folks in the chat room. The cheap old man himself missed the digital coupon on the bag of all his party stuff that he bought tonight from Dollar General.
He's right, and I'll show it. He busted me. I went to the. Here you go.
GGs.
You got to get it off of Mike's picture. Wait, let's see. Let me see. 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's see. What do y'all see? Do y'all see this or?
It's kind of
yeah.
chroma
Make
key.
more
In the
savings.
bag from DGs.
That was the source of my party favors here for New Year's. And Mike, I showed it to Mike, and he's like, "Hey, you didn't use that digital coupon yet, did you?"
Wow.
No, but I got my Dollar General camera, Tommy. I know I can take good pictures now.
There you go.
That's
I
a
might have
that's
to
a
get one
1D
like that.
camera, is it?
Yeah.
Takes pictures in 1D.
Look how thin it is. I mean, it's got to be engine.
It's probably made by Apple.
Wow.
Well, hey, at least the dollar 4-minute warning worked. I mean, how was that, George? Was that like timely or what?
Man, you know, that was
Pun
spot
intended.
on because we would have missed it all together. And then, you know, we'd had to wait for 2021 to get here.
Right.
Is that 2020 for the year or as an eye chart to make sure you're still seeing straight?
Let's see how many fingers do I have up?
Mike, you're in 2020 now, aren't you? Aren't you Eastern?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, Happy New Year.
Well, thank you.
Yes, sir.
We're still in last year, so wait a minute.
Cheers.
This is
Well, it looks like only 52 minutes to go for Central Time.
Well,
twist.
we're looking back at some things that happened in 2019, and email being the resident statistician in the southern area of Amateur Logic here,
the swampy area.
he has his thumb on the pulse of the amateur radio population. What can you report for 2019 on the amateur radio population?
You know, I think I had that window open at one point.
Yeah?
Which means now I have to find it again. Seem to remember a spreadsheet with a link somewhere.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, that used to be open before the beginning of the show.
Let's see. I may happen to have that right here.
You did tell me something about that.
The U.S. amateur radio population grew slightly in 2019. And the rest of that's too small for me to read from this far away. At night.
Yeah, it grew about 1% based upon the 2017-2018 year-end FCC database statistics provided by Joe Sparini, AH0A.
Okay.
The 755,430 total licensees represent nearly 7,300 more ticket holders than those that were in the database at the end of 2017. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
1% doesn't sound like a lot, but when you put it in the thousands of ticket holders or licensed hams, that's not bad.
Yeah,
We'll take any growth we can get.
Yeah, it's way better than a decline for sure. Mike, what about up there in Canada? How has how's it
I'm
been
not
going?
really sure what the numbers are like, George. I would imagine they're similar, although they're not growing by the numbers down there in the U.S. I really haven't looked at the numbers lately, to tell you the truth.
Well, Tommy,
but I would imagine they're still on the upcline.
Tommy being the resident statistician here in the southern Amateur Logic district, looks like he might just know the answer there.
Canada?
Yeah.
Well, I could probably dream something up.
Well, there it is. But
Well, hey George, before he gets there, I'm pretty sure I can. I don't know what percentage of the ham population I represent, but I'm pretty sure in 2019 I grew more than 1% myself. You know, there's a lot of great restaurants down here.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't. Again, I know I'm representative for the southern ham, the southern fried hams down in the swamps down here. So I don't know if the 1% is accurate for me specifically.
Well, that is a good point there. You know, maybe that's how they factored that in to the calculations.
If I were guessing, man, I would guess that the Canadian amateur radio population grew by about 1,758 new licensees in 2018. That's the largest number in the past 4 years.
Wow. Well, that's good too.
Yep.
So North America is on the right direction because, you know, we lose a fair number of hams every year too, because the population is getting older, and we have silent keys, and so we're replacing and having small gains at the same time. So that's good, because I would assume I haven't looked at the historical figures, but I assume we had a good many years in there where we didn't experience any growth. We may have actually lost some numbers. But somebody in the chat room who is a resident chat room statistician can probably straighten us out on that. But while we're thinking about that, I want to show you a project that I worked on in 2019 that it's one I revived. I had done this before years ago with the early Raspberry Pis, and it just was not ready for prime time. But now I tried it again with a Raspberry Pi 3B Plus, and well, let's just see how the results turned out. It was a two-part segment. This is one of those two parts. I think it's the second one. Now we need to make the GPIO work. I've got the same thing I built here years ago for that other Echolink Pi project. If you remember, I used the conductive paint to make this PC board, really just filling in the spaces here on some perf board. And it's a simple transistor.
My bad on that one, George. I had that window open and
one end goes to the GPIO connections, +5 ground, and the pin that we want to use. The other end has a DB9 on it. The reason that it has that is my current Echolink interface plugs into a PC, and I'll just plug that same cable into this. And now back to the configuration section of the website. We're going to work on the GPIO. The first thing we need to do is add SVX link to the GPIO group. And then we need to stop SVX link and stop the GPIO setup. And I'm going to use GPIO 4 as they used in the example here. There are instructions right here for modifying the GPIO.clnf
I've been winging it all night.
I'll follow those. I did follow the instructions, and my GPIO interface just wasn't working.
You did a pretty good job.
After much troubleshooting, I tracked it down.
Tommy,
I'm just going to say, if you have any of these circuit writer type pins, the ones that have conductive ink in them, throw them away. They're no good. It has been a few years since I made this board, but I didn't expect that the resistance on the traces would increase with age. It did.
I got another one.
And then I discovered, that's a problem with these type of pins. So I had to go back on the interface here, and you can see I added jumper wires across everywhere I had previously used the circuit writer there. And then the I.O. seemed to work fine. Way back in May of 2006, in episode 7 of Amateur Logic, I talked a little bit about Echolink, and I showed the Echolink interface that I built for connecting my radio to a computer for Echolink. That's what I'll be using here to connect the Raspberry Pi. And you'll notice on the schematic, I still have my original call sign. I'm ready to test SVX Link on the air now and see how it operates. Here's what we got, the Raspberry Pi the sound card connected to the interface that I showed you a moment ago, and the GPIO interface. And it's all connected to a Radio Shack 2-meter rig that Tommy actually owns. It's an HTX 212. I'm using this setup to run Echolink on a local repeater. It's W5PPB-R. So I won't use the QTEL interface that you would use if you were just operating this in a standalone simplex operation. But also I won't use a repeater logic on SVX Link because this is not connected directly to the repeater. This is operating over a 2-meter rig to get to the repeater. So the first test, I'm going to take out my Android phone here, and I'm going to call into the repeater and see if we can get connected.
Yeah.
W5PPV?
Yeah, it's down.
Welcome to the W5PPB repeater, located in Sharon, Mississippi, on 145.45 megahertz, with a 77 hertz PL tone.
And that message is customizable.
I don't ever listen to
What's happening is an infinite loop there. The Echolink node is hearing the squelch tail off of the repeater, and that causes it to key up again, which causes the repeater to key up again, and it's just a vicious cycle. So I'm going to do a little editing to correct that. I go to the SVX Link CONF file, and we'll edit it to change squelch start delay, and I'm going to set it to 4,000 because I timed out the squelch tail on that repeater. After you stop transmitting, the repeater will stop transmitting just over 3 seconds later. So by setting this to 4,000 milliseconds, I should be able to avoid that loop. I'm ready to test it out now, so I'm waiting on a call from Tommy over Echolink. Let's see if we can get connected and talk.
Activating Echolink. Connected November 5, Zulu, November, Oscar.
Well, good evening, Tommy. It looks like you got connected here on Echolink. Well, that is me. I'm the sysop of the W5PPB repeater. What's going on this evening?
Yeah, QSL. You got a little bit of a long squelch tail effect there. But anyway, it looks like you got a promotion. I didn't realize you got a promotion to sysop. Does the raise come with that too?
Well, your audio sounds pretty good here. I would say it sounds as good as the regular Echolink did on the repeater here.
Yeah, QSL, yours sounds good as well. I'm using my iPhone from work at the moment, but anyway, it sounds really good. Hey, which sound card are you using?
Well, I'm using this little cheap sound dongle. Remember, I used it 6 years ago on the first Echolink Pi project I made, and it seems to work okay for this.
Oh yeah, QSL, I remember that. I've actually got one of those still in the drawer. I haven't done anything with it. Maybe if this works out okay for you, I may build one for myself at the house.
Yeah, I'm going to have to actually put this thing on the air full time. Right now, there's just wires strung all across the shack here connecting it up to the radio. But it looks like it's going to work, and I'm going to give it a little try and give it some time on the air and see how it works out. Well, I tell you what, why don't we disconnect, and I will try calling you back.
Yeah, QSL, that'd be a good test. I'm not sure how well that works on a phone like this, so let's give it a try.
November 5, Zulu, November, Oscar, disconnected. Deactivating Echolink. Connecting to November 5, Zulu, November, Oscar. Connected.
Looks like it worked. I found you out there on Echolink land. Well, this is good. I've got good hopes for this one. I think maybe SVX Link is going to work for me this time.
Yeah, I want to just tighten up that squelch tail just a little bit. That's probably not the right term, but you know what I mean. But yeah, I was kind of surprised that it connected. I've never really used Echolink on the phone like that before.
Yeah, and of course there's some lag in there. Your lips are not in sync with the video we're seeing from Skype here, but that's to be expected. Well, I appreciate you
checking this out with me tonight from an undisclosed hotel room. And if it looks like I'm just looking off into space or ignoring you, I'm not. It's just that the monitor I'm looking at is over there. But I should look this way to look at you, I guess.
That's okay. It doesn't matter which direction you look in. That's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I would try to look both directions like I did in the last episode, but my eyes kind of got stuck for a few days after that.
Yeah, you're probably going to have to take some Advil after that.
Yeah, it took a good knock in the head to get them straightened back out, but it's all better now. All right, thanks, Tommy. I appreciate it, and I'm going to put it on the air and leave it for a while and see how it works out. 73N5Z&O W5JDX.
All right, 73. I'll talk to you in a few days. And 5Z&O.
November 5, Zulu, November, Oscar, disconnected.
So there you go. The SVX link appears to work. We will give it a good shot on the air and get some feedback and see how it's working out. I'll let you know in a future episode. 7-3.
So
How
it's
long
still,
has that been going
it's
on?
still on the air, right? You still
Yep.
using the same SVX link?
Huh?
Still using the same SVX link on the Pi?
Actually, no. I was up until about a month ago, and I'm going to move that one to another repeater, so I've got the old little Wise thin client hooked back up. But yeah, it still works.
Okay.
I use the phone version of Echolink when they usually have, like, if we're not in the affected area and I want to listen to the Hurricane Center and the nets they run, I use that Echolink client. There's a reflector that they set up that doesn't interfere with their
Guard your hat, Emil.
Guard my hat. You see the dog?
Yep.
I use that Echolink client on the phone all the time just to listen. They set up a special reflector so that it doesn't interfere with the traffic to the hurricane net in their operation, so that you can just listen. That's if I'm not in the affected area, because if I'm in the affected area, we'll actually talk over the air.
Yeah. Yeah, I listen to that a good bit when there's a hurricane going on.
What was that?
I was talking to somebody off camera here. I know it looked like I was talking to the camera, but usually when something like that happens, that means we've got another guest in the wings here. Now, who do you think we might have next?
Does he sing?
Let me see.
Does he sing?
That guy. No, that one. I can't point. Hi, Dan.
Hello.
How are things?
There we go.
How are things going up north there?
Busier than I want to pay. Oh, man, I hate an echo. Busier than I want a paper hanger.
Yeah. Well, we're glad you could join us for a little while tonight, check in, and tell us what's been going on up there.
I've been doing a lot of HF mobile. That's been keeping me busy. Running close to 1,300 watts, give or take. And I was just keeping busy. Had some surgery done on my hand here a couple of months ago. And that kind of made it kind of difficult to do a lot of work for a while.
Yeah, we briefly talked about that. I'm having some my hands have been bothering me a lot the last couple of months, you know, and I'm thinking, maybe I ought to go have it looked at too, because you kind of need that hand.
Yeah, I've got a nice cut here.
Oh, that's where they went in, huh?
That's where they went in. Yep.
Wow, I never would have guessed that. Yeah.
Yeah, it made it kind of hard to hold pliers and stuff like that for a while.
Yeah, screwdrivers.
Screwdrivers, you know.
Or a mouse, I guess, could be another.
Yeah, mouse was difficult. Keyboard, trying to type, that made things difficult.
This is not really encouraging news for me. I gotta say, I feel like I may have the same issue coming on.
Yeah, well,
at least you could switch up and use the push to talk with the other hand.
Well, that's true. That's true. I'm left-handed, so trying to get used to doing everything right-handed was a little bit difficult. But you know, and messing around inside of amplifiers and stuff like that with the right hand, you know, of course, then you touch the other components that you're not supposed to touch.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. Wow. Well, I guess you saw Andy a while ago. You've got some mobile competition coming on strong now.
Yeah, I see that. And I'm just running one extra alternator, but it's an aircraft alternator.
Oh, okay.
So,
I don't know why I thought you were running three.
And it's dual wound, so it actually produces 48 volts on the output. And that powers a ALS 1300 very nicely.
Yeah, I have a 1306 now, and I really like it, man.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Nice thing is on 80 meters, though, at night, man, you create about a 10-inch Corona ball at the top of that thing. You don't have to worry about tailgaters.
Yeah. I guess makes good emergency lighting, too.
Yes, exactly. That way you can kill two stones with one bird. Or
Does it
something like
de-ice
that.
your car, Dan?
Yeah, exactly. Not quite sure if there's a lot of RF happening here, you know. All the trees are humming, you know.
Yeah. Well, I guess you've been seeing that we have been playing some Ham College movie trivia tonight.
Yes, I have seen that.
Well, we have one I've been saving up just for you here.
Uh-oh.
If any of us can read it when I put it on the screen here, we're going to ask you and see if maybe you know the correct answer. If not...
You didn't know you were going to be the next contestant, did you?
Oh, no, but oh well.
Well,
we'll get over it. I already have.
Let's see. Okay, Mike, you want to take that one or you want me to read it?
I still haven't got past the delay yet, George. So if you can read it.
Which science fiction movie original... I think maybe it's not spelled right. Maybe
Yeah, it
I'm
looks
just
like
not
somebody
reading
had a little bit of spelling errors there.
Yeah. Which science fiction movie originally starred actor
Originally starred. Yep.
David?
My bad.
And how do you pronounce that last name?
Hedison. David Hedison.
Yeah. Which science fiction movie originally starred David Hedison? Is it A, Empire of the Ants, or B, The Cockroach That Ate Cincinnati, C, The Fly, or D,
Westworld.
Westworld. And you can see your clues there as I'm holding my hands. That is your clue.
Yeah.
So we're still waiting for answers to come in the chat room. We've had one.
I'm guessing The Fly.
Well, the only person who's guessed so far is Marty, and he said The Fly. Glenn just said, help me. Tom said it is C. The Fly.
Glenn's got it right,
but
too.
I'm still trying to figure out how this is a fly.
I don't know.
Marty McFly?
I have no idea what I was actually talking about there before Mike exchanged the question there. But
Yeah,
let's,
looks like you're trying to stand up in a hammock or something, maybe.
could be, yeah. Well, let's see what it is.
Let's see. How did I stand up in that hammock exactly? Maybe I.
Yeah, it is the fly. Okay. Mike, I didn't realize that I used my hands that much, when we were shooting Ham College episodes, but apparently that's one of my favorite tools to use in describing ham radio and electronic topics.
And
That's our
Gazinta
visual
Gazadas, right?
aids.
Y'all doubled.
And Gazinta Gazadas, right?
Yep.
You have heard of a Gazinta Gazada, right?
I have. We don't use them often. We
Yeah,
save
yeah.
them.
That's when a Gazada one thing goes into something else.
Yep. We try to save those up for special episodes.
Ah, I see.
But it does come up from time to time. Okay, let's see. We're going to talk a little more here, see what's been going on with Dan up there. Have you been working on any special projects lately?
Actually, I built a on-air light that's outside of the room here, and is on currently, because occasionally I'll have some of my guys come over, and they literally will come into the room, and it's kind of like a stop sign for them. Like, hey.
Yeah.
Because I've been on HF a few times, and they come in and, it starts slapping humor and stuff like that. And I'm like, I got the mic keyed up here, people.
Well, Dan, you could always load up the doorknob with your 1300 watts. That'll work too.
Well, that's true, and I do have Al, my 82, over here. We can do a little work with Al too.
Yeah, that would make a nice Corona ball.
Yeah, it does. It does. In fact, I think it. A couple of weeks ago, I think it actually took out my rotor. Had a little bit of high SWR, and the rotor hasn't moved since.
Oh wow!
So
do you get a chance to operate on the air much?
Oh, I operate on the air mobile all the time. Here at the house, I don't operate as much as I would like to, but we get on there quite a bit. I do mostly it's stuff in the summer and that from the camper. I've got a complete setup now in the camper, running a woofer recoil antenna for the camper. We use that at Field Day and use it at AirVenture, and it works pretty good. And then I've got that's the only HF rig that I have that doesn't have an amplifier on it. I got to remedy that situation though.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get an 811H or something, but we run out of the camper and that. A lot of times I take the camper to different locations for the day and just see what I can come up with. There's a lot of nice areas out here that have got really low noise floors. So even with the bad sunspot cycle that we're currently in, I'm not doing too bad. I'm still working on the DXCC, and I shouldn't say working on it. I'm playing with it. I'm not working on it. I think I've got 91 or 92 right now. So that's what we're doing. But yeah, we get on HF as much as we can, and got APRS permanently in the car now. So I had a temporary setup for a long time, but now I got it permanently set up, which is pretty handy.
Y'all double there, email. Say again.
Hey Dan, this is Emil. What do you have APRS running in the mobile?
It's a Yaesu 100 set up for APRS, and then I've got that into a rather high gain 2-meter antenna, so I can do pretty good. I'm making a lot of trips right now from Appleton to Waukesha, visiting my mother with some issues, so we're doing that a little bit more than we normally do, which is which is in Milwaukee, and get on 2 meters there, and there's like 2 or 3 people that would be like, "Yeah, we saw you coming down again."
Yeah, that's good. So there's a lot of good coverage there as far as the digipeaters. You can actually see yourself RF-wise.
Oh yeah. We're covered pretty good. We've got there's several nodes going down the 2 major highways. 43 and 41 are the 2 major highways, and in both cases, there's people that happen to be real close to the highway that have really nice systems. The one here in Appleton, I've actually hit it from Fond du Lac, which is almost 50 miles away. So, a straight shot. So,
nice.
Wow.
But of course, me, I always run high power. So
yeah.
Tune up for maximum smoke.
So, for those that don't really know who Dan is, he's a friend of mine, ours, from way back. Dan Van Evenhoven N9 LVS, because I didn't get a chance to get the lower thirds together before tonight. And Dan he does some videos, and they play on Ham Nation from time to time. He's got a new video that plays in there, and of course on his YouTube channel. And he does the wiki for AmateurLogic, Ham College, and Ham Nation. And
yeah, I'm a little busy. I got one for you though. You were talking radio stations and stuff like that. I know that you work on a lot of radio stations. I dug this out of the archives. That is my original staff shirt. I don't know if you can see it or not. Original staff shirt when I worked at WAPL when I was years young.
Yeah.
And they're celebrating their 40th year with the same format.
Oh wow, that's unusual.
Yeah. They run classic rock format, and it's the same thing that they have run for 40 years this year, and met up with a lot of the guys. Some of us old timers that have long since left the station, but was on the air there, and we actually had a little chat here about an hour and a half ago on Skype with a bunch of us seasoned radio guys, and so I brought out the old shirt, and a lot of people are like, "Man, I threw mine away 20 years ago."
Yeah,
I'm like, "Nah, I stuck around with it." It's a rather unique shirt because you don't see that kind of a shirt anymore. And not only that, but the lettering on it is actually glow in the dark. And it still works, glow in the dark.
Wow. I see our other guest here, or host, are playing with Skype and keep popping up messages on the screen there.
Well, George, I was trying to figure out what Dan was saying. I heard something about years ago. What? How do we translate that?
That's
many years ago.
That's the same year I was on the air.
Actually, if we put that in half-speed theater, it'll probably come out right next year, so you have to wait for that one.
Okay, Mike. All right.
Yeah, it could. Yeah, you have to be. Well, it's hard to be careful because he'll dig stuff out that you didn't know existed.
Yeah, well, I'll give you an idea. It's 40 years, and I was one of the originals.
Wow, that was an FM station.
Yeah, FM. 100,000 watt blowtorch.
Oh wow.
Wow.
It actually in 1979, it got the broadcasting award for studio design, and at the time there was only 2 stations out of that place. Now that same building has 12, I think.
Wow.
Out of that same building, and it's like, oh my.
Yeah. Well, that's happened around, There's a lot of signals on the air now. As a matter of fact, you can't hardly turn the FM dial from one channel to the next without another station popping out on you anymore.
Yeah. I was down in Waukesha today, and the frequency that APL is on, I used to be able to pick that up all the way in Milwaukee and that without a problem. And I got about 3/4 of the way there, and all of a sudden here's this sports program on FM, and I was like, that's more an AM thing, but okay, whatever works.
Yeah, that's the way the FM band has gotten now. It's back in the 70s. A lot of my friends and I had outdoor antennas. You could use TV antennas. Some of us had, FM antennas, which is just a Channel 6 TV antenna, more or less.
Mm-hmm.
And we would DX on FM, and, you could pick up stuff way away back in those days. But now, everything's packed so tight that it's, none of those stations have the signals they used to because of, somebody else on the frequency.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's WAPL 100,000 watt blowtorch. It's an impressive station. It really is. It's amazing how much distance they got on that thing.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Where are we at now? I guess we need to be getting ready to move on to the next guest here, because I think we have well, I believe he not only was a singing star, but maybe was a movie star as well. Or he did a lot of movies with the chicks. It was Rockin' Ray. And we're going to bring him in here in just a second. But before we do, Dan, I just want to ask you, what do you have lined up in 2020? Have you got any projects you've been holding up that you think you'll, unlike Mike, that you might actually get around to doing?
Well, I've got a couple of things that I'm planning on doing here. One thing is this behind me here is I've got the green screen actually sitting on the other side of the room. And I was like, man, maybe I got a time to put it up. And then I had to go down to Waukesha unexpectedly. And I'm like, okay, so much for that idea. But I was hoping to have it ready today. Green screen in a box. We'll see how that works out, because I plan on shooting a lot more videos. I'm going to do a lot more interviews and stuff like that. On Ham Nation, I already did a couple of interviews, and then we got one that's coming up that's in the can right now. That's coming up. I got my project on how I did this whole on-air light thing. That's been getting pushed back, but that's okay. And shows you how basically I got it set up so that I can either hit it with a switch on the floor, or as soon as I turn on one of the power supplies for the rig, the on-air light comes on automatically. So like right now, I've got it with the switch on the floor so that I know that nobody's going to come barging in here.
Yeah, that's a project I've been threatening to do for a long time and just haven't gotten around to it. I've got a little box that's weighted, and it's got a lever switch in it like all the old Collins consoles and Autogram consoles used to use those toggle type of switches, and that's my push-to-talk for my ham rig. And it's got extra sets of contacts on it, so I have a set of contacts on there I was using because I have a stereo system out here that everything runs through, and I was getting RFI into it, so I put a mute on it, just like you got at the radio station when you turn on the mic and mute the speakers. And I was thinking, well, yeah, I could hook it on there light to that too, but I haven't done it. And you're ahead of me on that. Email, hide the hat.
The hat is well hidden. Let's see.
Yeah, and the like I've got a radio set up. And as soon as I hit the on-air light, I've got it set so that it turns off as well. It mutes the speakers, so
cool.
It makes it handy. So I don't have any worry about RFI or anything like that. But it takes some getting used to have that there, and then getting used to, hey, when I've got the radio on and I'm just listening for a couple hours, maybe it's probably a good idea that maybe I turn off the on-air light because I'm just going to be listening for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, that it's kind of like the boy who cried wolf. You don't want to have that on the air light on unnecessarily.
Right.
And then
And a lot of times when I'm doing videos and stuff like that, it's good to have the on-air light because, I mean, unfortunately, my guys a lot of times will come in here, you know, and think that I'm working on work when I'm actually working on videos.
Yeah. I have a sign over here. I've got a metal door into the Shack studio building here. And I've got a sign made up that says on the air, and it's got magnetic strips on the back. And I'm supposed to stick that on the door on the outside when I'm shooting something here so my wife doesn't bust in. But I haven't done that too much lately. I just locked the door. Because she likely would run right past the sign anyway. It's not lighted. But, well, Dan, it's great to visit with you tonight. And, boy, we look forward to catching up with you again soon.
Yep. Well, we'll be at Dayton.
Well,
and I've got a new camera, new video camera that I'll have at Dayton. We made a huge upgrade in cameras because I plan on shooting a lot more in the field stuff, and then coming year or so. And I've got the box set up so that I can actually bring it right into the editing software. So when I'm sitting here, it's not just going to be all voiceover. You're going to see this ugly mug that's only meant for radio, you know?
Yeah.
What kind of camera did you get?
G20.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
I've got a G21. So, yeah, the nice cameras. Really nice.
20, 21, whatever it takes.
And then I got a 5D Mark III as a SLR, which I also can use for video.
Yeah. Well, I didn't see what he said, but it was something about Peter.
Yeah, Peter's in the chat room, and he said you can Skype him in if you have a schedule for it.
Okay. Well, Peter, we will try to work you in. I didn't have you on the schedule because I thought you couldn't be here, but we will get you in here shortly if you can hang around there. Because we'd like to say Happy New Year to you too. Dan, Happy New Year, my friend.
Happy New Year.
Chatting with you soon.
Happy New Year, Dan.
Yeah.
Happy New Year to everybody there and everybody that's listening or watching.
Okay. 7-3.
7-3.
7-3.
Yeah, it's fun to catch up with Dan. You know, he stays pretty busy. 10 minutes to Central Standard Time. Okay,
I'll be curious to see some of his new videos with his new gear. He'll like that camera. That's a good one.
Well, let's see, what else? Tech exam proposals. I was supposed to read this one and didn't prepare for it. So, I guess y'all are off the hook.
Dang it.
Well,
have you got it handy there, Tommy?
Well, I just so happened to. It appears that the FCC is inviting comments on an ARRL technician enhancement proposal where they're proposing to add some limited HF privileges for the technicians licensees in 75, 40, and 15 meter bands, plus RIDI and digital mode privileges on 80, 40, and 15. Anyway, I kind of got mixed feelings about it, but I think overall, just in my opinion, I think it would probably help the hobby, although I'm sure some people probably would probably be opposed to it. But anything to kind of keep it going, I think it's probably a good thing. Actually, I know it's a good thing.
I've seen that people going both ways on that, and I think it might be good because we lose a lot of technicians. People will kind of get excited and get licensed, and then, there's no activity on the repeaters, and they just kind of lose interest and they're gone. And, we need something to keep them hanging around and give them some activities. Don't give them full privileges on the HF bands, but give them a little taste.
Yeah, and a lot of new hams get into it with the intent of wanting to work stations around the world, and they get a little bit of a taste of that and get a nice investment in a nice radio. They're going to want to take full advantage of that thing, and I'm pretty sure the majority of them will want to upgrade. I know I would.
Yeah.
You know what? When I got that the 746 Pro ICOM, I did when I was still a technician, I remember learning that, oh, wait, I have privileges on the 10 meter and other bands in the lower digital and CW portions. And that's what got me migrating towards the sound card digital, as well as wanting to upgrade to the general.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of it kind of grows on you. Once you get a little bit of a taste of it, you're going to want more. I know I do. And that's how I ended up extra. But I think the majority of people are going to be the same way.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I'm trying to get our next guest lined up here. We're having a little problem getting connected, but it will probably happen. Well, let's see. In other countries like, in the UK and in Australia, they do have some HF privileges there. I think it's maybe lower power, but they have some privileges, and Peter's talked about that before, and it sounded like a pretty decent plan to me. But I'm sure there's a lot of folks that won't like that. So, okay.
Yeah. Let's see how it pans out.
That guest is unavailable.
Dun, dun, dun.
And I can't see what it's saying there for a message. So I tell you what, we will come back to him in a moment. Let's see. Maybe if we got somebody else here that... I can't see that either. It's not that I'm going blind. I was already doing that. It's just, it's about this big.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting, what?
We see it. I was just saying 5 minutes.
He's just shaking like a leaf. He's just getting ready to raise his cardboard clock.
Yeah. Let me see if I can wake somebody else up.
Ray says he's trying.
Yeah, we'll get back to Ray. Well, that didn't work out. Is Peter still in the chat room? Oh.
Yes, he is.
I think he is.
That sounds like Peter.
Hi, Peter.
Hey, Peter, and Happy New Year.
Yeah, and Ray...
Gosh, what is it? 17 hours ago.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Well, how does 2020 seem then?
2020 is looking to be a very, very good year. Extremely good year, particularly for me, because I've got retirement coming up in March, and in February I'll be becoming a full-time student. So that'll be a big change for me.
What are you studying?
Cybersecurity. Our state government has made a number of what would you call trade school courses available for free for anyone who wants to study. And so I put my hand up, and so I'll be studying full-time in that field, which will be quite interesting to, as it involves computers and possibly even some programming involved as well.
Cool. So you're not just sitting around being a retired guy. You're going to be staying busy.
Oh yeah. Put it this way: the reason for retirement is nothing to do with the actually wanting to go do or leave work particularly. It's more the case of the way my superannuation scheme is set up. It virtually forces you to retire at 55. So that's something I have to deal with. But down the track, it doesn't preclude me from part-time work or from doing other things that I might want to do. But in the short term, I thought, well, rather than just go cold turkey from having worked full-time for such a long period of time, I thought, well, I'll go study full-time, and then I've got something to go to, something to look forward to.
Cool. So what's been going on, man? You know, we hadn't talked with you in a few months here, and any special projects?
No. Just I've been extraordinarily busy at work because I've got, as you would imagine, with retirement coming up, I've got a number of big cases and things that I need to finalise, and that takes some time. Apart from that, just the family duties and whatnot. And gardening a bit. The garden's going crazy over here. I'm in the process of moving about three cubic meters of mulch to try and keep down the weeds a little bit. And it's as you know, it's summertime over here also. So as you know, very, very hot. And I should put a shout out for all the people that are suffering at the moment with bushfires in eastern Australia. I think you may have heard about that overseas, but we've had some big bushfires. There was a comment in the chat room about that. I should just point out that bushfires in Australia are nothing new, but we have had some pretty bad ones this year. Whether that's due to global warming or not, I'm not going to make any judgments about that. All I'll say is it has been hot, and those bushfires, particularly in remote areas, have been very difficult to put out.
Well, let's see. Who is our official timekeeper? We're about to hit 2020 here, aren't we?
We are, and it's 4 seconds away. And there it is, right there. Happy New Year's, guys, from CST.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Everybody pick up.
Well, it may not sound like it, but I think that's it. You know, that's just not like Guy Lombardo and his Royal Canadians.
No, that's kind of more jazzy. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So are you in the same time zone up in Canada, Mike?
No, we officially went New Year's an hour ago. I'm in the Eastern time zone, and George, Emil, and Tommy are in Central. They're an hour behind me or ahead of me.
Yep.
Well, as far
depends on which way you look at it.
Yeah. Well, you've got. I think you're mainly divided into 3 time zones. Is that right? In the US, so you probably still have to go for another couple of hours for all the viewers in California.
Yep.
Yeah, we got 4 zones here, and I guess it's 4 in Canada as well, isn't it?
We actually have a time zone that's 30 minutes out.
Oh wow!
From everybody else. The island of Newfoundland is 30-minute difference, starting there and working our way west. it's then an hour. I guess it would be Atlantic, Eastern, Central, Mountain, and Pacific.
What's that, Eastern and a half for Newfoundland?
I remember listening to the CBC radio because they'd always announce something in one of their programs that they happened to be running at the time, and they'd always say, and a half an hour later in Newfoundland. And an hour later in Newfoundland. I understand why. And they never bothered to announce the other time zones, but perhaps it was just the way their stations were laid out geographically.
Yeah. So Peter had. Go ahead, Mike.
No, I was just going to say, Emil and his Mr. Peanut mustache.
Island of Finland, 30 minutes later.
What's authentic accent, isn't it?
Just keep going, Emil. You're giving me lots of material to work with.
Well, Peter, I don't know how long you've been watching tonight.
Oh, I have been. Well, I've been busy with various things around here, but no, I just saw the time approaching, and I actually saw that you'd called me on Skype a little bit earlier, and I thought, oh, well, I've got a few minutes to spare, so I thought, oh, well, I'll make the effort to say hello.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you did, and we've been playing a little game tonight. It's Ham College movie trivia. You might guess that Mike is behind this. And apparently I use my hands a lot when I'm describing amateur radio topics and electronics and life in general. And Mike picked up on that. And we're playing a little game here. Let's let you have a go at it here. Here's the next question in Ham College trivia.
Okay.
Name the scientist's father who accidentally shrunk his kids. Is it A, Wayne Gretzky, B, Wayne Campbell, C, Wayne Newton, or D, Wayne, and I can't pronounce that. What is it, Mike?
I think it's Zelensky.
Wayne Zelensky. What's scientist's father accidentally shrunk his kids? And
well,
you can see.
I don't think it's C, because I think Wayne Newton is a golfer. From memory, so it's A, B, or D. Can I phone a friend?
No.
Street shout out?
No. I'll go for D. Just a pure guess.
Well, I'm with you, Peter. I think it's D, and that's what the folks in the chat room are saying. Of course, Wayne Campbell, that's Wayne's World.
Oh, okay.
So, let's see.
Canadian connection there?
Yeah, you're right.
Mike Myers is Canadian, I think, from memory.
Yeah. So, anyway, for what it's worth, that's how Mike has been spending his Christmas vacation, and is putting those things together. And I was in on some of the shenanigans, but that's pretty much his own design there.
Okay, I've got a question, if I may, just from Mike. How do you guys celebrate Christmas, or not Christmas, New Year's up in Canada? Do you do anything special, or just fireworks, or?
I think it pretty much depends on your age. I remember when I was younger, it was quite common for I'm going to say younger folks, because I'm dating myself now, to hit the bars, and a lot of the bars would kind of put on a New Year's Eve party, and they would have a small, a nominal fee, and you would pay. They would cater in food and that sort of thing. So, but pretty much I think the same in the U.S.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's pretty much the same over here. I will say this, though, that in light of the fires, there was some discussion, I think up in Canberra, about actually banning fireworks. So that's a slight local change, I suppose you would call that.
You know,
I remember when I was young, and one of the neighbors got a shotgun out and started firing off live rounds, and of course the police showed up, and that was the last time he did that. But I haven't heard any fireworks go off where I'm at, but fireworks are quite common. In fact, not so long ago, I'm rural, but in the city where I work, they would generally sponsor, some good entertainment, and of course, everyone would be walking the streets, and they would have fireworks as well. So, yeah, although it's much colder for us up here. I remember once I think the city hired the band April Wine, which was a great band in the 70s and mid 80s. And it was so cold that night. They were on the back of a trailer, and they were all had these fingerless gloves on. I don't know how they managed to play guitars with the fingerless gloves on, but they did a great job.
Yeah.
Actually, now that I think about it, one thing that really intrigues me about this time of the year is actually Christmas markets. And I say that because one of the things I'd love to do is to actually go to Europe and see the Christmas markets in Germany and Czech Republic and elsewhere. Do you have them over in Canada, or to the other guys, do you have them in the US?
We have Christmas markets. In fact, some of the there's a number of Christmas shows that people attend, buying various baked goods and crafts and so forth, and looking for that little stocking stuffer, so to speak. But I would imagine it's is it the same down there, Tommy?
Yeah, we have one here, Mistletoe Marketplace.
Well, you'll be interested to know that basically, with the exclusion of some rebadged fates for local primary schools, essentially we don't actually have them here in Australia. So I think they may be just starting to creep in now, but more as a fundraiser than anything else. But no, that's something we don't have in Australia.
Wow, that's I gotta say, everybody noticed me cracking up there, and I think maybe a couple of people in the chat room got what I was cracking up about. Maybe email did, I'm not sure.
I kept seeing it. I did see it, and I'm still looking at it on the stream. It's Kilroy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, your camera needs to be
We're seeing you from the
tilted
eyebrows
down.
up, Peter.
So from eyebrows up. Are you now? All right. So you want me to lower this down
just
a little bit like that?
That's probably
Yeah. That better?
That's
okay.
better.
I'm surprised. It must be the way you framed me, George, because when I look at my picture, I'm sort of centered. Okay. So mind you, I'm not getting any feed from you, so I can't see.
Oh, you're
for some reason. No, your feed is frozen for some reason. Not sure why, but anyway.
Okay. Yeah, I don't understand that. Well, yeah, what happened there and cracked me up, it just struck me wrong, every now and then. And I've been sitting here since about 5 o'clock trying to get this show on the road tonight. And when Mike said he was dating himself, it just, my mind took a left turn.
Yeah, mine did too. His wife may not be happy about that.
No, she may not.
When I saw that in the chat room, I was like, whoa, no.
Yeah, a couple of people caught it in the chat room. But anyway, it's sometimes you get stir crazy sitting here in front of a camera for a while, and funny things happen. Well, Peter, it has been good to visit with you tonight. I'm glad that you had a few minutes. You could say Happy New Year to us and all the viewers out there, and we hope we'll see you again in the not too distant future. You'll come back in and tell us what's going on down there.
I would like at some stage to have some show and tell. But that will probably have to wait till after March when I've got a little bit more time on my hands. Because, but even though I'll be doing full-time study, I'll have an extra 3 days a week free, which will be good. I'll be able to spend a little bit more time playing around with electronics and whatnot. So anyway, 73s, everybody. Have a happy New Year, and we'll catch you later.
All right, 7-3, Peter.
Happy New Year, Peter.
7-3, Peter.
Bye.
Oh, that was fun. And Mike,
Yeah,
I
it's good to hear
apologize. I just couldn't contain myself for some reason.
Well, Marty, I got to get into Marty. I think he said at least you won't have anybody to argue with if you date yourself, Mike.
Yeah.
Is that not a saying down there? Like,
yeah, it is.
It's a pretty common saying up here.
Yeah, it is a common saying down here too. But for some reason, my delirium caught up with me, and I couldn't.
It's 12 a.m. That's right.
Yeah. Well, let's see.
Ray's in there, George. You want to give him another try?
I am. And we're about to call Ray back here. Let me see where I'm at on the rundown, though. I think I've got a little video we can play to kind of stretch our legs, take a break, and
let the dogs out.
Let the dogs out. Who let the dogs out? We'll be right back. I told you we were gonna shift gears when we came back. It looks like, is my microphone straight?
Mostly.
It hadn't shifted gears.
It's okay. It's close enough.
All right, well, let's see. We're unable to see. You can't.
There is no correct answer.
Of course, if I had the ICOM t-shirt there, I would be good to go as is. Or, if I had a Hawaiian shirt, that will work for a lot of occasions, but sometimes you really need to look sharp.
Where can I get something if one of those occasions were to arise?
Where you really need to look sharp. Well, you might try AmateurLogic.Spreadshirt.com, because I think there you'll find a pair. Sorry. Okay. We're back live for a second here, and we can continue working on that. Well, I've got someone on the phone here I'm trying to work out some connection issues with that we hope to have on soon. Maybe Why don't you guys pick it up there for a second? And
Let's see.
Tommy, you have no audio.
How about now?
There we go.
I was going to say, I stepped out to get something to drink and a snack real quick, and I didn't realize we were back on. It's kind of different this time because the video feed doesn't come back to me through here. The live.
What was coming back?
Let's see what else we got.
What's going on in the chat room?
Take a look, Mike.
That's a good question. They're still stuck on you dating yourself, Mike. Glenn says you look funny dancing with yourself.
Ooh. Oh wow.
now you can call me Ray jokes are starting to come out now.
Let's see if we got another one of these news topics here that we I think some of them got cut, but
George knows his mic is hot. Okay.
wow. Kind of hard to tell.
I know, yeah, I can't. My volume is turned down on my phone. I'm actually watching it, but it's like, what, 10 seconds?
Well,
Yeah.
speaking of Spreadshirt,
Nice.
my new hat arrived yesterday,
Wow.
Looks nice.
and it's even got the official seal of approval on it.
Yep. And I think that's where all the gravy must go because that's the part the dogs chew first.
Well, I was going to ask you, Mill, but I didn't want to interrupt George. When the dog was licking your beard, I was wondering if you dipped your beard in gravy tonight.
No, it's these Chewies, though. I'm pretty sure the Chewy that the dog likes. In fact, they were trying to get me to open the door. The door to this room is closed. They're trying to get me to open it so they could go run out in the back when they heard all the fireworks.
well, guys, I have another guest here.
Look out.
Does he sing?
By popular demand, yes, you've heard his hits before.
I don't
Well,
think
that's great, because we haven't had any singing entertainment for a while.
We
Yeah.
need some music on there.
All right.
The theme song going.
All right.
Hey, George, the way you've got me blocked, you can't see the shirt that I'm wearing, sir.
No, I can't. And there's, let's see, maybe I can let you flash them real quick, and then maybe they could see you there.
Wait a minute.
It's the official swag.
Yeah, how about that?
Cool. Who's
Happy New Year,
representing?
Ray.
Happy New Year's, everybody.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
guess
that was
you're
kind of
in
crazy,
Dallas
George.
now or
What was
something-
going on? What was the
something in
problem?
Texas now, right?
Y'all doubled.
So, George, you must have figured out what the problem was. What happened?
It's like Jerry Clower says, you just shoot up in there amongst them. One of us got to have some relief. I don't know, Ray.
Ray's representing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, looking good, Ray.
So
He's the best dressed
I guess
game
it's
on the
kind of like
channel.
knock 'em out, John, huh?
Yeah. So are you sitting out in the garage there? Is that some of your hardware behind you there?
Yeah, I figured since Andy was talking about catching up, I'd just go and show a few of the aircraft that we can do aeronautical mobile from.
Well, I think we had something, George, in one of those things I sent you. Speaking of aeronautical.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we did. Did we already use that?
Well, we talked about it, but you had no slides to go with the copy.
Yeah. Well, I'll be looking for that. Let me see if I can come up with something there. I think we probably can. And it might be that aircraft right over his right shoulder there. That might be the one that is in that shot.
Right here?
Yes.
I saw 71. I saw 71 back there somewhere.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, but Emil, there's one distinct difference with this SR-71. Let me slide out of the way. Take a look between the two back fins.
Wait a minute, I gotta get this live stream. I don't see your video, and I just lost it on the phone. Hold on.
It's okay. There's a delay.
You don't.
Yeah.
Are y'all not watching Skype? You're watching.
We're not getting the feedback through Skype.
We don't see his video.
Yeah, we don't see any of the guests.
Well, how long
we have it all
going
night.
on? All night.
Well, aren't they lucky? They don't have to. They don't have to look at us all the time.
Without a
then.
schedule. I've been flying blind all night.
Well, I mean, I didn't know.
Well, the SR-71 that was behind me is at the Museum of Flight, or Boeing's Museum of Flight in Seattle, and it has one of the. I think there was only 3 of them made, but it's a remote control drone.
Oh wow!
Oh, okay.
So they would launch it from the back of the SR-71.
I think maybe I got a clip here that came out of the cockpit of that. Tell me if this is the right shot right here.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I don't think so. Anyway, you know who's responsible for that?
I do now. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't seen it yet, but we know too.
Yeah.
We'll have to get even. But also, George, after you and I talked earlier today, a couple of the things that I'm going to be bringing for us to do demos with. Try to get it right with the camera.
Yeah, that is an oldie but goodie, isn't it?
It is. And let me try to get the autofocus in right on it. That is an ICOM. Let me see. This one is the IC202. The 402.
Now
Oh, and I thought I had the 215.
Are these 2 meters? Are these all 2 meters, or what are they?
2 of them are 2 meters. One of them is 440. And these were the QRP rigs of the day. So you had single side. One was single sideband. One was FM. They ran off of D-size batteries. This particular one ran off of C-size.
Wow.
I'm looking them up on Universal Radio. Wow, look at that. 3 watts, single sideband.
So these are not functioning radios, so I can't do the side-by-side comparison. I'll also have a 703 to bring, and we'll do a 705, and expecting to be able to do that sometime at the beginning of February.
Cool.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I could see you couldn't really do a fair smackdown with that, since most of the newer rigs are at least 50 watts. It probably wouldn't stack up real good against a 9700.
No, not the 9700, but the 705 being a 5-watt portable HF62 440. So I was hoping to have one tonight, but looks like it's going to be towards the end of this month before I'll see one.
So are those out in the field now?
No, sir, not yet.
They're not. Okay. Well, I was just wondering. I know they usually get get a little advance over there in Japan before the rest of us.
Yeah, and the last couple of rigs that I've tested, either the I think we had the ID 4100 we couldn't transmit with yet.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And I think we had a sample of the 9700 as well. So this might either be a Japanese version or it might be a sample as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I know everybody's talking about that rig. They're looking forward to it. It's kind of upscale for a QRP rig. I mean, the features that are on that thing are crazy.
It's going to be a fun rig.
Yeah.
And hopefully I can get there with you and Tommy. If Tommy's not there, then there's no way you're going to be able to stop me from leaving with it.
Yeah.
So you're going to need backup?
Well, if it won't transmit yet, then no, I'll wait for the real thing. We'll have to try to Shanghai them at Hamvention. I've got all three of these guys are going to be there with me this year, so I feel like my odds are better.
Boy, there seems to be a parody of a airplane movie that I'm thinking of right now. And it had to do with the video or the slide that you showed earlier.
Oh, the slide you mean the slide right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So hold that one up there real quick, George. Sorry, had to do a wardrobe change. Go ahead now.
Yeah. Well, that's okay. We had the autopilot standing in for you.
Thank you.
Well, tell you what, you get the chat room in on airplane jokes and it doesn't stop.
So how has 2019 been for you, Ray? Busy year?
Well, yes, it has been, and my video's probably frozen because my camera just shut off. The battery just died on it.
Well, yeah, it is, but I mean...
Yeah, that's not a good look for 2020.
No. But, this is maybe something Mike could use for next year's New Year's show. I don't know. Oop, there it went.
Yeah.
Well, Ray, we appreciate you joining us for a little while tonight. I know we weren't able to have you here officially at 2020 in the Central Time Zone, but we got you here right afterwards, and glad you could stop in with us a few minutes here.
Well, I enjoyed it, and Happy New Year to you all, and I know Amanda's waiting for her time zone.
Oh, yes, and, we have a big time with her and Jeff, so you don't want to go away. You want to hang around and see what's going on there tonight. So, all right, 7-3, Ray, we look forward to seeing you. I'll be seeing you hopefully before too long here.
Yes, sir. Well, 73 to you all, and Happy New Year.
Yeah, 73, Ray. Thanks for joining us.
7-3.
Okay. Well, I don't know what was going on there. He and I had a lot of trouble getting the connection through, but we finally made it. So that's good.
I almost want to say next victim.
It kind of is like that, isn't it? Let me see where we are here. Mike, I have down here something about Make Magazine shutting down. Have you heard anything about that?
Oh, yeah, that goes back to June of this past year. That was like the Black Friday of the maker community when that announcement was made. I just want to pull up an info sheet here. The parent company, Maker Media, which started about 15 years ago. I used to subscribe. Excellent. The reason I stopped subscribing is I couldn't keep up with all the all of the projects in there. So anyway, they had a good web presence. They started out 15 years ago as a venture-based company by a fellow by the name of Dale Doherty, and they were responsible for all those Maker Faire events that you used to see advertised, and even news over their fairs in places like San Francisco. Actually, 40 countries over the world, all over the world apparently. And on June 7th, they announced that they were laying off everybody, which was about 22 people. And I guess about 2 weeks later, on the 19th of June, there was an outpour of support from the maker community, and I guess some generous donors. And Maker Media got a shot in the arm, and they're still around today, and they've carried on with their Maker Fairs, and I don't believe they even had to cancel any events as a result of that. So, sounds like they've restructured. They've gone from I think it was a bi-monthly publication, and now it's just quarterly. But yeah, they're alive and well, and I'm happy to see that. They're big in education as well.
Yeah. Subscribed. I did buy a few issues though here and there from the bookstore, and yeah, it was always some good content in there. I guess it's hard to compete with the internet. Magazines today have a really tough time.
Yeah, they were saying that the printing business itself, or the publication business, is hard enough as it is. But when you've got a venture backed company, and you can't keep the investors interested, it's pretty difficult to keep things rolling along.
Yeah, I imagine it could be. Well, glad to see that they're still here. We're going to be back in just a moment with our next special guest here tonight. They always help us close out the show here they've done it at least twice with us. I think that's close enough. I can't count. It's getting late, but we'll be back in just a few minutes. But here's a segment that Email did that I concur with him 100% on what he was trying to say here, and he gets it. Why should you sit there and listen to a bunch of static and noise when really you don't have to, right, Emil?
Not at all. You don't have to. That's right. You just figure out how to find that magic combination of RF gain and make that noise disappear. Have you ever heard the noise on HF to the point where it just aggravates you? You got to do something about it. And did you know you could use the RF gain and the AF gain to find a sweet spot to help you out with that? Check this out.
It's sort of shaped like a C, a block C, and it's probably 225 feet. Yeah, if you were talking about doing that over here, if I don't miss too much on 160 with a couple guys in the front view, it seems like a couple, 4 or 5 months ago, in either CQ or QST, they showed a fellow that I believe was New Zealand, and he had a full-wave unit, and it was running all over the place. He definitely had a lot of land to put it on. Well, I'm on a third of an acre, and I was happy when I finally figured out how to do this. I got coax going out to a 9-to-1 balun, and one side of the balun is.
One of the tricks is to find the sweet spot from your RF gain and your AF gain and your AGC's speed control if you have it. So adjust those three until you find that sweet spot. I like to think of it as the AGC stops pulsing from listening to the signal versus the noise floor, and where I can smooth it out, where the noise basically just disappears, especially with strong signals, which is why I like the AHF part of this. Check it out again.
How's the size of that mountain doing down there? Hurricane flattened out. If you call a sand dune a mountain, actually, there is a mountain there. Had all the debris straight to the road. They bulldozed over there from the big wreckage from the hurricane over. Oh, the debris mountain. Yeah, it's gone. That mountain's all gone. They're still tearing stuff down here right and left, but it all gets hauled off one load at a time and goes wherever it goes, but they're not keeping it here anymore. All right, good deal. Well, I wish you guys at least a 20-minute delay going across the ferry. That means the money's coming in. WB-20. Roger. That must have played havoc with the oyster reefs down there. I've been waiting for the months to have ours in them so I can start having local oysters again, and we're already there. Seemed like all that fresh water would have killed them off pretty good. Is that you, George? That is. Hello. Yeah, hello, Rob. Hello, George. Hello there, Jack. They had a real good crop last year, George.
Why not just use noise reduction? Well, I found that it introduces some pixelization or digital artifacts into the audio, which makes it a little bit harder to understand for me. Also found it reduced the fidelity of what I was listening to, pretty much probably filtering some of the highs and other frequencies. So I mean, in general, this is pretty much for strong signals. It's really to reduce the fatigue of listening to all that noise. There's no need to, especially when you're reg chewing, let's say on the lower bands, and you just want to knock out some of that noise, the most of the noise, and enjoy talking and listening. So 7.3 KE5 QUKR.
Got 2-3 in Beaumont. Let's start with KE5RTI, Benny.
Makes a difference. You know,
Actually read my manual, my Yaesu manual that came with my 80s vintage rig, and it told me exactly that. For the best signal to noise ratio, you adjust the RF gain and the AF gain until you hit that sweet spot.
Yeah, it makes a big difference. You know, a lot of people don't do that. They leave the RF gain all the way wide open, and you're just sitting there listening to all that noise. And it's...
Is that coming from your place, Mill?
No, I think that's man. No.
Yeah,
Awesome.
that's I've got it down right now. We're going to bring them in just a second here. I don't know what they're listening to, but it sounded fun.
Yeah, it sounded much more exciting than right.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to mention something here. You know, I'm a ARRL member, and as a member, you get the QST magazine every year.
Yep.
Well, every month, actually. So the January issue just came in, and I've been kind of skimming through it. And I ran across an article here that I tore out, and I thought some of you might find interesting. You know, there's kind of like religious wars going on the handy-talkie front. You know, Well, there's, the normal traditional handy-talkie manufacturers, the big Japanese companies, and now, we've got Chinese handy-talkies that are flooding the market real cheap. And some people, wouldn't touch them with a 10-foot pole. Other people can't understand why you would spend more on a radio. Well, the ARRL did a handheld transceiver test, and they've been doing that since 2015, and they revisited again for 2019. Back in 2015, what they did is they took a spectrum analyzer. As a matter of fact, it's the same one I've got over here, a Rigol, and they took it to some Hamfest, and they had people walking around with the handy talkies to bring them over there and let them do, a quick check on it and see what it looked like and, how the transmission was on it. Was it putting out any spurs, or, was everything in compliance with the FCC? In 2015, they tested 392 radios. 79% of them were compliant. 7% were borderline. 14% were non-compliant. 2016, they did it again, 380 radios. We kind of slipped. 73 compliant, 9 borderline, 18 non-compliant. So a few more, radios tested at the Hamfest that didn't comply with the FCC rules. 2017, roughly, slightly smaller sample, 348 radios. 75% compliant, 18 non-compliant, 7% kind of borderline. 2019, only tested 176 radios. 75% of them were okay, 4% borderline, 21% non-compliant.
Wow.
Now, they listed the manufacturers in here of those radios. 2016, all the Japanese manufacturers, 100% compliance. They didn't find any radios that didn't meet the spec. However, Oshan, or Wuxan, as some people like to pronounce it, 83% of those complied with FCC rules, so 17% didn't comply in 2016. Of the Baofeng radios, and they tested a lot of them, 9% complied with FCC rules. Only 9%. 33% were borderline, and 57% definitely didn't comply. 2017, you would think maybe things got a little better. Well, once again, all the Japanese radios, 100% compliance. The Oshan, a little better, 95% complied. They didn't test as many of them that year. Baofeng, it was 9% the year before. Maybe it's got a little better. 5% complied with FCC rules. 69% of the Baofengs that didn't make the cut in 2017. I don't have specs for 2018, but 2019, everybody had 100% compliance. That's Yaesu, Oshan, Kenwood, ICOM, Elenco, even Anytone and TYT, 100% compliance. Baofeng, 9% of them complied with the FCC rules. 13% were borderline. 78% clearly are not in compliance with the FCC rules. So
wow,
they're not getting better. They're just getting cheaper. So just keep in mind, if you're using one of those, that you actually may be breaking the law. I mean,
You know what, George? Every year, ARRL has a booth at Dayton Hamvention, and they have usually one or two stations set up with a couple of their engineers, and they'll test your radio.
Well, that's this. That's what this is. Some of those were down there.
And I remember, I won't mention his name, but apparently, what I was told, because I was with cousin Jerry the one year about 2 years ago. I think it was the first year it was in Xenia, and we asked why is that, and he said what they do is they supply a radio for FCC approval, and then they start cutting corners when it comes to production. They start cutting out necessary filtering and things like that. So yeah, it's kind of disappointing that they would do that, and well, even probably more disappointing that we'd let them get away with that.
Yeah. Only 9% of them tested in 2019, and that doesn't mean those are 2019 model radios. That's just, the radios that the FCC tested that year, this past year. So that's a pretty bad record. So I'm not going to say, well, I never have used one of them. I'm not saying I wouldn't, but you can clearly see,
and it's not all the Chinese manufacturers. I guess we should add that. I have one that I happen to have with me when I was in Dayton, and I had them tested out, and it was being retailed through a U.S. reseller, and I knew it was made in China, and I got the little approval sticker. They're handing out little ARRL approval stickers if you had your radio checked, and so yeah, it's not everyone, but yeah, some manufacturers definitely have a bad reputation for that.
Well, I think it's time we bring in our next guest here. They've been waiting in the wings here a few minutes. We're a little late getting them on tonight, but, same with everybody else. We're a little late getting them in. But it is good to have Jeff and Amanda back with us tonight. Hi, guys.
Yay.
Hey. That woke up my dog. Hello. Happy New Year's to George, Tommy, Emil, and Mike. So nice to see you all again. Happy New Year's. Over.
Very glad you could join us.
It is good to see you two again. Jeff, good to see you too. She handed you the glass there, the ceremonial beverage.
This is the only time he gets to talk, so say hello, Jeff.
Hello, Jeff.
Really? Oh, that's awful. First of all, I was gonna bring my cranial cooler to the show, but I actually loaned that out to Wired.com so they could test it out. Okay. It's under review.
Okay. They're recharging the sun, I guess, with it.
Yes, they are. And they asked for the schematics, and they said we'd like to have the patent to that. And I said, I have a friend that you're gonna have to contact about that. Over. No.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Well, Emil and his dogs were working on a cheaper version of that, but it didn't work out so well.
No, it was a trade-off between the amount of paneling that they chewed off versus how much we could feed back into the sun. So, I'm going to have to work on how much of the bill they chew off the hat.
I understand completely. I actually have some crazy hashtag $$ dogs myself. So, all right. The next thing, we wanted to kind of go into our year in review. Boy, have we had a year, right, Jeff? Yes. The first thing is Jeff's been working on a Polycom system, a PBX system for not only ham radio, but also for our print shop. And how many Polycoms have you blown up? Go ahead. Mike is yours.
To define blown up, I mean, they still work. They're not just blown up, but yeah.
What is a Polycom?
Man of many words. All right. So anybody that works with the PBX servers understands what we're talking about right now. The other thing I wanted to bring up is that we got a camper this year. This was fun. Also could have led to divorce. Could have. Could have. Maybe so. You see those couples that are like backing up the boats into the marina, and same thing with campers. But we really had some fun times going into some portable operations in the camper. Jeff, what did we do? Go ahead.
Jeff, just smile and nod. Just smile and nod. buddy.
That's what I was trying to do. We just threw a wire up in a tree and had a bunch of fun. One of them was over 4th of July, so we got to do a bunch of the 13 colonies. That was in fact, that's the first time I've ever logged all 13. Was up there and using a pretty modest setup and not a Yagi and an amp. So
100 watts.
Yeah, 100 watts and worked well. So we had a blast doing that.
Sounds like fun.
Yes, we did. Tommy, any other comments there?
No, I'm just trying to get to where I can see you guys. I can't see you.
It's been a long night for Tommy.
Yeah.
Speaking of long nights, so I want to bring this in. My parents are here, so I'm gonna pull them into the background. Come on, Dad. Come say hi.
Oh.
Dip your head in. You look right there at the camera. Down a little bit. This is my dad, Gene.
Hi there.
Hi. Good to see you.
This is my dad. Happy New Year's, Dad.
You know, better than that, this is my daughter.
Oh, they're goofy as hell. I'll tell you that. And this is my mom. Come on in, Mom. Dip down in. And
I'm in.
Look right there.
I'm looking.
Hi, Mom.
Hi, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year's.
Happy New
Love
Year.
you.
Oh, thank you.
Love you too.
Well,
No, that was the. I'm so glad that they're here, and I'm so glad that I get to work with them every day. So it's really a fun time, and I appreciate them being here.
You mentioned your dog. You mentioned your dogs a while ago.
Oh yes, the dogs.
I need to send you a photo. The last dog you got, the black one. We've got. I can't remember the name.
Delta or Radio?
Delta.
Delta, the lab. Yes.
We've got.
The high-maintenance one.
We've got one here now that looks almost identical.
Oh.
But I think she's part lab and part greyhound or whippet or something.
And that was them wanting to say hello. So part lab and part greyhound. Go ahead.
She's extremely fast and jumps a lot. When we first got her, I mean, she was, well, we don't know exactly how old she was. Maybe she was less than a year old. Put her in the backyard and she immediately climbed the chain link fence.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
We might have one of those.
So anyway, we've got a similar looking dog, except this one, the ears are a little, it looks like the Flying Nun. That's the only way I can describe them.
Funny.
Yeah.
Yep. Those lab dogs. I mean, everybody makes them out to be like so cool, calm, and collect, right?
Mm-hmm.
And not always the case. So I was going to go over a couple other things that we've done this year. Last Man Standing, by the way, that was a really fun time, don't you think, Jeff?
It was a blast.
Oh my gosh. We got to go, and this last taping that we went to, we got to see the whole cast of Last Man Standing, and then there was like the extras and the guest appearances. So we got to also witness Jay Leno, which was really cool. Wow, that was amazing, right? And live tapings don't happen the way that you think that they do. They do like 3 or 4 takes on each set, so that was pretty unusual, I thought. And they changed it up, so I'm really excited to see what they say during the lines. Like, you could tell they changed up their lines, and one time it was like, yeah, we had to put that cat down. And then the next time it was, yeah, we got that cat tetanus shots. So I'm really interested to see how that works out. And of course, and I'm really not promoting the show, but it does come out January 2nd. So I hope you guys all watch it.
You know, Tommy's been to that set too. He was there and did an interview with John a while back.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right before they came back on the air when they switched network and everything.
Yeah, you don't have to promote it here. I think we're all fans.
Oh, yeah, I never miss it.
Yep.
Well, very good, because it's a show worth watching, I'll tell you that. You do not want to miss it, and I'm really excited for the next episode to come out. John Amadeo, Alpha Alpha 6, Juliet Alpha, is a huge proponent of amateur radio, and he brought that to the show. And again, John Amadeo is just amazing, and brought a lot of good writing to the show, and tried to facilitate ham radio as best as possible. I mean, we can't have the real amateur radio into it, but he did the best he could, and it was a really fun time. And he talks about it a lot when we go and visit, and he has a lot of set extras. In fact, a lot of his crew are amateur radio operators, and I really had a fun time visiting with Linda, Kilo 6 Mike India X-Ray, and her call sign K6 Mix is not an accident. She is the actual mixer for the show, and brilliant. And they just got a new console, so it's all digital, and she was like, I'm learning all of this and I'm listening to it, and a lot of it is now, she's so used to analog, and it was hard for her to adapt to the digital part of it, but she said, I get it, but to me, in my ears, it's not as good. So,
Wow.
George, I'm sure you understand that, right?
Well, I would not have thought that they would be using a console that she could hear the difference in. Digital is pretty good, you know. I spent a lot of years working on tape machines and analog stuff, and when we converted to digital, the early stuff was, clearly there was some issues with it, but the more recent stuff, I don't hear a lot of difference between, say, CDs and vinyl myself. CDs don't have the scratches, but MP3s now, that's a different story. If it's been through compression, you can hear problems there. I don't know, Email, what do you think?
Tommy, what do you think?
MP3s are, unless you get a really high bit rate on them, I don't like listening to them either. As a matter of fact, I canceled my satellite subscription that came with my truck. I didn't renew it because the compression's bad on it. It's too highly compressed.
Yeah.
Definitely. Mike, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, FLAC's the way to go if you have the space, no doubt. But I don't know. If I have to make MP3s, I aim for 256 bits per second or 192 at the very minimum. So.
Agreed. Emil, what about you?
Well, I'm lucky in this regard to have a brother-in-law that seems to like to pass down some high-end audio equipment in my direction. So I tend to go with the high rates of uncompressed formats if it's digital, and something decent to listen to it on, because all around me here is nice sets of Klipsch speakers in the studio here and out in the front, and some pretty high-end audio equipment with dedicated power supplies per channel to get some of that fidelity out. So yeah, I'm kind of partial to things, and I think it's New Year's, right, guys?
Happy New Year.
You're in?
It is.
Yeah.
Happy New Year's,
Oh,
Jeff.
it is.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year's, Amanda and Jeff. It's your
Thank
turn.
you. I put my father in charge of opening up the champagne, and he felt afraid to interrupt the show. So, here we are. I think he's enjoying that bottle of champagne by himself. But Happy New Year's, Jeff.
Well, speaking.
Sorry about that.
Y'all were here last year and had a great time, and I noticed Jeff does not have his own microphone this year, and there's yeah, you might want to have Mom and Dad watch this. Oh, that's not the right thing. Let's see, here we go.
Happy New Year to everyone on AmateurLogic.TV tonight.
Or
this morning, depending on where you are.
Happy New Year, Amanda. Happy New Year, Jeff.
Happy New Year, guys.
Oh.
My mom is eating her
Yeah, Arnie likes this stuff, man. That's
That's for
what he
you,
lives
Arnie.
for.
That was scary. Right.
Yeah.
She totally is.
I've heard that sound before, but I can't. I think it was on Dumb and Dumber, the most annoying sound in the world.
It actually was. No.
And wow, you know.
And I just gave the headphones to my mom, and I was like, Mom, you should come and listen to this. And she was like, I don't even know who you are. I disown you.
Yeah.
You're not my daughter.
I was wondering what part of that you guys were going to play, and I kind of forgot about that part.
I wish I could forget about that part. Wish I could forget about that part.
You came out lucky because we had a lot more parts, but that's the only one that we're going to play tonight. So
Thank God.
now
Thank God.
was that half speed or was that quarter speed theater, Mike? I can't remember. We had some.
It was half, but it could have been quarter by the sounds of things.
It might have been. I actually thought tonight if I talked about 5 times faster, but I figured you'd figure out a way to slow us down anyway.
We were going to go super speed. We're like, hello, welcome to Amateur Logic. And we're in hopes that we would sound normal next year. So probably not going to work.
I don't think it's going to work.
I don't think that's going to work. So other things to discuss. I don't know when your wrap-up time is, George. You're going to have to tell me that.
Just whenever somebody falls over, we'll close. No, I mean, any time. I mean, we don't have a set time, so we can go a little bit longer.
Who am I betting on? Tommy, because his eyes are already closed. They're closed. They were closed. Oh my gosh, he's going to fall over first.
It's like Seinfeld, the show about nothing, but except for it's the show we had nothing better to do.
Yeah.
Yes,
much.
yes.
See,
And
even the
my
dog
dog
agrees
Delta
with me.
agrees. Yes. Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead, Mike.
No, I was just saying even the dog agrees with me.
Yes, she does. I'll tell you that. So, a couple of other things to wrap up this year. Dayton. Who's going to Dayton this year?
All of us.
Raise your hand. Raise your hand. Yes.
Y'all will be
so
there.
Are we.
Great.
We're going to Dayton this year. So
Awesome.
we're really excited about that.
We've been doing a show together for how many years now, and we've never met in person.
I know, George, but I feel like you're my best friend, and
Well, Don Wilbanks is the other choice, so I mean, what do you there's not much to choose from.
Don's a weirdo.
I like Don.
I love Don. Don is like seriously one of my best friends. You have no idea how much we chat via Messenger all the time. So I really love seeing him on the show, and not to mention getting to know him better. And we really look forward to going to Dayton. And do I tell this on the show? So
Sure.
Jeff is actually bringing his best friend. So Jeff says, you go in and you meet all the fans and you do the Ham Nation stuff, and I'll be in the beer garden. It's a true statement. That's what he said. So I guess I'm the DD for Dayton, and I really look forward to it, by the way.
Y'all are
what,
going
you
to have
had
a
comment?
blast.
Go ahead.
No.
Wow. So I had written down a couple of other things. I went over Last Man Standing, blah, blah, blah.
No, man.
I do
got
want
a story about Don. This is Emil.
Oh, go.
Yeah,
This is going to be my first year going to Dayton with one of the hams who got me into the hobby, John Britton, WB. Well, see if I forget what his call is now. Casey. Anyway, I'll figure it out. But anyway, it's my first year going. But speaking of Don, I think every test I've taken so far, I'm only a general right now. Gonna stick through the ham college with George and Tommy to get the extra. But the Don, he probably lives, I don't know, 20 minutes north of where I am, and he's been in just about every test I've taken as a ham as one of the VEs in the volunteer examiners. So it's good to see he's really into this hobby, and I love it. He's been a part of everything. He may not know it, but he's been a part of everything I've been doing down here in our club, whether he's volunteering or just showing up and promoting. So great guy.
Oh, don't worry about the dog. That's
Oh yeah, they love to come in and say hello. So, yeah, I agree with you. By far, Don Wilbanks goes above and beyond for amateur radio, and what brought me even closer to him was Bill Pasternak. So, we all know that Bill's gone, and this is really funny. One day he reached out to me, and I didn't realize his association with Amateur Radio Newsline, and he said, he said, I've been watching you on Ham Nation. You're doing a pretty good job, but would you like to be better?
Oh.
Well, yes, I would like to be better. And he comes from a broadcaster background, and he said, well, let me help you. And we talked a lot via email and such, and he was like, you got to warm up to the camera, you got to be friendly, and you got to get the audio good. So, and he started talking about all of these ribbon microphones and the RCA microphones, and this guy was something special to me. I don't know how everybody else holds them in their heart, but Bill was really special, and I'm so glad that Amateur Radio Newsline has now gotten his call sign, and now they get to send out QSL cards. So I think that's really special. What do you think, George?
Oh yeah, Bill was a great guy. He's the one who wrote the copy for that twist antenna ad that we did years ago. That was a spinoff of the turbo and tabulator. Bill made he took that original copy and reworded it all for ham radio and said, George, I want you to take this and do it and play it on April Fool's Day. We're not going to tell anybody we're doing it. And so, yeah, he was always good for something interesting going on, and some funny business too.
Amanda, I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
Speaking of Don, am I the only one that finds his Santa voice just a little bit creepy?
Oh, totally agreed. I find, actually, if we had to talk about all the things that we find creepy about Don Wilbanks, we could be here a while. So I have my tablet right here. I'll just start taking notes. I mean, first of all, Southern, hello. Second, yeah. Drinks at work. Makes inappropriate comments. Whenever Bob Heil isn't on the show, it goes way sideways. Should I continue?
Sure, he's not here.
Just kidding.
No.
No, we all love Don because he brings his radio personality to the show, so we love that. And by the way, all of these times, like when you have the dead time and you're trying to work out technical difficulties, he just naturally jumps in and just fixes it all. George, you're with me on this. He just and he has these stories he'll tell, and he'll just make everything move very, very smoothly, kind of like a broadcaster always does. So I couldn't appreciate Don enough. Over to you, Mike.
Yeah, he's a character for sure. Now I haven't tuned into Ham Nation in a while, but it sounds like it's still just as popular as a few years ago. So that show I can see going on for another 20 years or more.
Yeah, so we never know what's written in the books for us, but I do want to say, if you don't mind, I know again, I don't know what our cutoff time is here, but we are bringing up a YL show. So we're going to have the next all YL show, and I'll give you some of the guest stars. We're going to have Jerry and Amy, and we're going to have Melanie from DX Engineering, and of course, Valerie and Dr. T for sure. So I'm really looking forward to that, and I think it's going to be an awesome episode.
Cool. You know, we've known Jerry for a number of years, and we've seen her and Amy at some of the Hamfest around. She was it this past year or the year before? They were at Hamvention, and, you know, we all got together and, you know, just chatted for a few minutes, caught up on things. And, you know, I had my phone with me, so we took a couple of pictures. And I ran across them the other day on my phone, and I said, you know, if my wife finds this, because she doesn't know Jerry and Amy, you know, she's going to think.
Explaining to do.
Yeah, I have some explaining to do, but no, they are they're great, you know, and I know they're too busy to do much video stuff right now, but you know,
they really are.
Yeah.
I mean, their entrepreneurship into the Tilt 5 has been crazy busy, but they are willing to take the time out to join us on Ham Nation, which I really appreciate. And I couldn't thank them more for that. And Tommy, are you still with us?
Oh, yeah, I'm still here. I'm just kind of listening, sucking it in. Yeah, they're awesome. I enjoyed meeting them the first time, and I think we've seen them there a couple of years, didn't we, George? It was year before last. They didn't come last year because they were busy with their startup.
Yeah, we've seen them there at least a couple of times, and I've seen them out west, I think, maybe at one of the Hamfests out there. They all kind of run together after a while. After you've been to a lot of Hamfests, it's kind of hard to separate them.
They really like to visit Quartz Fest, which is Jeff's like dream of us going to Quartz Fest and pulling our camper there. God.
Oh.
Dear God.
Yeah, that's on my bucket list too. One of these days I'm gonna make it there.
Yeah, I had.
And they like to visit Pacificon, but seriously, like in a half-ton pickup truck pulling this 6,800-pound camper, I'm like, are you sure about that, Jeff? Yeah, you got this.
We might get it there. We might not get it back home. But Quartz Fest looks like a blast. It does. It looks really laid back and kind of easy going, and I think I'd enjoy it.
And we get to hang out with Gordo and Randy and a lot of other cool people. So it really would be a fun time, definitely.
Yeah.
George, what do you say? You make it out there sometime?
I've never been. I want to go, and I got an email from somebody within the last few weeks that said, George, you really ought to come to Quartz Fest this year. And, you know, because we've got all these other people there that you know, and it'd be great, you know, to have you there. And you ought to get Ray Novak to foot the bill for it. And I said, you know, now you're on to something. But, no, I would really like to go. You know, sooner or later, I got to go.
Yeah, well, not to mention, all right, have you seen Ray Novak's camper?
Yes.
It's like huge. There's got to be at least 3 or 4 bedrooms in that. Like, you've got room.
Yeah, I've never been inside of it, but I've seen it. He lives in Dallas now, and his wife has relatives here in the Jackson area, and so they come over here every now and then. I've seen the camper because he'll drive it over, And if he's gonna be on Ham Nation or something, I'll drive over and pick him up, and from the campground. So yeah, I've seen it. It is a nice bus.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. That's like plush.
Mm-hmm.
Very plush.
You've seen ours. We had it on the AmateurLogic field day episodes. It looks like something you might see somewhere in the Los Angeles area on the side of the road. Just an old
primarily Visqueen.
Yeah.
What disturbed me most, I'm going to put this out there, is when George put out his field day video and we heard this heinous generator in the background. And he said, "This is the best one we have."
Well, it had the most wattage, but yeah.
It was loud.
Oh, yeah.
Loud.
And I've been threatening to.
Oh, yeah. You should have experienced it in person.
No, Tommy, no. I'm really not trying to, because it was stupid loud. Like, wow.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Mike, what do you do for a field day?
You know what? The club I usually kind of go and do field day with, they decided to take a hiatus this year, so there wasn't one this year. But we generally get together at there's an arena at the top of a hill not far from me, and it's actually ideal because they have these little cabins that they use for hockey camp. And of course, during the time of field day, they generally don't have hockey camp going on, so we get to use these little cabins, and it's a great old time.
Not too bad. And I'm sorry, my parents are budging me here in the background. I think that their taxi is here, so I'll let Jeff. Can you handle it for like 30 seconds or a minute?
Sure.
Yeah, go.
I'll do it. I'll do it. I can.
This is for Jeff.
No.
This is our toast. There we go.
All right.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Love you.
So yeah. Anyway.
Taxi is on its way. It's gonna be here in 10 minutes.
So we were talking about the handy talkies earlier, Jeff. What do you think about that?
Say that again, George.
We were talking about the ARRL test of the handheld transceivers earlier. Did you catch any of that?
I found it very interesting. I'm a little jaded, but
yeah.
Especially somebody actually commented in the chat about the siren button on the Bofang, and yeah, that one's close to my heart too.
Well, it's better than the Roger beep on some of those 10 meter.
That's number 2.
Single sideband radios they're selling.
I haven't heard that, but I've heard the Roger beep on the whatever handhelds they are too. So yeah, the repeater has its own. But I found it interesting, especially the trend to where they all came mostly into compliance except for one of them.
Yeah.
But I guess when you pay $30 for a handheld, kind of is what it is.
Yeah, I don't see how they can keep getting away with it. But yeah, it's just like Mike was saying earlier. They send a good radio to the FCC to get type accepted, and then they start cutting crap out, and when they go to distribute it.
Well, and it was sort of a hotly debated thing around here too, and when the whole type acceptance thing, a lot of folks were using them for how do I say this without incriminating anyone? Public safety stuff, and some people were really upset when we told them, hey, you technically that radio is illegal, you can't do that, and they got upset. There are still people that said, no, I'm never going to use it for anything then. Fine, we're done. And
yeah,
I'm just stating the facts. I'm not, but yeah, some people are pretty passionate about that. But it is what it is, and at least most of the manufacturers have gotten better.
Yep.
I thought the FCC clamped down on the importing of some of those radios that weren't meeting the type acceptance. Is
Yeah.
that right?
Yeah, but I don't know how it's gone because you still see them for sale at the Hamfest for, you know.
I think
Yeah,
it's difficult to
I do
control what
too.
gets
I hear
imported.
about them, but I was wondering if they just happen to have a lot of old stock, and maybe they were just going through their stock still until the supply ran out, and
I don't know.
If by clamping down you mean a strong written letter was written, yeah, that's what they did.
a strongly worded letter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
these
yeah.
days it's so easy to get stuff. So yeah, I mean, you can buy it on eBay or wherever, and not to promote anybody specifically, but it's pretty easy to get it, and for the prices. And I understand it too. When I first became a ham, I didn't have a lot of money, and I think I had one of those puxing. Puxing, I think is what it was. And I paid a lot more than $30 for it, but that was what I could afford at the time. It was what it was.
Yeah. Well, you know, you look at it, the price, yeah, that sounds like how can you go wrong? But, you know, if you're interfering with a lot of other services, that's not good.
Yeah, you know, you're lighting up two repeaters that are neighboring the one that
Right.
you're actually on. People don't have a sense of humor about that.
So yeah, George, I've been pretty silent as the cheap old man about this so far.
Yeah.
Staying in the background until now.
Oh?
And yeah, so there is, you guys have noticed over time, and I'm sure the people of Amateur Logic have noticed, I have some decent equipment, and there's the right kind of cheap, and there's not the right kind of cheap.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it does make a difference, especially like Jeff has mentioned, and when it comes down to, you know, use and, I don't know. You know, what is the term that's used? Any means necessary, right? I guess if that's all you have available, but if it comes down to being prepared and using some equipment that's not going to, you know, mess up things, that's the route I'd take.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people, it's fantastic that a lot of people will use that as a stepping stone to get into the hobby. And I think most people after a while will upgrade and move on to something else.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think somebody mentioned in the chat room they referred to it as a gateway radio.
I saw that. That was an interesting comment, but I think pretty accurate.
Speaking of cheap, and I'll just have to say that, you know, among some of the hosts, well, most of the hosts on the show here, we kind of chat on Skype, text chat, you know, throughout the week, and share a lot of stuff, and sometimes don't share anything. But Mike brought up that Hickory Farms has all their hams on sale for 75% off. Is that what you said?
Yeah, my wife and daughter were shopping yesterday, and they came home with a whole bag of Hickory Farm smoked sausage, smoked cheese, you name it. Everything was 75% off. So, you know, if you're gonna get your ham or whatever from Hickory Farms, now's the time to do it.
My reply was, yeah, cheap old ham.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
I couldn't
and I
resist.
immediately thought of Emil.
Yeah. So, yeah. Well, any new repeater projects we need to know about, Jeff, before we go?
No, actually, it seemed like there was one after the other, just new sites, and I was like, I can maintain this. And now I'm like, I should have said no at like 8.
Yeah.
So no, nothing new. As much as I'd like to expand some things, I think we're good. We don't need any more.
Now, Jeff, I was going through some footage recently. For no reason. But there was mention of some video about 12,000 feet up or something like that you were going to send George. Just wondering if you ever thought of doing that, so we could have a look at some of your repeater sites.
I could probably do that. I can't remember that conversation.
Video.
Yeah, you had some video, but it was all broken up because Amanda kept texting you and you were shooting it on your phone.
That's right. Do we have that clip?
Why do I not remember
I
this?
don't. You know, I was going to take it easy on them tonight, so I didn't. I only pulled out the one clip. We had more. Yeah.
Oh, I remember a bit of it. I can't believe. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah.
Well, let me tell you what you
some
said.
Good video.
You turned to Amanda and said, "That's because you kept texting me."
No, she's
when you were talking about why the camera kept shutting off, and you mentioned
lied
that
the whole
you kept
time,
getting all these
like-
text messages, and that they were from Amanda.
He lies. He lies like a dog because he didn't have any cell phone service up there, obviously. And this, I mean, you cannot be what's the word I'm looking for? Skittish or schizophrenic or anything like that, because I mean it's a serious road, right?
I bet.
I mean it's harsh.
I've seen some of those, and I don't know if I'd feel comfortable riding in a 4-wheel drive vehicle, even going up some of those roads. I don't even know if you can call them roads, more like trails, I guess.
Yes.
It's yeah. There's a couple of them that you're not turning around, and the one you could. There's literally. I think this is coming back to me. There's an SUV down about 500 feet, and I don't know whatever happened to the occupants, but it's been there for years and years and years. It's red, I can tell you that. But and people do it. There's a gate. There's Forest Service, or I think it's Forest Service on that one. A locked gate, so they got to drive by this thing where it's 500 feet down on this side, and it's barely wide enough to fit a full size truck. And I don't know what they do when. I guess when they get to the locked gate, they back up all the way down that thing. At least I have the key, but yeah, I like driving to those things as about as much as I like climbing towers. I just do it out of necessity.
Wow, I can imagine. I mean, I think the mud is bad here, but probably the tallest hill I have to go on is 400 or 500 feet.
What?
Yeah, that's pretty tall around here.
Once you get to the top of some of
area
these things,
around
the views are beautiful. I mean, what you see from up there is amazing. It's just getting there.
Yeah.
That's the challenge. There's one of them that it's 6 miles, and it takes a full hour.
Wow.
To go 6 miles.
Gee whiz. Well, it is about 1:30 a.m. I think we're going to shut it down for the night. We really appreciate y'all coming back and spending New Year's Eve with us again. It's always a lot of fun.
Well, thank you, George, and thank you to your co-hosts. We got to say hello to Tommy, Mike, Emil. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for having us once again. Some of your guests, thank you, Ray. Thank you, Dan. Oh, I can't remember.
Andy.
Andy.
Was,
Yes, Andy was on. Yeah, that was great.
Nigel was on.
Yeah, Nigel was on, and thank you, George, for all of your footnotes. I really appreciate that right now. No, it was a good show, and I really appreciated watching the whole thing. So this was a fun time. And Jeff gets the microphone again. Go ahead.
Thanks, guys, and I do not look forward to half-speed theater.
Nope, not a thing.
Jeff, we'll talk in Dayton.
No.
Can I bribe you? Can I buy beer?
He is Canadian.
Maybe I'll get the first round.
What happened to fast speed? Like we all sound like Minnie Mouse.
We talked about that, but it just didn't happen.
Oh, Mike, Come on.
Look what you started. No, don't give them any ideas. I don't think they need any more
Ideas. No, we should definitely wrap this up, though. George, thank you so much for inviting us on the show. We really appreciate it. We've really had a fun time, so thank you.
Oh, yeah. Always fun to have y'all visit.
Happy New Year, guys. Thank you.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, appreciate y'all joining us. It's been fun.
Happy New Year.
I'm 3. Happy New Year.
Amanda, we'll see you Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Yep. 7-3. Well, that was fun.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, it's always fun.
It is really weird to see yourself on the half-speed theater.
Oh, yeah.
It's funny. It's funny seeing somebody else, but it's a really weird feeling to see yourself on there.
Well, we had, Mike and pulled together several clips, and I went and I actually have them. We just didn't use them tonight, but there were some that I think were half-speed theater last year, and this year they were going to be quarter speed because it was half of whatever it was when it played last year.
Oh.
And I thought maybe that was the one that we played, but I'm not sure. But there was one of them that was, at least.
I don't know how I've escaped being on that, but I'm grateful for that.
Yeah.
Or did you? Remember last year with the rum butter?
Maybe so.
Oh,
all I remember is it's the right.
Wow. Well, and thanks for everybody who hung with us through this on the live stream over there. Well, we wouldn't do it if y'all weren't there. And everybody in the chat room. I'm sorry we didn't read a lot from the chat room. Oh, yes, there is a West Coast, Jeff, and in 29 minutes, or maybe 27 now, but I don't think we can make that. I'm starting to lose my voice.
Yep.
But if you guys want to hang around and do it, then feel free. I'll lock the door and y'all just carry on.
I have to do it from the floor.
Wow. They had a pretty good time in there tonight. We didn't read many of the comments on the air, but
yeah, I tried to keep it up and look at it quite often, as much as I could. That's what I was doing when she thought I had my eyes closed.
I would say the night's still young, but that doesn't seem to apply right now.
Yeah, that wouldn't be very truthful.
Emil, I was all prepared and I didn't get to use it.
Oh? What was it?
I'm not sure how this thing works. I've never done this before. That doesn't come through on Skype, does it?
No, I heard something, but way in the background.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Yeah, George got me thinking along the lines of how to hook my sound effects into here. When you started asking me about audio sources, I was like,
Yeah, I had meant to ask you earlier in the week if you would play Old Lang Syne for us, and I never got around to it, so.
I'm getting to do it. I just haven't. It's way over there.
Yeah.
I think we might have lost Mike.
He's trying to figure it out.
I can't do it.
His video's frozen here.
Yeah.
It is too. Wow. It's not a good look.
Well, this was a real challenge to get on tonight, I gotta say. Tell me, how'd you like your new hardware there? Did it work out okay?
Oh, it's working. I didn't really get to use any of the buttons on it, but it's working.
Yeah.
Well, I did show my little picture of the meltdown.
Well, I used it here. I figured out a way to do it. It wasn't smooth, and you probably noticed it flashed screen went black, you know, for half a second every now and then. Yeah.
I guess you saw my email where, well, we can talk about it after a while, later tomorrow or something, but I guess you saw my email where I contacted the support people.
Yeah, I saw that, and yeah, I was kind of afraid that was going to be the answer. But anyway, I figured out a way to do it. It wasn't cost compliant, so I can't really talk about it in front of Emil. But anyway.
Yeah, you'll have to brief me on that later offline then.
Well, I bought a cheap i5 laptop. So I say cheap. It was, you know, $500 laptop.
Yep.
And I was telling you about the NDI stuff, and I've got this machine streams video over IP to this machine, and then it goes back to this one, and it flashes like that every now and then. So I don't know.
Just like it just did?
Yeah. There's a bunch of pieces in the puzzle, so ultimately I'm going to have to do something different. But I kind of wanted another smaller laptop anyway for some stuff, so that's okay. It was a pretty good deal on it.
Well, glad you got it worked out.
Well, no, I don't, but we got it on, so. Well,
let's see if this audio pipes over. Hold on a second.
Fun times, all. I just noticed I had a couple of messages here one from Andy and one from Ray earlier, and I didn't answer them because I didn't realize they had sent me one. But anyway,
yeah,
we got them on.
I had one from Ray as well. He was saying that not sure what's going on. I'm not getting any ringing, but receive a message that I missed a call.
Yeah, it was real strange, you know, when I asked y'all to talk while I was on the phone. I tried calling him several times, and it wasn't ringing for him. Finally, it did, and I didn't do anything any different, and I don't think he did either, so we don't know why. But we were able to get him on, so that was good. Well,
yeah, it's good old Skype for you.
Every time you use it, it's a new surprise.
Yep. I hear you.
I just wanted to see if it went through.
Yeah, it came from somewhere.
Okay.
Ask your wife.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, it wasn't like that in the room, was it?
No, it's in my head.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right.
There. I should have been Men in Black or something.
Yeah. Blues Brothers.
You got 20/20 vision there, Emil.
Yep, I got 20/20 vision now. It's 20/20.
Wow.
Oh, well.
The clock. I like the clock, man. You'll have to hang on to that. That's a good prop.
There, Emil.
I have to change
Take that, Mr. Peanut.
Yeah, that's nice. There you go. That is a nice one. And it goes with you.
Snidely Whiplash.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were some things we didn't get to that we had prepared, but I knew, you know, that some stuff was going to end up getting dumped along the way because the timing never works out when you're trying to do something like this.
Oh, yeah, for sure. At least we had enough of it.
Oh, yeah.
That we didn't have to tap dance.
Yeah, I think we all had enough of it. No, it was... I appreciate all your help, Mike. He really helped pull a lot of this together in the last few days.
Yeah, the movie trivia thing was kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Pretty neat.
I didn't know that I was so expressive with my hands.
Yeah, you're very animated. And actually, that was all from just this past year. I didn't even have to go back prior to 2019. I was able to pick them out from this year's episodes.
Okay. Wow. Yeah. Well, it was an interesting theme. I'll put it that way. I don't know how you came up with it, but
Yeah,
Like
pretty
everything
cool.
else,
It's a good idea.
it just sort of falls together.
yeah, that and the new sponsors, those were good too. We'll have to revisit some of that stuff in the future. Those are
Yeah, we
prime
didn't get to
products
see
there.
the graphics.
You didn't?
No,
No,
like, it
they
was
didn't
like you're reading radio ad copy, because there was no graphics up. But I don't know. Maybe that can be fixed in post. I don't know. Are you posting this, by the way?
Here's the deal. When we started off, it recorded like 2 minutes, and the recorder stopped.
Oh.
And I was not able to get it started back without rebooting the computer, and we were already, 20 or 30 minutes late. And I said, okay, we're just going to rely on YouTube. It'll archive it. So it is on YouTube. It's going to go, it's going to go incognito as soon as the stream stops, but I'll either make it live in the next little while or pull it down and edit it or something. I hadn't decided. There's an awful lot
You
of
can trim the heads and the tails on it at least without having to even download it.
Yeah.
I think you can do that online.
You think we could figure out where the head and the tail was?
Now you just got to pick a spot.
Oh, Mike is gone.
I'm gone. Oh,
Was
wait a
something
minute.
we said?
My bad. No, I'm here. There we go. I hit the wrong button.
Wow. Okay. Well, thanks for everyone who hung with us tonight. It was a lot of fun. And yeah. Now you can truthfully say we didn't have anything else to do.
Yeah, and it's been an hour longer for me because I thought the show was starting at 8 Central.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wow. Well, I have been here sitting in this chair since 5 Central, so.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Did I see that chat room get up to like 60 something?
It did.
Yeah.
Wow.
A lot of people didn't have something to do.
Yep. We're not alone.
Yep. And Glenn, thanks for the title. He I don't know if he knew what he was saying when he said that, but it stuck. All right. Well, 7-3, everybody. We'll catch up with y'all.
7-3.
And
Catch y'all a little bit later.
Yeah. And Happy New Year 2020.
Yep. Very Happy New Year.
It's 2:45 a.m.
No.
Good morning.
Morning.
It's time for breakfast.
Yeah,
Yep.
Exactly. I'm hungry too.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I didn't have
thanks for
supper.
everything.
Oh, thank you, Mike. Email.
See you
Tommy.
later.
Bye.
Bye for now.